What if the monsters lurking in shadows aren't the villains you think they are? What if the blood-sucking fiends of folklore are twisted deities cloaked in legend, each with a thirst for more than just crimson nectar? Every fairy tale you've ever known dances on the razor's edge between salvation and damnation, hiding grotesque truths behind seductive smiles. In the flickering candlelight of forgotten taverns, tales of vampires swirl like smoke, laced with the laughter of the damned and the whispers of the lost. Medieval minstrels spin yarns of midnight capers, but what if these stories were a blood-soaked truth? While you sip your overpriced, artisanal coffee, consider this: what if those charming tales of romantic bloodsuckers are a cover for something far more sinister? The kind of intrigue that sends shivers down your spine and makes your heart race like a rabbit in a wolf's den. Think of it. The elegant, ice-cold aristocrat with an insatiable craving for youth could just be a fallen star, exiled for a crime against heaven. The seductive femme fatale, leading unwitting victims to their doom, might be a cursed goddess seeking revenge on a world that wronged her. What madness lurks beneath the surface of your favorite bedtime stories? The truth is a spectral beast, gnawing at the fabric of reality, daring you to peek behind the curtain. Envision a world where those who were once worshipped become the hunters of their former followers, thirsty for the very essence of life they once bestowed. What happens when the divine turns dreadfully diabolical? You will laugh, you will shudder, and you will probably question every shadow that flits past you in the night. That creeping sensation? It's not paranoia, it's your enlightenment, clawing at the edges of your consciousness. There's a reason your grandmother warned you about the witching hour. Legends don't just die, they fester. Unraveled in the dark alleys of history, they bleed into the present, and you're standing at the precipice. Each word drips with danger, every tale is a loaded gun, waiting for you to pull the trigger of curiosity. Are you prepared to confront the gnawing dread that has haunted humanity since ancient times? What if the nightmares were simply misunderstood beings, their stories twisted by time? As you follow the trail of blood, laughter, and dark humor, remember, there's a fine line between love and madness, and many have crossed it without looking back. The truth is a scavenger, gnashing its teeth in the shadows, ready to pounce on the unsuspecting. You're teetering on the edge of an abyss filled with truths that could shatter your perception of myth and reality. And once you peer inside, you may wish you'd never dared to ask. The question isn't just what lurks in the dark, it's what kind of darkness you're willing to embrace. Welcome to the underbelly of divinity, where every sip of blood is a sacrament, and every story is a nightmare waiting to unfold. I remember the chill in the air, how it wrapped around me like a shroud, as I stumbled upon the village square, where the lamplights flickered, casting long, trembling shadows that whispered secrets of old. The silence was thick, almost sentient, it pressed against my chest, urging me to breathe deeper, to taste the fear that lingered like a distant echo. A lone figure stood there, hunched, cloaked in darkness, with eyes like windows to a soul long lost. His name was Anton, a historian, a seeker of truths buried beneath centuries of myth and blood. "I've unearthed something," he rasped, voice trembling like the flame of a dying candle. "Something that will change everything." My heart raced, thudding painfully against my ribcage, drowning out the night. The weight of his words crashed over me like a storm, thickening the air with an electric tension. I was drawn to him, compelled by the shadows of a past I didn't fully understand but felt in my bones. What truths could exist, lurking beneath the surface of our reality? Beside him stood Lena, a local healer, her hands woven with the memories of countless souls she had stitched back together. She possessed an ethereal grace, yet her eyes held a tempest of fears. Her gaze darted nervously around the square, as if she could feel the ancient spirits lurking just beyond the threshold of our perception. "Anton, you're being reckless," she warned, her voice barely above a whisper. "You know what they say about digging too deep." But Anton was relentless, fueled by a wild hunger that shone through his desperate enthusiasm. "They spoke of the Nightwalkers, Lena. Creatures who drink the very essence of life, shadows that straddle the line between the living and the dead. They were born out of fear, fed by the darkness in men's hearts." The words tasted of blood, of long-buried fears clawing their way to the surface. I looked around, half expecting to see the specters of those ancient stories materialize from the darkness. The very air crackled with anticipation, and somewhere in the distance, a clock chimed, a reminder that time, relentless and unforgiving, was ever present. Do you even know where these legends began? I pressed, the question erratic but necessary, as if the act of asking could pull the truth from the shadows. How far back do they go? Anton's brow furrowed. As far back as humanity itself. In the crumbling ruins of Mesopotamia, they crafted tales of the Lamashtu, a demoness who preyed upon infants, drinking their blood to sustain her cursed life. And in ancient Greece, the fearsome Lamia haunted the dreams of mothers, an echo of society's darkest anxieties. Lena stepped forward, her voice trembling with the weight of sorrow. What do you think these legends really were? They were mirrors reflecting our fears, our desires. Each story, each terrifying encounter, forged from heartbreak and loss. They became warnings, reminders of our mortality. Her words hung heavily in the air, resonating like a mournful bell. I could see it, the vivid tapestry of human emotion woven into every tale. The cries of the abandoned, the anguish of the betrayed. Every legend breathed life into the darkness, every shadow became a reminder that the line between monster and man was paper thin. Fear births monsters, Anton murmured, his gaze distant, as if he were staring into the abyss. But what if those monsters are not as far removed from us as we like to believe? His question pierced the air, a dark arrow that struck right through the heart of our human experience. I remembered my own fears, my own shadows, and the moments when I had felt the creeping dread of something lurking just beyond sight. Memories crashed over me, a childhood filled with whispers of ghost stories, warnings from my grandmother about the things that haunted the night. But the echoes of those tales began to fade as I focused on Anton, who was lost in his own reverie of obsession. His flaws were laid bare, a desperate man clinging to fantasies of grandeur, his quest for knowledge blinding him to the danger that danced just out of reach. "Do you hear that?" he suddenly asked, eyes darting toward the darkness. A rustling, a whisper of movement, perhaps a trick of the mind, but it sent a shiver down my spine. Lena's breath hitched, and for a moment, we were all frozen in time, suspended in that fragile space where fear and reality collided. "I remember," she whispered, her voice laced with memories of the past, "the stories my mother told me about the ones who came out at night, the ones who wore their hunger like a cloak, the ones who could steal your soul with a single glance." The air thickened, and my heart raced, a furious drumbeat echoing through the silence. The past held its breath, watching, waiting, as the weight of their words danced through the night like phantoms. "Do you think they still exist?" I asked, voice trembling, feeling the raw edges of uncertainty tear at my insides. Anton's eyes were wild, a blaze of fervor, but beneath that flame, I glimpsed the flicker of doubt. What if they do? What if the legends were warnings, not just stories? What if the darkness we fear is not just external, but within us all? There it was, the heart of it, the truth that clawed at the edges of our souls. The realization that the legends were not simply cautionary tales but reflections of our own lurking monstrosities. As the clock chimed again, the sound reverberating through the haunted air, time seemed to stretch and bend, folding over itself like an origami of dread. The shadows grew longer, the darkness deeper, and I could feel the weight of history pressing down upon us, the echoes of ancient cultures swirling around us like a storm. In that moment, with the fear coiling tightly around our hearts, I understood that we were tangled in a web spun from centuries of pain, longing, and the insatiable thirst for life that had given birth to the legends we feared. "Anton," I breathed, grasping for the tether of understanding amidst the chaos, "if we stand on the precipice of truth, what lies beyond? Are we prepared to face our darkness?" The silence stretched again, heavy with unspoken truths, while the shadows seemed to lean closer, eager to swallow us whole. And somewhere, in the depths of time, the legend stirred, watching, waiting. The night was alive, and we were merely players on its stage. The air was thick with despair, hanging like the heavy scent of burnt incense in a forgotten temple. Shadows danced on the crumbling walls, whispering secrets of the ancients, secrets that pulsed with a dark heartbeat. I stood in the center of it all, heart hammering, a cold sweat trickling down my spine. "Lilith," I breathed, her name a prayer laced with fear. The moon hung low in the sky, a witness to the dark sorcery unfolding, its silver light tracing the edges of my anxiety, illuminating the figures that lurked just beyond the threshold of my perception. Elia, my sister, stood beside me, her knuckles white as she gripped the hilt of a dagger, the blade glinting ominously. "We shouldn't be here," she gasped, voice trembling like a fragile leaf caught in a storm. I could see it in her eyes, the flicker of doubt battling against the fierce loyalty of blood and bond. She wanted to run, to flee from the shadows that whispered promises of power and peril, but her heart was still tethered to mine. "What if she finds us?" Elia's voice quivered, echoing my own dread. "She will," I said, the truth heavy on my tongue. Lilith was a figure forged from the clay of nightmares, a goddess of chaos and defiance. Her laughter was said to be the sound of breaking glass, beautiful yet shattered, a melody entwined with the horrors of the night. I could feel her presence creeping closer, a chilling caress on my skin. But we have to face her. We have to confront the darkness. Elia's breath hitched, a shudder that pulled at the fabric of my resolve. I could sense the conflict within her, the pull of familial loyalty clashing against the instinct to survive. "What do you want from her?" "She's not a savior, she's a monster." Each word dripped with desperation, and I felt the ache of our fractured connection, the desire to protect her from the abyss that was consuming me. "I want the truth," I confessed, the words tumbling out like stone on stone, heavy and unyielding. "I want to know why she chose us. Why we are cursed to walk this path of shadows." The silence that followed was suffocating, a void filled with the echoes of ancient sorrows and unspoken fears. And then, there she was. Lilith emerged from the darkness, a silhouette carved from ebony, her presence like a tempest swirling with seduction and malice. Her eyes glimmered, twin stars burning with an eternal hunger, and the air crackled with an energy that sent shivers dancing along my spine. "Ah, the Sisters of Blood," she purred, her voice a silken thread weaving through the tension. "Come to seek me, or to beg forgiveness?" "Neither," I spat, anger igniting my veins. "I'm here for answers." I stepped forward, Elia's grip tightening around my wrist, a silent plea to retreat, to escape this confrontation that felt fated yet terrifying. Lilith's laughter echoed, a sound that shattered the stillness. "Answers," she mused, tilting her head as if examining a fragile specimen under glass. "You think the truth is a gift unwrapped with care? It is a blade, my dear. A razor's edge that cuts deep." I trembled, but I stood my ground, heart racing against the inevitability of her power. "Then let it cut. I need to understand what binds us to you, what darkness you've woven into our lives." Elia's eyes widened, a mix of horror and admiration. "No, Alazia," she pleaded, but the moment hung heavy between us, a fragile thread stretching taut. Lilith stepped closer, her presence engulfing me in a shroud of impossible warmth. "Do you truly wish to know? To dive into the depths of your lineage, to uncover the darkness that flows in your veins? You may not like what you find." "I'm not afraid," I replied, though doubt gnawed at my resolve. Memories flared like flickering candles, our mother whispering stories of the ancients, tales of Lilith and the dark goddesses who danced in the shadows, seducing men and devouring their souls. "I want to know if we are destined to repeat your sins or if we can break free." Lilith's gaze pierced through me, and I felt the weight of centuries bearing down, an ocean of sorrow and rebellion crashing against my walls. "You ask for freedom, yet you are drawn to the darkness like moths to flame," she taunted, her voice a caress and a curse. "You crave knowledge, and knowledge is a seductive poison." I trembled, caught in the storm of her words, the raw truth that threatened to shred my soul. "I must try," I whispered, the plea trembling on my lips as I took another step forward, dragging Elia with me. "We're not here to worship you. We're here to confront you, to demand a choice." The shadows thickened, and for a moment, I saw the flicker of memories behind her eyes, moments of betrayal, love twisted into hatred, pain that resonated through the ages. I understood then, as the weight of her sorrow pressed against my chest, we were not so different. "You were once a woman, a mother," I whispered, the truth spilling forth like blood from a wound. "What happened to you?" Her expression shifted, a crack in the armor of her darkness. "I was cast out, my love turned to ash," she breathed, her voice a haunting echo of sorrow. But this world does not choose the light. It embraces the shadows. In that moment, everything fell away. The city, the past, the weight of expectation, everything except for the three of us suspended in this crucible of fate. Elia's hand slipped from mine as she stepped back, fear clinging to her like a shroud. Alizia, we can't, but it was too late. The confrontation was set. The darkness loomed, both terrifying and intoxicating, a siren's call echoing through the corridors of our souls, binding us in ways we couldn't yet comprehend. I felt it then, the eternal pulse of Lilith's sorrow intertwined with our own. Face it, Elia. This is who we are. The shadows danced closer, whispering truths that tasted like ash, while lilting laughter reverberated in the air, a promise of chaos and a glimpse into the abyss. The confrontation had begun, and I was no longer afraid. I was ready to embrace the darkness, to weave my own fate from the threads of Lilith's haunting legacy. As the darkness closed in, I felt a surge of defiance rise within me, a resolve to forge my own path, to reclaim our story from the claws of fate. The night thickened, shrouding us in mystery, and with it, the promise of what was to come pulsed in the air around us. In that moment, I knew. The darkness bore no fear, it was merely a reflection of our own tumultuous souls, a mirror held up to our deepest desires. We were entwined, bound by blood and shadow, and this was only the beginning. The moon hung low over Thebes, a silver eye watching the world writhe beneath its gaze. In the stifling heat of night, the air tasted like iron. A scream sliced through the dark, raw and primal, a sound that demanded attention. It didn't echo, it resonated, vibrating through the bones of those who dared to listen. I stood frozen, heart hammering against my ribs, memories clawing at the edges of consciousness. Father! The voice was a dagger, sharp and piercing. I turned, my breath catching, and there she was, Nefertari, her face streaked with tears, her eyes wide and wild like a hunted gazelle. The blood on her hands wasn't hers, it was the blood of a sacrifice. She had come to me, seeking the strength I feared I couldn't give. She was a child of the Nile, born from the earth, yet now she stood on the precipice of despair. Why, mother? Why must the gods demand this? Her voice trembled, the words choking on the weight of their meaning. It was a question that echoed through the ages, a question that cut to the core of who we were. The blood that flowed through our veins bound us to the earth, to the afterlife, to the very gods themselves. I could feel the mantra, the pulse of our ancestors whispering in my ear. Life is blood. Death is blood. The afterlife demands it. But what was this afterlife, really? I remembered the stories, the promises of eternal bliss in the field of reeds. Yet, they were nothing but illusions, mere shadows flickering in the light of our reality. I reached for her, my fingers brushing against her skin, warm and trembling. We must make it right, my child, I murmured, but those words felt hollow, like a lullaby sung to a dying ember. Nefertari's gaze shifted to the dark horizon, the endless expanse of stars above like the eyes of the fallen. What is a life without blood? What is a soul without sacrifice? She spoke as if unraveling, her thoughts tumbling like sand through her fingers. I could see the shadows of doubt creeping into her heart, tendrils of fear that coiled around her spirit, squeezing tighter with each beat. And then there was me, one who had tasted the bitterness of loss, who had bled for the dreams that lay scattered like ancient ruins. I remembered my own father, his final breath carried away on the wind, leaving behind a void that screamed like a banshee. His blood had spilled upon the earth, offered to the gods in a desperate plea for favor. The gods had turned away, leaving me to navigate the murky waters of grief alone. I had survived, but at what cost? Sometimes, I think the gods are just as afraid as we are, I whispered, half to myself, half to her. The words hung in the air, heavy like the scent of jasmine in the stillness. They demand blood, they demand sacrifice, but what do they give in return? Nefertari shook her head, her spirit flickering like a dying flame. They give us the chance to join them, to continue our journey beyond this life. But what if the blood we offer isn't enough? I swallowed hard, the taste of fear bitter on my tongue. In the corners of my mind, I saw the shadow of Anubis, the jackal-headed god who weighed the hearts of the deceased against the feather of Maat. What if we are left wanting? I asked, the question curling into the depths of our fears, the darkness that awaited beyond the veil. The city around us was a graveyard of whispers, even the stones seemed to tremble with the weight of our conversation. In the distance, I heard the echoes of wailing mourners, their cries entwined with the wild cries of the street vendors and the laughter of children, all existing in a fragile balance. How absurd that life continued while we stood on the brink of obliteration, teetering on the edge of some cosmic joke. Nefertari's hand tightened around mine, a lifeline in the storm. "I can't lose you too," she said, her voice breaking. "Not to the gods. Not to the blood." I could see the flicker of determination in her eyes, a small flame ignited against the overwhelming dark. "We will fight for our place in the afterlife. We will not be mere offerings. We are more than that." The words ignited something within me, a spark that warmed the cold chambers of my heart. In that moment, I remembered the stories of the warriors who had fought for their souls, who had challenged the very gods for a chance at immortality. I had forgotten that power, our ability to shape our destiny, to defy the very fabric of the cosmos. But as the night deepened, a chill settled over us. The shadows shifted and swirled, revealing glimpses of the past, specters of those who had come before us, their faces etched with sorrow and longing. They were reminders, ghosts of the blood that coursed through our lives, binding us to the earth. "Do you see them?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper, trembling with fear and awe. "Yes," she replied, her gaze unwavering. "They are waiting for us to remember. Waiting for us to reclaim our blood." A surge of defiance bubbled within me, battling against the tides of despair. It was a reckless, beautiful surge, the essence of human spirit refusing to be snuffed out. I pulled Nefertari closer, feeling the warmth of her body against mine, the bond of blood and spirit igniting like a flame. "Then we shall fight. We will carve a path through the darkness, and we will not become mere vessels for bloodshed." But as we stood together, defiantly clutching the remnants of hope, I felt an unsettling whisper, a cold breath against my neck that promised retribution. The night was a living entity, breathing in sync with our fears. I sensed the gods above, their eyes glimmering like the stars, watching, waiting. "Let them come," I said, heart racing. "Let them come." The promise of blood lingered in the air, a haunting melody that intertwined with our resolve. The shadows danced, ominous and alive, as I squeezed Nefertari's hand tighter, not knowing where this fight would lead us, or if we would ever see the dawn. But in that moment, the weight of the world fell away, leaving only the pulse of our hearts, the blood that flowed between us, and the unyielding fire of our will to live. A silence stretches across the moonlit landscape, thick and palpable, like the breath held before a storm. The shadows dance, whispering secrets as the ancient wooden door creaks open, and the stench of blood and despair floods the air. I remember the chill that gripped my spine like an icy hand, the darkness cradling me in its embrace. I remember the way my heart pounded, each beat an echo of dread. "They're coming," I thought, as the memory of her laughter haunted me, a cruel reminder of the joy that once filled these cursed halls. Althea stood at the threshold, her trembling hands clutching a dagger forged in the fires of desperation. Her eyes, wide and glistening, reflected the moonlight, and in that moment, they seemed to capture the very essence of fear. "They're not just stories, you know," she whispered, her voice barely a flutter of breath. "The Lamii are real. They'll come for us." I wanted to reach out, to tell her that fear was a liar, a deceptive companion spinning tales in the dark. But the words caught in my throat, choked by the weight of our shared past. I could see her trembling, a flicker of resolve battling against the despair threatening to engulf her. Althea was flawed, so achingly human, and yet her courage was a fragile thread tying her to this moment. Behind her, the shadows twisted, contorting into shapes that whispered of lost souls and bloodlust. I could almost feel the Lamii's breath on my neck, a cold caress promising terror. They were once women, beautiful and vibrant, cursed by the gods in their jealousy. Now, they were nightmares, blood-drinking demons prowling the edges of sanity, forever hungry and eternally damned. We had heard the tales woven by the firelight, tales of their seductive beauty and insatiable thirst. They prowled the night, luring the unwary with their soft songs, their silken skin glistening like moonlight on water. I remember how we laughed at the stories, dismissing them as mere myth, like the time Althea dared me to chase the shadows in the forest, her laughter ringing like chimes in the wind. But tonight, that laughter felt like a distant dream, shattered by the reality of our plight. "Althea, we can't stay here," I urged, glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see the Lamie's pale faces emerging from the dark. "We have to run." "You don't understand," she cried, her voice cracking, her fear spilling over. "They take more than life. They take your soul, your essence. You become a husk, a shadow of who you once were." Her words wrapped around me, a suffocating shroud, and I could feel my own essence flickering like a candle in the wind. I remember the night her brother disappeared, swallowed by the dark, and the way Althea had clung to me, her tiny frame shaking with terror. The Lamie had taken him, and now they were coming for us, hungry and relentless as the tide. Yonis! The name slipped from my lips like a prayer, a desperate hope that he would somehow answer. But the silence swallowed my words, leaving only the heavy heartbeat of the night. I remembered the way he laughed, a sound like music, bright and unyielding, now a mere ghost in the echoes of our memories. His absence was a hole in my heart, a void that screamed for closure. And then came the sound, a soft, chilling melody that wrapped around us, promising danger with every note. My skin crawled, and I knew we had only moments left. "They found us," I breathed, the realization washing over me like ice water. Althea's grip tightened around the dagger, her knuckles white, a last stand against the encroaching darkness. "We fight," she declared, a flicker of fierce determination igniting in her eyes. But the shadows were closing in, and the song of the Lamia grew louder, more seductive. I forced myself to look into her eyes, trying to anchor us both in that moment, to remind her of everything we had been through. "Althea, we are not alone. We have each other," I said, my voice a raw whisper, trembling with the weight of our shared history. "Remember the stories of old? The heroes who stood against the darkness? This is our moment." Her tears glistened like stars in the night, and I could see the flicker of hope buried beneath her fear. "You're right," she said, her voice steadying. "We are not just victims. We will not let them take us." But as the shadows converged, grotesque forms emerging from the depths of despair, I felt her resolve waver. The Lamii were upon us, their laughter mingling with the dark melody, a haunting symphony that promised madness. One stepped forward, her beauty obscured by her monstrous hunger, eyes glinting with a hunger that twisted my stomach. "Join us," she purred, voice dripping with seduction. "Your pain can be silenced. Embrace the night." I could see it in Althea's eyes, a flicker of longing, a wish to escape the torment of her past. I felt it too, a seductive whisper pulling at the edges of my despair, inviting surrender. "No!" I shouted, breaking the spell, fighting against the encroaching darkness. "We will not be your prey." In that instant, I remembered the warmth of sunlight, the joy of laughter, the taste of freedom. I remembered Yonis, the way he had made us promise to fight against the shadows. "We are more than your meal," I declared, and Althea echoed me, our voices rising against the tide of despair. Our defiance hung in the air, a fragile light flickering against the suffocating dark. But as the Lamii shrieked in fury, the weight of our fear crashed over us like waves, unrelenting, overwhelming. And in that moment, as the shadows closed in, all I could think was how the night had swallowed us whole. The Lamii would come, blood-drinking demons craving the essence of our very being. The confrontation loomed, an impending storm of despair and hope, and I was left grappling with the terrifying reality of our choices. Each heartbeat stretched into eternity as we stood in defiance, two imperfect souls bound by fear and resilience. The darkness screamed, and we would answer, together. The moon cast its pale light, illuminating our resolve for one last stand against the consuming night. The air crackled with a tense silence, a pregnant pause before the storm, as the ground trembled beneath the weight of unspoken fears. I stood there, heart pounding, mouth dry, as shadows twisted through the trees like whispers of the damned. The world felt heavy, steeped in the gravity of death and desire. I remember the way the moon hung low, almost mocking, a sickly yellow eye watching me from the heavens. It felt like the last breath before a scream. Persephone stood at the edge of the underworld, her skin pale as the moonlight filtering through an ancient grove. The ground around her pulsed with phantom life, roots winding like serpents, eager to pull her back. I could see the struggle etched into her features, the way her lips trembled, caught between the sweet allure of the earth's blossoms and the bitter pull of the darkened depths. She looked so fragile, yet so profoundly powerful. I remember the moment her gaze flickered to me, a spark of desperation igniting in her eyes. "Help me," she whispered, and the weight of her plea sank into my chest like a stone. But how could I help her when I felt the lingering cold from Hades lingering just behind, a dark shadow with a voice like gravel? I could hear the whispers of the dead, lost souls caught in the web of his domain, trapped between longing and oblivion. Hades, the Lord of Shadows, wore his power like a shroud, his presence both terrifying and intoxicating. I could see the glint of something dark and hungry in his eyes, a thirst that made the hairs on my arms stand on end. "Are you so eager to leave me?" he taunted, his voice smooth but laced with venom. He stepped forward, and I could almost feel the air chill with the weight of his gaze. "You think you can save her? You think love is enough?" There was a twisted pleasure in his words, a knowing smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. I could feel the desperation in Persephone's stance, the way she recoiled from him, even as he beckoned her closer with invisible strings. "No, it's not enough," she breathed, her voice a fragile wisp of smoke. "But I want more. More than just this darkness." In that moment, I understood the dance of their souls, a macabre ballet of love and possession, desire and despair. They were both so deeply flawed, so irrevocably broken, yet intertwined in ways that made the heart ache. Hades, with his unyielding grip on her, and Persephone, the unwitting queen who craved the light but belonged to the shadows. They were the embodiment of contrasts, yet they were inseparable, two halves of a cursed whole. "Run," I wanted to shout, but the words lodged in my throat, heavy as stone. How could I tell her to abandon him when I felt the weight of the world pressing down on us, the inevitability of fate lurking just out of sight? Suddenly, it hit me, a memory, sharp and vivid, of a time before this darkness consumed us. I remembered the laughter of children, the warmth of sunlight on skin, the smell of wildflowers blooming in fields untouched by grief. But that was a different world, one where love was innocent, unmarred by the harsh truths of betrayal and loss. I remember the day I found the first wildflower in winter, alone, defiant bloom breaking through the ice, and I thought, if a flower could survive, so could we. But here, standing between them, the coldness seeped deeper into my bones, an unshakable truth. Hades reached out, his fingers brushing against Persephone's, and the air crackled with a dark energy that made my heart race. "You belong to me," he murmured, and something in her flinched. It was the pain of possession, the bittersweet sting of love laced with poison. "I want to live," she gasped, and suddenly it was more than just a desire, it was a lifeline thrown into the abyss. Her yearning for freedom echoed in my chest, reverberating through the shadows that closed in around us. "I want to taste the sun, to feel the earth beneath my feet, to—" Hades' laughter cut her off, a sound so rich in malice that it sent shivers dancing down my spine. "You think you can escape? You think the sun will forgive you?" His voice twisted around her, a noose of inevitability tightening. "You are mine, sweet Persephone, forever caught in this dance of darkness." Time felt suspended, a cruel trick played by the cosmos. I could feel the heartbeat of the earth beneath me, quickening with each passing second, urging me to act, to break the cycle. But as I stared into Persephone's eyes, I saw fear and determination intertwining, a battle raging in the depths of her soul. She was caught, both in love and in chains, the eternal tug of war between light and dark, freedom and bondage. And Hades watched, an inscrutable smile on his lips, as if he relished the struggle, as if he thrived on her pain. I could see the cracks in his armor, the way his darkness flickered just beneath the surface, revealing the monster that lay beneath. He was a king, yes, but he was a king of ghosts, a master of despair. "Don't you see?" I wanted to scream, sensing the darkness close in, the abyss pulling at the edges of our souls. "Love doesn't belong to the dead." It breathes in the light. But the words caught in my throat, heavy with the weight of everything unsaid, and the air shimmered with an unsettling intensity, a moment poised on the edge of eternity. Would she choose her freedom, a chance to cut the strings that bound her, or would she succumb to the intoxicating grasp of the shadows that promised power but whispered of loss? And in the silence that followed, I felt the world shift, the axis of fate tremble beneath us like a storm about to break. A decision loomed, charged with the weight of every heartbeat, every breath shared in the darkness. I remember the way the moon shone down, indifferent, illuminating the tangled web of emotions that held us captive in this nightmarish waltz. There, at the precipice of choice, everything hung in the balance, a fragile thread weaving through the tapestry of our fates, binding us together in a haunting embrace, the darkness whispering promises of love and destruction intertwined. As I stood there, every heartbeat echoed with the inevitability of what was to come, a chilling reminder that in this dance between Hades and Persephone, the line between love and possession blurred, twisting into something ineffable, something that could either shatter us or set us free. And the night deepened, shadows stretching longer, wrapping us in a velvety darkness that promised an ending yet to be written. The moon hung low, a silver coin tossed into a vast, dark well, its light trembling against the shadows of a forest where every rustle felt like a whisper of doom. I stood alone, heart racing, as the trees whispered threats, ancient and thick, their gnarled branches clawing at the night sky. The air was cold, biting, and it gnawed at my skin like the teeth of something unseen, something lurking just beyond the reach of the moonlight. "Don't forget the salt," Marek had said, his voice shaking like a leaf, and I could still see the way his eyes darted, wild and frantic. That was hours ago, when we were just two foolish boys, laughing nervously over tales of the Upa, the Slavic vampire that haunted the edges of our village, a spectre woven into the fabric of our fears. But laughter had turned to dread, and the salt was a memory, slipping through my fingers in the growing darkness. Every heartbeat echoed in my ears as I thought of Elena. She had always been the brave one, the light in our small world, a beacon in the endless night. But bravery can twist into foolishness. She had ventured deeper into the forest, chasing shadows, convinced that the dark tales were merely stories spun to frighten children. "What's a little danger?" she'd laughed, her eyes sparkling with mischief, as she slipped away, a ghost vanishing into the trees, leaving us behind. "Where's Elena?" I whispered into the chilling silence. The question hung heavy, thick like the fog that crept along the ground. Marek's face paled, and for a moment, I thought I could see the remnants of our childhood innocence dissolve in the shadows. "I remember," he murmured, his voice cracking under the weight of memory. "I remember when we used to believe in nothing but the future." But the future had turned dark, a canvas splattered with blood and fear. The Upa was no fairy tale, it was a predator, stalking the fragile threads of our lives, and I could almost feel its hunger curling around me like smoke, suffocating. We stumbled through the underbrush, the crunch of leaves beneath our feet like the crack of bones snapping in the night. I could hear Marek's ragged breath beside me, each gasp a reminder of the urgency clawing at our chests. She wouldn't wander far, he insisted, but the doubt in his eyes told a different story, a story of what could happen when the darkness hungered. With each step, the air thickened, heavier than the ancient tales that wrapped around our village like a shroud. The stories of the Upa were whispers, hushed warnings passed between trembling lips, tales of a creature that feasted on the blood of the living, its skin cold as the grave. "Is it true?" I asked, the tremor in my voice betraying my fear. "Do they say you can see it, if you look close enough?" Marek's face twisted in a grimace, his features caught between denial and dread. "You see it in the eyes of the hunted," he breathed, the reflection of their soul, flickering like a candle about to be snuffed out. We pressed on, the night growing darker, and every shadow seemed to reach for us, tendrils of fear wrapping tighter around our throats. And then, a scream. A voice that shattered the night like glass, echoing through the trees, a sound I knew all too well. "Elena!" The name fell from my lips, a prayer, and a curse, and it propelled us forward, deeper into the maw of the forest. The darkness seemed to thicken, wrapping around us like a living cloak, and as we raced toward the sound, my heart pounded with a savage rhythm, a war drum in the dead of night. "Hold on!" I shouted, desperate for her to hear. "We're coming!" But the trees stood silent, witnesses to our folly, their branches swaying as if they laughed at our naivety. We stumbled upon a clearing, moonlight pouring down like spilled milk, illuminating a scene straight from a nightmare. Elena lay crumpled on the ground, her breath shallow, eyes wide, reflecting the horror that loomed just beyond the edges of the light. The Yupa stood over her, its presence a dark promise, the embodiment of every terror we had ever dared to imagine. Its eyes burned like coals, and the air crackled with the weight of its ancient hunger, a predator poised to strike. No! Marek's cry shattered my resolve, and the world spun as I leaped forward, an instinctual dance with death. I could feel the weight of history pressing down upon us, the centuries of fear woven into the very fabric of this moment. This was not merely folklore, this was the culmination of centuries of dread, a reminder that some monsters were born, not made. I remember the taste of fear, bitter and metallic, as I lunged at the Yupa, fists clenched, determination fueling my every step. I could hear Marek behind me, a ragged breath that echoed in the stillness, and then a scream, a primal sound that reverberated through the trees, filling the air with a haunting melody of courage and despair. In that instant, time warped. Memories crashed like waves, childhood laughter, the sun-drenched days, nights spent staring at the stars as we spun tales of the impossible. All of that faded, replaced by the urgency of now, the need to protect the light in the darkness. A heartbeat, a single moment stretched into eternity as I faced the Yupa, every fiber of my being screaming for survival, for Elena, for a world untouched by this ancient evil. The moon blazed above, a cold witness to the struggle between life and death, between the light we cherished and the darkness that threatened to consume us. The Yupa's gaze bore into me, and I felt the connection, a shared understanding, the hunger of countless generations pulsing between us. It was a dance of shadows, an ancient ritual that bound us, and as I fell into its depths, I could feel the weight of history pressing down. And then I remembered the salt. The tales of protection, of warding off the darkness, and I fumbled through my pockets, adrenaline surging, desperation clawing at my mind. As the moonlight flickered, illuminating the battle for Elena's soul, I understood that this was not just a fight for survival. It was a reckoning with the past, a confrontation with the legends that haunted us. The Yupa was more than a monster, it was a symbol of our fears, the embodiment of everything we had tried to outrun. But as the darkness clawed at my heart, I refused to yield. I could hear Elena's breath, rasping and fragile, a reminder of what was at stake. And I could feel the tension thick in the air, each heartbeat a countdown to an inevitable clash, a moment where the light could either shine through the encroaching darkness or be swallowed whole. It was then that I realized, in the deepest shadows of my soul, that this wasn't just a fight against the Yupa. This was a fight for all of us, our past, our dreams, our very humanity. The weight of history hung heavy in the air, a reminder that some battles were meant to be fought, even against the most ancient of terrors. As I stood there, facing the Yupa, I could feel the echoes of countless souls who had faced this creature before, their whispers urging me forward. The darkness loomed, but so did the promise of dawn, a reminder that even in the deepest night, the stars could still shine. And with that thought, I took a step forward, ready to confront the shadows. The chill of a moonless night hung heavy in the air, thick as fog, wrapping itself around the small village like a shroud. I stood in the shadow of the ancient oak, its gnarled branches reaching toward the darkened sky, fingers curling like skeletal hands. The silence was deafening, save for the distant echo of a woman's low sobs, a haunting melody that slithered through the stillness, pulling me closer. I remember the weight of dread pressing down on my chest, the palpable fear that thrummed beneath my skin. Something terrible was about to unfold, and I was caught in the web of fate, unable to turn away. Elena was said to have a beauty that could launch 1,000 ships. They said her laughter could pierce the heart of darkness, but all I heard was the shattering of her spirit. I watched her from a distance, a flickering candle in a storm, as her heart broke anew with every whispered rumor, every sneering glance. She stood by the well, clutching a cracked jug, her knuckles white and strained under the pressure of her own despair. The rumors had come, like a plague, infesting the village with tales of her encounters with the shadowy figure that haunted her dreams. An incubus, they whispered, a demon of night, stealing her breath, her sanity, piece by piece. I remember the shadows in her eyes, the way they had grown darker, deeper, haunted by the presence of something unearthly. I had known her laughter once, a sound so sweet, now replaced by the echoes of torment. I should have reached out to her, but fear is a coward's companion, and I was just as afraid of the darkness that sought her. My heart raced each time I saw her gaze drift to the horizon, her thoughts entangled with something sinister lurking just beyond reach, her breath hitching at the thought of the next encounter. Then there was Rowan, a man torn between loyalty and desire, passion and duty. He had loved Elena in silence, a love that blossomed in the shadows, nurtured by stolen glances and unspoken words. But as her nights became consumed by the incubus, his heart twisted with an aching urgency. He watched her fade, a spectre of her former self, and in the silence, a tempest brewed. I could feel the crackle of electricity in the air as he searched for answers, driven by desperation, hoping to pull her back from the abyss. But how could a mere mortal counter the whims of a demon? How could he fight the alluring whispers that danced like smoke around her? Every night, he would whisper, voice tremulous, I hear her cries. I hear her voice calling to me. The weight of his words crumpled around us, heavy with the gravity of his torment. And I understood then, the true nature of his battle. It was not just to save her, but to reclaim his own heart from the crushing grip of helplessness. In the darkness of the night, time blurred. It was as if each tick of the clock echoed louder, marking the seconds of despair. I could see the way the villagers whispered behind closed doors, the way their eyes darted toward the shadows, fearful of what the night might bring. They spoke of succubi too, creatures who lured men into dreams of ecstasy, only to drain their life force with every passionate encounter. Men would return pale and weak, haunted by the specters of fleeting pleasure. The irony was that in their quest for fulfillment, they traded their very souls, a macabre dance of desire and despair. I remember the scent of the earth, damp and rich, mingling with the decay of forgotten dreams. One night, as the village simmered in silence, I felt the electric pulse of fear coursing through my veins. Elena had not returned from the forest, shadows swallowed her whole. Rowan, frantic, searched for her among the ancient trees, but I could see the sweat beading on his brow, the flicker of doubt dancing in his eyes. Would he find her, or would he too become ensnared in the web of darkness that the incubus wove around her? Don't you understand? He cried to the night, his voice cracking like a fragile glass. I will not let her go. I refuse. But the winds howled, mocking his resolve as the moonlight flickered like a dying candle. In that moment, I found myself torn between the two, a witness to their struggle, their agony, their yearning. I felt the beating of their hearts like a war drum, echoing through the silence, an anthem of despair that fueled my own dread. Suddenly, a scream pierced the night, a sound so raw, so unearthly, it sent shivers down my spine. It was Elena, a cry that resonated with the very fabric of my soul, igniting a flame of terror within me. Rowan's face twisted in horror, he ran, propelled by instinct, a primal force driving him toward the source of her anguish. I hesitated, but the urgency of the moment swallowed my fear whole, and I followed, driven by an invisible tether. Through the trees, we stumbled upon a clearing bathed in ghostly light. There, beneath the pallid glow of the moon, Elena writhed, trapped in a web spun from nightmares. The incubus loomed over her, a silhouette of twisted desires, its eyes gleaming with a hunger that chilled my very core. Let her go! Rowan roared, his voice a tempest, a defiance against the dark. But the creature merely laughed, a sound like shattered glass, echoing with the promise of despair. She is mine, it hissed, a serpent's tongue tasting the air, and she delights in the dance we share. Elena looked up, eyes glazed and enchanted, caught in a trance that twisted my gut with horror. I could see the remnants of her spirit flickering like a candle flame, fighting against the tide of darkness that threatened to drown her. Rowan, she breathed, a whisper of longing and fear. Help me, the world twisted and turned, time losing its grip as the confrontation exploded into chaos. I could feel the weight of the night pressing down on us, the air thick with tension and despair. Their hearts beat as one, love and fear entwined in a maddening dance. And just as the climax of their struggle reached a fever pitch, the shadows deepened, swallowing the light. I felt a knot form in my stomach, a sense of dread that threatened to suffocate me. The night was far from over, the true battle lay ahead, and I was caught in the eye of the storm, helplessly watching as the worlds of the living and the damned collided. I remember the silence that followed, heavy and suffocating, like a grave closing around us, and I knew then that no matter the outcome, nothing would be the same. The line between desire and despair blurred, and as I stood in the thickening dark, I felt the chill of the incubus's laughter echoing in my bones, a promise of what was to come. The wind howled like a banshee, hurling itself against the rotting facade of the old church. The weight of the night hung heavy, thick as the fog that clung to the cobbled streets, weaving through the alleys like a spectral lover searching for lost souls. In the shadows, a figure lurked, heart pounding, breath shallow, feeling the pulse of the city, the pulse of a nightmare lurking just beneath the skin. I remembered whispers echoing in my ears, tales of the Necronomicon, stories that clawed at the edges of my sanity. The ground trembled, not from the tremors of the earth, but from the fear coursing through me, visceral and alive. "Grant, don't!" The voice of my sister, Eliza, shattered the night, piercing through the suffocating dread that enveloped us. She stood there, trembling, eyes wide and shimmering with a mixture of fear and determination. I wanted to reach out, to pull her back into the safety of the familiar, but the allure of the unknown, of forbidden knowledge, sang to me like a siren. "I have to know," I replied, my voice a tightrope stretched over an abyss, wavering but unbroken. "The truth is out there, Eliza. It's waiting for us." I could feel it, the seductive pull of ancient secrets lurking in the dark. But with every step I took closer, I felt the weight of despair clawing at my heart. The Necronomicon wasn't just a book, it was a gateway, a dark promise whispered in the void, offering revelation at an unimaginable cost. The night around us seemed to pulse with life, a heartbeat echoing through the silence. I remembered the stories from long ago, narratives drenched in blood and shadow, recounting the rise of creatures that defied comprehension. Vampires, they were called, but not the romanticized specters of popular lore, no. These were beasts that thrived in the chasms between stars, feeding not just on blood but on dreams, on the very essence of existence. Eliza's hand gripped mine, her fingers cold as the grave. "You don't understand, Grant. What if we unleash something we can't control?" There was raw emotion in her voice, a plea wrapped in panic. She was right. In my relentless thirst for knowledge, I had forgotten the lessons etched into the walls of our shared childhood, the warnings shrouded in superstition that always brushed against the edges of our reality. But it was too late. The door creaked open, an ancient groan that seemed to awaken spirits long forgotten. Shadows danced inside, flickering like candles in the wind, and I stepped forward, drawn by an invisible thread of fate. "We can't turn back now," I whispered, though the words felt like a betrayal to the bond we shared. Inside, the air was thick with secrets, charged with a power that thrummed against my skin. The Necronomicon lay on a pedestal, its cover worn and cracked, as if the very fabric of reality had bled into it over centuries. My heart raced. I remembered the stories of its creation, of the mad Arab Abdul al-Hazred who scribbled the dark truths revealed to him by entities from beyond the stars. It felt as though the book was breathing, waiting for a touch, for a voice. "Look at it," I murmured, entranced, the words slipping from my lips like an incantation. "Can't you feel it calling to us?" But the thrill was laced with a bitter aftertaste, a sense of foreboding that threatened to choke me. Eliza stepped back, the terror in her eyes stark against the pallid glow of the moonlight filtering through cracked stained glass. "This isn't us, Grant. This isn't who we are." But her voice felt distant, muffled by the weight of inevitability. I could see the fear coiling around her, a serpent ready to strike. "Then who are we?" I lashed out, desperation weaving through my words. "Are we just shadows of who we could be, living in fear and ignorance?" My breath hitched, caught in the throes of an unyielding conflict. I wanted the truth, but at what cost? The yearning in my chest clawed at me, but so did the bond with my sister, a connection as deep as blood, yet frayed by the looming darkness of my obsessions. The book beckoned, and I felt a pulse, a resonance that echoed through the very fabric of reality, intertwining with my thoughts, whispering promises of power and understanding. What if we could control it? I ventured, the words tasting foreign and dangerous on my tongue. What if we could harness it? But Eliza's face twisted in anguish, as if I had struck her. "You don't know what you're saying." Her voice cracked like glass, the weight of her fear crashing against the walls of my resolve. "You're playing with forces beyond your comprehension." I wanted to shout, to drown her out with my need for discovery, but a flicker of doubt began to creep in. In that moment, amidst the swirling shadows and the whispers of madness, I saw a reflection of myself, haunted, consumed by a hunger for knowledge that threatened to devour everything in its path. The echoes of my past swirled around me in memories of laughter, of innocence lost in the pursuit of truths too horrific to grasp. I remembered the city we'd grown up in, its dark corners and flickering streetlights, where dreams collided with nightmares, where monsters lurked under the bed and in the recesses of the mind. I remember, I whispered, a mantra against the encroaching dread. I remember, but the words fell hollow amidst the chaos. The Necronomicon pulsed with life, a heartbeat intertwined with the night's agony, and I was drawn into its depths. I felt the shadows crawling closer, the darkness wrapping around me like a long-lost lover, promising intimacy with the cosmic horrors that lay just beyond the veil of comprehension. Eliza's voice shattered the moment, raw and trembling. "We have to leave, Grant, before it's too late." I hesitated, torn between the dark promise of knowledge and the light of my sister's love. The universe loomed above us, vast and uncaring, a reminder of how small we truly were, how fragile our existence. In that instant, the door slammed shut behind us, a resounding finality that echoed through the chamber. I caught a glimpse of her face, the fear mingling with defiance, and felt the world collapse around me. And then I knew, this was not just a quest for knowledge. It was a dance with the abyss, inviting us to plunge into its depths. The Necronomicon whispered our names, a siren call that promised to unravel the very fabric of our souls. As the shadows gathered, I could feel time slipping through my fingers like grains of sand, and I understood that our choices would forever echo in the cosmic void. And deep down, amidst the chaos, I felt the heartbeat of a truth that was as terrifying as it was intoxicating, binding us to the horrors of the universe, forever entwined in its dark embrace. The moon hung like a wretched lantern in the pitch-black sky, casting a silver sheen on the gnarled trees that clawed at the darkness. Underneath that ghostly glow, Amma could hear the whispers of the night, the rustles of leaves, the distant croaking of frogs, and something else, something more sinister. Her heart raced, a drum beating in time with the primal pulse of the jungle that surrounded her. She felt it before she saw it, that suffocating dread creeping in, wrapping around her throat like a noose. "I remember," she whispered, her voice barely audible against the symphony of the night. "I remember the stories. The Asanbosam, the bloodsucker. A monster that preyed on the unwary." Her breath hitched. The tales were supposed to be mere folklore, figments of the imagination, figments woven into the fabric of her childhood, but as the wind howled like a banshee, she felt those stories rise to life around her. Shadows shifted, and her mind spun with memories of elders warning children to stay close to home, to never venture out after dark. "They'll take you," they'd said with eyes wide and trembling. "They'll suck you dry." But tonight, it was not just the stories that haunted her, it was her brother, Kofi. A boy with laughter that could brighten the darkest of days. A boy who had ventured too far into this very jungle, his laughter now replaced with silence. She had come searching for him, she had to. Even though every instinct urged her to flee the grasp of the night, she pressed forward, each hesitant step echoing her fears. Across the clearing, a flicker of movement caught her eye. A figure hunched low, its skin a pale canvas against the inky shadows, a silhouette of flesh and nightmare. She froze, heart pounding, pulse a wild cacophony in her ears. "Kofi," she called, her voice cracking, desperation clawing at her throat. No response. Just the rustle of leaves, the mocking laughter of unseen creatures. And then, it appeared, the Asanbosam emerged from the darkness, its elongated limbs twisting unnaturally, its legs like iron hooks, ready to ensnare. Jagged teeth glistened in the moonlight, a savage smile that sent a chill spiraling down her spine. "Blood," it hissed, the word dripping with malice. Amma's mind raced through the stories of her childhood, each detail sharpening in vivid clarity. It had haunting eyes, blood-red and unblinking, with a hunger that could never be satiated. "Kofi," she whispered again, this time softer, more afraid. "Where are you?" The creature sniffed the air, its nostrils flaring. It turned its gaze towards her, locking eyes with the essence of her fear. In that moment, time warped, stretching as if the universe paused to savor her terror. She could hear her own heartbeat, feel the warmth of her own blood rushing through her veins. She was prey, and the predator was hungry. But anger surged within her. Anger that Kofi had wandered too far. Anger at the stories that kept children from living, suffocating them in fear. She straightened, a spark igniting in her chest as she squared her shoulders. "You want blood?" she growled, voice trembling but fierce. "Then come and take it." And then she saw him, a flash of movement behind the Asanbosam. Kofi, struggling against the tendrils of darkness. "Amma," he gasped, his voice raw, the terror palpable in his tone. "Help!" Her heart shattered, 1,000 shards of glass digging into her flesh. "I'm coming," she screamed, launching forward, tearing through the underbrush, branches clawing at her skin. The Asanbosam twisted, its eyes glinting with malevolence, hungry for the chase. As she reached Kofi, she could see the bruises forming on his arms, the rawness of the struggle etched into his skin. "Hold on," she cried, grabbing his hand, feeling the warmth of his pulse, the desperate rhythm of his life. Together, they ran, their feet pounding the earth in a frantic race against something that thrived in darkness. But the forest was alive, watching, waiting, each creak and rustle resonating like a sinister laugh. The Asanbosam advanced, its sharp claws raking through the air, tearing into their resolve. They stumbled together, hearts racing in a symphony of panic. "I remember," Kofi panted, "the stories, Amma. Are they true?" "I don't know," she shouted, her desperation clawing at her insides. "But we can't let it win." As they pushed deeper into the shadows, the world morphed into a nightmare, an amalgamation of fear and desperation. The trees whispered secrets, the ground trembled beneath their feet, and the night itself seemed to conspire against them. In that moment, the memory of their mother's voice floated through the chaos, the way she'd sung lullabies of hope at bedtime, spun tales of courage that defied darkness. No matter what, she had said, love will always find a way, even in the deepest shadows. Kofi stumbled again, and Amma felt the weight of their situation press against her chest like a vice. "We have to keep going," she urged, pulling him along, blood pounding in her ears. But the Asanbosam was relentless, a shadow that clung to their heels, its breath hot and rancid. "You're too late," it taunted, voice a growl that echoed through the trees. "You're already mine." But the bond between them, a tether forged in love and desperation, held strong. They wouldn't give in, not now, not ever. As their laughter faded into despair, they forged ahead, a flickering light against the encroaching dark. And as they emerged from the thicket, the city lights beckoned like stars falling from the heavens, a promise of safety. But even as they broke free from the grasp of the jungle, a whisper lingered in the air, the Asanbosam's laughter, chilling and insatiable, echoing like a cruel reminder that darkness always lurked close. As they stumbled into the light, a flicker of hope ignited within Amma. Yet, as the shadows danced behind them, she knew this was only the beginning. They hadn't escaped the monster, they had merely transitioned into a world where the bloodsucker was still hungry, awaiting, watching, and ready to strike again. "I remember," Kofi breathed, clutching Amma's hand, his voice trembling as their eyes met, the fear still raw. "We've only just begun." And as the echoes of the past entwined with their present, they braced themselves against the looming shadows, knowing the battle was far from over. The moon hung high, casting a silvery glow over the abandoned village, its light spilling like spilled ink across the ground. I stood there, breath caught in my throat, heart pounding against my rib cage like a caged animal desperate to escape. The air was thick with dread, a palpable force that twisted around me, wrapping its cold fingers around my neck. In the distance, an eerie silence swelled, mingling with the whispers of the past. It was a silence so deep, it felt like the world was holding its breath. I remember the stories, the way my grandmother recounted them with wide eyes, her voice a trembling echo of fear and fascination. "There are things that linger beyond the grave," she would say, "things that hunger, that haunt, that cannot find peace." I never believed her, until now. Kai was by my side, his face a mask of terror mixed with something else, something darker. I could see the flicker of doubt in his eyes, a question that gnawed at him like a predator waiting for its moment to strike. Was this real? Were we truly standing at the edge of a world where the living and the dead intertwined in a grotesque dance? The shadows seemed to pulse around him, alive and watching, and I felt the urge to reach out, to pull him back from the precipice of his own fears. "Do you hear that?" he whispered, voice barely more than a quiver in the night. My heart skipped. I didn't want to hear anything. Not the rustle of leaves, not the distant wail of the wind, not the faint echo of footsteps that seemed to draw nearer. But I was compelled to listen, as if the universe had conspired to force every sound upon me, a cacophony of terror just waiting to erupt. And then I saw her. A figure, robed in white, standing still in the distance, her hair cascading like a waterfall of ink over her shoulders. She was a hungry ghost, a spectre of despair, a soul trapped between worlds. I felt the air thicken, the temperature drop, as if the universe itself was mourning her torment. My breath hitched, and I could feel Kai's body tense beside me, his fear mingling with an unsettling fascination. "Is she real?" he gasped, eyes wide, though the answer danced just out of reach. I wanted to tell him, wanted to scream that this was a nightmare we would wake from, but the words caught in my throat. Instead, I took a step forward, drawn to her like a moth to the flame, and in that moment, I realized she wasn't just a ghost. She was sorrow personified, an embodiment of lost dreams and shattered hopes. I remember the tales. The Jiangshi, those reanimated corpses, with their stiff limbs and deathly pallor, moving as if pulled by invisible strings. They were said to drain the life from the living, to feast on fear and despair. I shivered, recalling the warning in my grandmother's voice, "Beware the Jiangshi. They come for the unwary, feeding on your soul until there is nothing left but a hollow shell." "Run," I whispered, the word falling from my lips like a prayer. But Kai was frozen, transfixed by the ghost. I could see the memory flicker behind his eyes, a deep-seated regret that clawed at his heart. Had he lost someone? Was that why he was here, standing so close to the darkness? I wanted to shake him, to pull him back into the safety of the living, but the force of her presence was magnetic, a gravitational pull that threatened to swallow us whole. The ground trembled beneath us, a deep rumble that echoed through the very bones of the earth. I felt it in my chest, a heartbeat synced with the pulse of something ancient and powerful. The ghost turned her head, her gaze locking onto mine, a gaze that pierced through me. I saw the pain, the loss, the longing for release. My heart ached for her, for all the spirits caught in this liminal space, craving something they could never have. "Please," I wanted to say, "I understand your pain." But my voice was lost in the wind, carried away like ash scattered in the night. I took another step forward, my heart racing, grappling with the fear and compassion that warred within me. And then, like a sudden storm, everything shifted. The air crackled with energy, shadows twisting in on themselves as if trying to escape the weight of the moment. A Jiangshi appeared, its eyes glowing like dying embers, moving with a jerky grace that made the hairs on my arm stand on end. I could almost smell the death clinging to its skin, a rotten perfume that clawed at my throat. Kai's breath quickened, panic spilling over his features. "What do we do?" he stammered, but the question hung in the air, unanswered. "We run!" I shouted, the urgency spilling out of me like water from a crack, but my feet felt rooted to the ground. I remember the darkness swirling around us, the ghost lingering like a memory I couldn't shake. She was a reminder of loss, of everything that we'd left unaddressed, and in that moment, I understood, the Jiangshi and the hungry ghosts weren't just tales to frighten children, they were reflections of our own struggles, our fears, our regrets. They were the shadows we cast in our own lives, the burdens we carried. With a surge of adrenaline, I reached for Kai, my fingers closing around his wrist, and I pulled him toward the trees, the ancient guardians of secrets untold. As we ran, I felt her gaze linger on us, heavy and full of unspoken sorrow, and I realized I was leaving her behind, just like I had left so many others. But in that moment, I also felt a flicker of hope. We were alive. We had the chance to confront our demons, to face the ghosts that haunted us still. As the Jiangshi followed, their cries echoing in the darkness, I held Kai closer, reminded of the gravity of the living. Time blurred, the night twisting around us like a tapestry woven of fears and dreams. There were no conclusions, no neatly wrapped endings. Only the haunting melody of the past, the flickering dance of light and shadow, and the promise that our paths would cross again, in this life or the next, as we continue to run beneath the watchful gaze of the restless spirits, forever entwined in a dance of life and death. The church bells tolled midnight, but the air hung thick with tension, as though the very fabric of the night held its breath. Shadows danced across the cobblestone streets, flickering like dying embers. I stood there, trembling, heart thrumming like a caged bird, as the weight of two worlds collided. The sacred and the damned. Saints and sinners. And oh, the vampires lurking just beyond the flickering lamplight. I remember the chill that swept through me, like the grasp of a cold, unforgiving hand. It was then that I saw her, standing beneath the arch of the ancient cathedral, a woman clad in white, her face a mask of serene determination. Isabella. She was a beacon in the dark, a scent carved from the whispers of long-forgotten prayers, and yet in that moment, I could sense the storm brewing inside her like a tempest waiting to be unleashed. Isabella! I called, my voice breaking through the silence like a knife. You can't face them alone. But she turned her gaze toward me, and her eyes held a depth of sorrow I couldn't fathom. This isn't just about me, Samuel. It's about redemption. About freeing those who linger in the shadows. Her voice, soft yet resolute, sent a shiver down my spine. I wanted to pull her back, to shield her from the horror she sought to confront, the ancient curse that had turned our city into a breeding ground for darkness. Night after night, the whispers grew louder, tales of blood-sucking fiends who prowled the alleyways, hunting for souls to enslave. I had seen the victims, pale, lifeless shells, their eyes hollow, reflecting the horrors they had endured. But it was not just the vampires that haunted us. A deep-rooted conflict raged inside me, a gnawing doubt that echoed the very teachings we had grown up with. My faith, once so pure, had been tainted by uncertainty. Was I a sinner, destined for damnation? Or could I find solace in the arms of the divine? The lines blurred like smoke, wrapping around me in an embrace I couldn't escape. As I stood there, caught between my desires and despair, another figure slipped into the darkness. Father Matteo, a man with a heart heavy under the weight of his own sins. He had once been a warrior of faith, wielding scripture like a sword, but now he bore the scars of doubt. You must understand, Samuel, he implored, his voice cracking like dry twigs underfoot. The creatures of the night are not the only monsters. We, too, are marked by our choices. His words echoed in my mind, reverberating like the tolling of the bells. Choices. Sins. Redemption. They twisted and turned, leaving me gasping for clarity. I had loved Isabella from afar, my heart a prisoner of my inaction, and now, thrust into this maelstrom, I was faced with a choice that could seal my fate. Could I stand by and let her confront the darkness alone? Or would I join her, risking everything for a chance at salvation? The shadows shifted, and I felt it, the pulse of something ancient lurking just beyond the veil. A cold wind brushed against my neck, and I turned, heart racing, as a figure emerged from the darkness. Tall, elegant, with an otherworldly grace. Lucian. The very embodiment of the vampire mythos, his presence a swirling concoction of danger and allure. His smile was a crescent moon, beautiful, yet hiding teeth sharper than daggers. Isabella, he purred, voice smooth as silk, the night is young, and I have much to offer you. Power, freedom from the shackles of faith, and an eternity unfettered by the weight of sin. I felt the air crackle with tension, the very atmosphere alive with unspoken words. Isabella's eyes flickered between Lucian and me, torn between salvation and damnation, saint and sinner. The conflict within her mirrored my own, a painful reflection of the choices that lay before us. I could almost hear the clock ticking, counting down to an inevitable confrontation. Lies, she spat, her resolve hardening like iron. You offer nothing but a gilded cage, Lucian. I seek to free those who suffer under your shadow, not join them. The tension cracked like thunder, and I stepped forward, fists clenched. You don't understand, Isabella. I shouted, desperation clawing at my voice. It's not just about them or us. It's about the fight within ourselves. Can we truly embrace the light while we harbor such darkness? The question hung in the air, heavy and pregnant with meaning. In that instant, the city around us faded, the past and future collapsing into the present, the here and now where choices rippled like waves on a lake's surface. The ghosts of our past loomed large, casting long shadows over our hearts. The moon, a noble witness to our plight, watched as Isabella took a step closer to Lucian, and in that moment, I felt like a distant star, flickering in the unforgiving cosmos. The night whispered secrets, tales of saints who had fallen and sinners who had risen, and I stood at the precipice, heart pounding, mind racing. And as the night deepened, it became clear this was no ordinary battle. It was a war for our very souls. The vampires were not just monsters lurking in the shadows, they were mirrors reflecting the darkness that resided within us all. The lines of morality, faith, and love blurred, each heartbeat echoing with the weight of our choices. The world spun, memories flooding back, dreams intertwining with reality. I thought of my childhood, of the teachings that had once filled my heart with hope, and now felt like chains binding me to a fate I couldn't embrace. I remembered the laughter of friends long gone, the weight of loss pressing down like a shroud, and the desperation of souls searching for light in an all-consuming darkness. The choice loomed before us, a terrifying and exhilarating abyss. Would I plunge into that darkness, risking it all for love? Or would I cling to the vestiges of faith, content to remain a silent witness in a world poised on the edge of chaos? As the clock struck 1, the city seemed to inhale, the night holding its breath for what was to come. In the heart of that turmoil, I felt alive, the electric thrill of possibility, and the chilling embrace of doubt. In the sacred shadows of our existence, we stood together, poised on the brink of a reckoning that would define us forever. The air was thick, pregnant with an unsettling silence, as Myra stood at the precipice of the forgotten graveyard, the moon a pale witness to her wretched despair. Each heartbeat pulsed like a drum in her ears, a cruel reminder that time was slipping away, just as her hope had. She could almost hear the whispers of the dead surrounding her, beckoning her closer, their ghostly fingers grazing her skin like a lover's caress gone wrong. Shadows danced around her, flickering in the moonlight, and somewhere in the distance, a wolf howled, a sound that chilled her blood and ignited a primal fear deep within. I remember, she murmured, but the words hung in the air like a spectre, haunting and hollow. I remember the night I was reborn. Rebirth, they called it, this cursed existence that tethered her to the darkness. She didn't choose it, it chose her. The bite was a lover's kiss, the pain both exquisite and agonizing, a reminder that she was no longer human, no longer whole. Was she even alive if the sun could not kiss her skin? She wanted to scream, wanted to claw at her chest as if she could rip out the curse that pulsed within her veins, but fear gripped her throat, stifling her cries into a muted fog. Don't be afraid, Myra. The voice cut through the silence, smooth as silk yet frayed with sorrow. It was Julian, his pale figure emerging from the shadows like a ghost, his eyes glowing with a fierce intensity that both terrified and enchanted her. We're not monsters. We're just misunderstood. Misunderstood. The word echoed in her mind, a fragile thread of hope woven through despair. She wanted to believe him, to cling to the notion that they were not the beasts the world painted them to be, but something more. Yet the weight of her hunger clawed at her, the ravenous need for warmth and blood swirling in her gut like a storm. It was an animalistic urge that whispered sweet promises but delivered only torment. I remember, she whispered again, her voice shaking. I remember when I could walk in the light. Julian stepped closer, his expression shifting from anguish to determination. Then we break free. Together. But what was freedom for a creature forged in darkness? Freedom tasted like ashes on her tongue, a bitter reminder of everything she had lost. The memories flooded her senses, her family's laughter, the warmth of sunlight on her face, the mundane beauty of existence. Now, all that remained were shadows and echoes. As if summoned by her thoughts, the shadows thickened, coalescing into a figure that made her stomach drop, a looming presence that promised danger. Tiberius, an ancient vampire with a heart as cold as the grave, emerged like a nightmare given flesh. His smile was a cruel twist of fate, an invitation to a dance they had all long forgotten. Myra, Myra, my sweet. His voice dripped with sarcasm, a twisted serenade. You still believe in fairy tales? You think there's a way out of this? We are the night, dear girl. Embrace it. The darkness pulsed around them, closing in like a vice, and Myra felt the panic creeping up her spine. Tiberius thrived on their fear, relishing every flinch, every darting glance, as if it filled him with power. She could see why Julian had once admired him. His charisma was intoxicating, but beneath that charm lay a monster, a puppet master pulling strings in the shadows. Leave her be, Tiberius, Julian growled, stepping protectively in front of Myra. The air crackled with their tension, an electric current that threatened to ignite the night. She could feel her heart racing, not just from fear but from the burgeoning flame of defiance that flickered in her chest. Ah, the noble knight rises, Tiberius laughed, a sound that echoed through the graveyard, shattering the fragile silence. You think you can challenge me? You're but a fledgling. You're barely a shadow of the creature you could be. I may be a fledgling, but I will not be your pawn, Myra shouted, the words clawing their way out of her throat, raw and jagged. I refuse to be a ghost trapped in someone else's story. The world around them shifted, and for a moment, the moon's glow seemed to intensify, illuminating their faces like a stage set for a tragedy. Tiberius's smile faltered slightly, and in that slip of confidence, a flicker of hope ignited in Myra's chest. Do you hear that, Tiberius? She pressed, voice filled with conviction. No one deserves to walk in the darkness forever. We may be punished souls, but we can choose to fight. We can choose to defy the curse. Her words hung in the air, thick with emotion. Time slowed as she locked eyes with Julian, the unspoken bond between them stronger than any curse. In that moment, she wasn't just a vampire, she was a warrior, a survivor, a being of light fighting to reclaim her soul. Let's end this, Julian declared, his voice a low rumble, a promise wrapped in steel. And as the shadows twisted, and Tiberius's laughter transformed into something darker, something primal, Myra and Julian stood side by side, hearts pounding like war drums. The battle wouldn't just be against the ancient vampire, it was against the darkness that clung to their very essence, the darkness that whispered sweet nothings and buried their pain in obscurity. Together, we can shatter the night, Myra breathed, the words a mantra that pulsed through her veins, stronger than any hunger, brighter than any moon. The confrontation loomed, a tempest of emotion swirling around them, as they prepared to face not only Tiberius but the darkness within themselves. The graveyard was alive, teeming with the weight of their pasts, the echoes of the damned, and the possibility of redemption. Let's make this a night to remember, Tiberius sneered, the shadows licking at his heels as he advanced. A storm brewed, and with it came the promise of change. Myra could feel it, a suffocating tension that thrummed beneath her skin, a raw energy igniting her senses. No longer would she be a ghost trapped in a story not of her making. She was here. She was alive. And she would fight. The night held its breath, the clock ticking ominously, ready to unleash its darkest secrets. As they braced for the inevitable clash, time itself seemed to fracture, the universe swirling around them like a cosmic dance of chaos and fate. In that moment, they were more than vampires. They were the tempest, the fire against the dark, and the echoes of hope that would refuse to fade. The clock struck midnight, and the air hung thick with the weight of dread. A lone figure stood on the edge of an ancient forest, trembling beneath the ghostly glow of an unyielding moon. Elena remembered the stories, the whispers that snaked through taverns and lingered on the lips of trembling children. Do not stray into the woods after dark, they would say, for the night is home to things that hunger. Her heart raced, pounding against her ribcage like a desperate prisoner. She was here to confront the truth that had haunted her family for generations. The vampire. That wretched creature of folklore, seeping from the shadows into her very bloodline. I remember the night my father vanished, she mused, drawing her shawl closer around her shoulders. The chill danced along her spine. I remember the cold grip of fear as my mother wept, her cries echoing through the hollow halls of our home, a symphony of despair that still lingers. What she had not known then was that his legend would become her own, a grotesque inheritance wrapped in myth and sorrow. Behind her, a breath, deep and ragged. It was Thomas, her childhood friend, who had followed her into this cursed night. "Elena, we shouldn't," he began, but she silenced him with a glare sharper than the edge of any blade. His brows furrowed, she could see the conflict in his eyes. "You're chasing ghosts," he whispered, the words barely audible. "You'll find nothing but darkness." But he too was haunted, his brother, lost to the lure of the night just a year before, swept away by a creature whose name was a curse on every tongue. "I must know," she breathed, stepping into the woods with a determined stride, each crunch of fallen leaves beneath her boot sending shivers of anticipation racing through her body. "I must know what took him." Thomas hesitated, then followed, the shadows swallowing them both whole. The deeper they ventured, the more the night wrapped around them like a suffocating shroud, a cloak woven from fears and whispers. "I remember the tales," he murmured, his voice trembling. "The blood drinkers of our ancestors, how they roamed through the ages, shapeshifters and fiends, seducing the lonely and the broken. Every story, a thread in the tapestry of terror that bound them to this night." A rustle in the bushes made them freeze. Elena's breath hitched. She turned to Thomas, and the shared fear ignited the space between them, a flicker of warmth in the encroaching cold. But his eyes were wild, his face pale. "What if it's more than just a story? What if it's real?" "Then let it come," she hissed, plunging deeper, her heart a drumroll of defiance echoing in her ears. The trees loomed taller, their branches clawing at the sky, gnarled fingers reaching for the stars that felt impossibly far. A flash of movement, a silhouette slipped between the trunks, a fleeting glimpse of something that was not human. And there it was, the familiar sensation of being watched, the prickling awareness that something ancient and malevolent lurked just beyond the veil of darkness. "Did you see that?" Thomas gasped, his voice a whisper coated in fear. "I remember the stories of the Vetalas," Elena said, her voice steady despite the tremors in her bones. "The vampire who walked the line between life and death, a restless spirit bound to the earth. They say it dances in dreams, seduces the unsuspecting." She stepped forward, drawn by an invisible thread. "It beckons us, but why?" Their shared pain hung thick in the air, binding them to a fate neither could escape. Her thoughts swirled. What if she was meant to confront the horrors that had shadowed her lineage? What if this was her penance? Suddenly, they emerged into a clearing, a small glade bathed in the eerie silver of moonlight. The silence was suffocating, every breath tasting of iron and dread. The ground was littered with bones, fragments of forgotten lives, remnants of those who had ventured too close, too eager, too trusting. "What is this?" Thomas whispered, horror etched across his pale face. A low growl rumbled from the depths of the shadows, and the air shifted, heavy with the promise of bloodshed. Elena's pulse quickened. She felt alive, every sinew in her body taut with anticipation, ready to face the nightmare that had haunted her family for too long. "Come forth," she shouted into the darkness, her voice strong despite the quaking of her insides. "Face me!" The shadows parted, revealing a figure that was both majestic and terrifying, a spectre of centuries gone by, the embodiment of tragic beauty. It smiled, lips curling like petals unfurling at dawn, revealing sharp, glistening fangs. "Ah, you come to seek the truth," it hissed, a voice like silk wrapped around daggers. "But the truth is a fickle mistress, dear heart. What you seek may not be what you desire." Thomas quivered beside her, caught between fear and a desperate yearning for answers. "Elena, we should leave," but she held firm, her resolve unshakable, the weight of history resting squarely on her shoulders. "I remember my father's face," she spat, venom lacing her words. "I remember the darkness that took him from me. I will not turn back. You're playing with forces beyond your understanding." The vampire stepped closer, eyes glinting like stars on a moonless night, full of insatiable hunger. "You wish to confront your past, but the price of knowledge is steep. Are you willing to pay?" Elena's heart raced, each beat a question, an invitation, a challenge. She thought of the blood that coursed through her veins, the legacy of fear that had become a part of her. "I'm here for the truth," she whispered. "Whatever it may cost." And in the silence that followed, a pact was formed, a connection forged between the living and the lost, binding them through shared pain and unquenchable thirst. The glade trembled as the vampire laughed softly, a sound that echoed through the fabric of time itself, unfurling like the twisted roots of ancient trees. "Then welcome to the night, my dear," it whispered, wrapping the shadows around them like a dark embrace. "Your journey is only just beginning." With those words, the night thickened, the past and the present colliding into a terrifying vortex of desire, fear, and the eternal search for belonging. And as the first tendrils of dawn crept over the horizon, the lines between hunter and hunted began to blur, drawing Elena and Thomas deeper into a world where history lived and breathed, waiting to consume them whole. Thunder rumbled overhead, echoing through the desolate village, a warning growl that reverberated in every hollow corner. I stood there, the lightning illuminating the silhouette of a figure cloaked in shadows, a woman whose essence seemed to pulse with unearthly life. She was a paradox, a creature both alluring and terrifying, the embodiment of femininity that had danced through the ages, a vampire goddess whose eyes held ancient secrets and unspeakable sorrow. I remember the smell of damp earth, a heavy mist clung to my skin like the sorrow of a lost lover. My heart raced as I recalled the stories whispered around flickering campfires, tales of Lamashtu and Lilith, of their insatiable hunger and fierce independence. These were not mere legends, they were warnings draped in the guise of myth. The line between fear and fascination blurred, and I was caught in the grip of something raw and primal. It was in their laughter, echoing like a death knell through the empty streets, that I found myself pulled deeper into their world. "Do you feel it?" Her voice sliced through the night, smooth and sharp, like glass. My breath caught in my throat as I realized she spoke not to me, but to the shadows that surrounded her, to the echoes of women long forgotten. "They think they can silence us forever." Her laughter rose, a melody that twisted in the air like smoke, wrapping around my heart. I saw her then, the embodiment of 1,000 wrongs, a figure of beauty entwined with violence. The moonlight caught her features just right, casting a haunting glow on her porcelain skin, and in that moment, I understood the duality of her existence. She was creation and destruction, nurturer and predator, a mother to all who dared to embrace their darkness. And there was me, just a witness, a trembling leaf caught in a storm. I had spent years studying these vampire goddesses, tracing their histories like a child tracing a finger across ancient carvings, desperately trying to understand their pain. But now, watching this entity breathe, I felt the weight of her sorrow seep into my bones, an ache that mirrored my own unfulfilled desires. I was drawn to her strength, yet terrified of what it would mean to stand in her presence. On the other side of the village, another figure stirred, a young woman named Anya, her spirit flickering like a candle in the wind. She had always longed for the freedom that the vampire goddesses embodied, yet her reality was a cage, each day a battle between fate and desire. I could feel her anguish, she was my reflection, my echo, a shattered mirror of what could have been. "What if I could be like them?" she whispered to herself, words trembling on the cusp of dreams and nightmares. But the night was not kind to dreamers. When Anya crossed paths with the goddess, the air thickened with tension. "You yearn for power, little one?" the goddess asked, her voice a silken threat. "It comes at a price." I watched as Anya's resolve faltered, her heart a caged bird, torn between the magnetic pull of the goddess's promise and her own fragile humanity. I was frozen, a spectator to this emotional tempest. The storm outside intensified, and with each crack of thunder, I felt the pulse of the darkness intensify, as if the very universe held its breath. I could see the conflict in Anya's eyes, fear, longing, desperation flickering like candlelight. "I don't want to lose myself," she finally said, and I felt the weight of those words, heavy as lead. "Yourself is an illusion," the goddess replied, a chilling smile twisting her lips. "Embrace the shadows, and you shall find your true strength." The insistence echoed in the night, a siren call that promised freedom yet draped itself in ominous undertones, like a sweet poison tempting a weary soul. Suddenly, a flash of lightning illuminated the village, revealing the faces of the forgotten, women who had once danced in the moonlight, who had loved fiercely but were cast aside, their stories erased by time. I could see their pain woven into the fabric of the night, a tapestry of longing and loss, and my heart shattered for each one. They were the echoes of femininity, the ghosts of power silenced, and here was their goddess, a reminder of what could be reclaimed, or what could consume you whole. Anya trembled, her heart racing. What if I lose myself in the darkness? She dared to ask, the tremor in her voice a fragile thread holding her together. What if I become like you? Isn't that the allure? The goddess leaned closer, her breath a whisper of smoke. To touch eternity, to know what it means to be truly alive. And in that moment, I felt the pull of her words, the promise of power and liberation that thrummed through the air. But with it came the chill of dread, the understanding that freedom could be a double-edged sword, one that could sever the very ties that bind us to our humanity. As the storm raged around us, time seemed to fracture, the air thick with unspoken promises and unshed tears. I could see the flickering light of hope in Anya's gaze, but beneath it lay a tempest of fear, the fear of losing herself, the fear of embracing the darkness within. The goddess, with her haunting beauty, was a reflection of every fear and desire wrapped in one, tempting, terrifying, a reminder of the depth of femininity and the roles we play. I could feel the weight of history pressing in, the cries of those who had come before us, their legacies etched in the very fabric of the night. Suddenly, the ground trembled, a surge of energy pulsing through the air, and I knew the confrontation was inevitable. Anya stood at the precipice, the shadows closing in around her, the choice lingering like a slow poison. The goddess's laughter echoed in the storm, a haunting melody that promised everything and nothing at once. With each beat of my heart, I felt the urgency, the raw intensity of the moment. I remembered the stories, the warnings, but I was no longer just a scholar of myths, I was entwined in this web of darkness and light, a witness to the unfolding of a fate far greater than any single soul. As lightning streaked across the sky, illuminating the tangled threads of destiny, I understood that the role of femininity was not simply to be adored or feared, it was to be embraced in all its complexity, a chaotic dance of power that could bring both destruction and rebirth. And in that raw, spine-chilling moment, I knew this was not the end but the beginning of something far more profound, a cycle of darkness and light that would reverberate through the ages, forever intertwined. The storm raged on, but the heartbeat of the night had changed, an echo of timeless conflict, a reminder that the battle for our very souls was just beginning. The wind howled like a wounded creature through the gnarled trees, the darkness wrapping around the village like a shroud. A single lantern flickered near the entrance of the longhouse, casting eerie shadows that danced like restless spirits. In the depths of that night, panic thrummed beneath the surface, a heartbeat echoing in the chests of the villagers. I could feel it, the pulse of fear, a tangible force, as two figures emerged into the flickering light. I remember the way Narwhal's eyes sparkled with terror, a wild glint, like shards of broken glass reflecting the moon. Her trembling hands clutched the talisman around her neck, a carved obsidian stone that was said to protect against the darkness, against the things that whispered in the night. Beside her, Rabies stood, a stark contrast, his face carved from stone despite the quaking timbre in his voice. They were both so young, yet the weight of ancient fears hung heavy upon them like the oppressive humidity of a summer storm. They took him, Narwhal gasped, the words tumbling from her lips like stones cast into a river. They pulled him into the shadows. Not him, Rabies countered, an edge of desperation creeping into his voice. It wasn't him. It was the bat. It was the Narwhal. The word hung between them, heavy with history, a bitter reminder of old beliefs that had been passed down through generations like a curse. The Narwhal, shapeshifters of legend, were said to feast on the spirit of the living, vampires of the night, cloaked in the familiar forms of bats. I could see it in their eyes, that shared understanding of a horror that transcended the individual. They weren't just afraid for their friend, they were terrified of what it meant for all of them. I remember my grandmother's stories, Narwhal whispered, glancing nervously toward the darkened forest, where the shadows seemed to pulse and breathe. She spoke of the ones who walked among us, the ones who thirsted for more than blood. They wanted our souls. The tension curled like smoke around them, and Rabies' jaw clenched. We have to go after him. We can't let them, no. Narwhal interjected, her voice a sharp knife in the thick air. What if they bring us back? What if we become one of them? Her breath hitched, a fragile sound that cracked against the weight of their fears. The night wrapped around them, a cloak of dread, as Yaorazi stepped forward, eyes blazing with a fierce determination that felt almost reckless. "We have to try. I won't let the darkness take him. Not again." In that moment, I felt the suffocating grip of their choices. They were young, each clinging to the vestiges of hope and loyalty, caught in the throes of a predatory night that offered no mercy. It wasn't just about saving a friend, it was about confronting the ancient fears that haunted their ancestors, the specters of their past that refused to let them go. I remember the rustling leaves, the whispers of the forest speaking in tongues. I remember the way the shadows shifted just out of sight, the flicker of something watching, waiting. Time became elastic, stretching into an eternity as Yaorazi and Nawalt exchanged glances, a shared resolve igniting between them, even as dread twisted like a knife in my own heart. They moved toward the edge of the village, where the trees loomed like sentinels, guarding the secrets of the night. The lantern swung with a creaking protest, casting flickering lights on their faces as they stepped into the unknown. The silence was deafening, a cacophony of unspoken fears echoing in the spaces between their breaths. I felt each step reverberate in my bones, a rhythm of dread and defiance. They were stepping into a world where the lines between friend and foe blurred, a realm where the past clawed at the present, demanding to be acknowledged. I remember the low growl of the wind, a warning, a chant, a promise of what awaited. But then, the forest erupted. A screech split the night, a sound that twisted the air like a knife. It sent a shiver down my spine, a visceral reminder of the horror that lurked just beyond the reach of the lantern's glow. And then I saw it, a shadow flitting between the trees, a dark shape with wings that spread wide like a cloak of despair. My heart raced, pounding against my ribcage, urging me to scream, to warn them. "Run!" Yaorazi shouted, voice cracking against the silence, but it was too late. The creature descended, a figure that was both familiar and grotesque, a nightmare made flesh. Nawalt's scream tore through the night, a sound so raw, so filled with terror that it felt like a knife cutting into the very fabric of the world. I was frozen, caught in the web of their fear, their desperation, as Yaorazi lunged forward, arms outstretched, a futile gesture against the darkness. I remember the moment the world shifted, the air thickening with an unspeakable presence. Shadows coiled around Yaorazi, pulling him into the abyss as Nawalt fell to her knees, the talisman slipping from her grasp, rolling away into the dark like a lost hope. Each heartbeat echoed the impending doom, the crushing reality of what it meant to confront the nightmares that haunted their ancestors. And then, just for a heartbeat, all was still. The wind held its breath, the night paused, as if even the cosmos recognized the weight of this moment. I could feel their fear, their longing, their desperate hope clashing with the inevitability of what was to come. The darkness tightened around them, a suffocating embrace, as the shadows whispered promises of eternity, and the village lay silent, holding its breath, awaiting the dawn that might never come. The clock struck midnight, the sound echoing through the empty halls like a heartbeat slowing to a whisper. I stood in the shadow of the ancient castle, the air thick with the scent of damp stone and something else, something metallic and primal. I could hear the distant rustle of leaves, their whispers mingling with the haunting cries of unseen things. Something was lurking in the darkness, a presence that watched, waited, and hungered. I remember the stories, old tales told by the fire, where the flickering flames danced like spirits, casting shadows that twisted and turned. Stories of monsters who roamed under the cloak of night, their eyes like coals, their breath a caress of death. They spoke of blood and betrayal, of love lost and souls damned. But for me, this was more than folklore, it was personal, it was real. There was Anton, a scholar with a fire in his heart and a dread consuming his mind. He had spent years buried in dusty tomes, tracing the lineage of the vampire through the centuries, convinced that understanding the monster would somehow save him. I saw it in the way his fingers trembled over parchment, how his brow furrowed with the weight of knowledge he could scarcely bear. He often ranted about the romanticism of the undead, how they were simply misunderstood creatures, victims of their own nature. But I knew that darkness has a way of twisting even the most innocent souls, turning love into something grotesque. And then there was Clara, a woman whose very existence was a paradox, a light in the shadow. She was drawn to the tales of darkness, her laughter ringing like bells in the gloom. But beneath her playful facade, I glimpsed the deep-set fear, the scars of a past that clung to her like a shroud. She had loved Anton, fiercely, desperately, but he was consumed by his obsession. His pursuit of knowledge was a relentless beast that left little room for the tender warmth she offered. I watched as she danced between hope and despair, her heart a fragile thing teetering on the edge. "Do you think they know?" she asked me one night, her voice a soft wisp against the backdrop of a night that felt alive. "Do you think they know we talk about them? That we speak their names like prayers?" She gazed into the abyss, the moonlight caressing her face, illuminating the longing in her eyes. I didn't answer. How could I? How could I tell her that the things she feared might be listening, lurking just beyond the veil? The tension escalated as Anton found something, a book, a lost chronicle that whispered of rituals long forgotten, of bloodlines that bound the living to the dead. The air crackled with danger as he became more consumed, the lines between scholar and monster blurring before my eyes. I could see the flicker of madness igniting in his gaze, the way he leaned closer to the precipice of his own destruction. "Clara," he said one evening, his voice thick with urgency, "what if I can bring them back? What if I can unlock the secrets they hold?" His eyes glinted with a manic fervor, and for the first time, I felt fear grip my throat. This was no longer about understanding, this was about control, about power over life and death. She recoiled, fear flooding her features. "Anton, please. They are not meant to be disturbed. They are not our playthings." But her words fell like leaves in autumn, brushed away by Anton's relentless ambition. He was a storm, and Clara was the ship caught in his wake, desperate to steer her wayward captain to safety. As the full moon hung high in the sky, its glow a spotlight on their tragic dance, I felt the world around us shift. The air thickened, the shadows lengthened, and I believed, for a heartbeat, that I could hear the whispers of the damned. They were laughing, mocking Anton's hubris. They were hungry, thirsty for the living. The night of the ritual arrived, a cacophony of chaos and anticipation. Clara stood beside me, trembling, her eyes wide with terror as Anton began to chant in a tongue older than time. The ancient words seemed to weave a tapestry of sound, drawing forth something from the depths of darkness. I could feel it, a pulse, a heartbeat resonating with the rhythm of the universe, a call to those who had walked the earth long before we were but stardust. "I remember the stories," I whispered, my voice trembling as the shadows grew bolder. "I remember the warnings." But the air crackled with energy, drowning out my thoughts, and then it happened. A figure emerged, cloaked in darkness, its eyes burning like embers. It was beautiful and terrible, a haunting specter of a life once lived. I watched as Anton reached out, his fingers trembling, drawn to the specter as if it were the moon and he a moth caught in its light. "Do you see?" he breathed, or mingling with fear. "It's real. This is what I sought." But Clara screamed, a sound that shattered the night like glass, echoing through the ages. "No. Anton, stop!" Her voice was raw, filled with a desperation that sliced through the darkness. The figure turned, its gaze piercing through Anton's bravado, and in that moment, I saw the truth, the mask of romanticism stripped away, revealing the raw, bloody horror beneath. The vampire was not misunderstood, it was a predator, and Anton was standing on the precipice of becoming its next meal. I felt Clara's hand grip mine, her fear a tangible force as we stood together against the tide of history's folly. In that flickering moment, I understood the evolution of the vampire, the way it seeped from shadowy folklore into the very marrow of human ambition and desire. The world spun, the past and present colliding in a maelstrom of emotion, pain, and love. And as the confrontation drew near, as the air thickened with the weight of what was about to unfold, I knew deep down, this was only the beginning. The stories would continue, haunting us, forever drawing the line between life and the unholy embrace of the undead, where every heartbeat echoed with the promise of darkness. The air hung thick, suffocated by the weight of unspoken secrets and the scent of decay. A clock's relentless ticking echoed in the damp, dimly lit chapel, a reminder of time slipping away, of lives not lived and loves lost. I stood amidst the crumbling stone, feeling the chill of shadows creeping closer, as if they sought to consume me whole. The candle flames flickered, casting dancing silhouettes on the walls, shapes morphing into twisted figures, echoing the torment inside my heart. Is this all there is? I whispered to the void, my voice trembling beneath the burden of grief. I thought of her, Elena, her laughter like a haunting melody that now only echoed in my memory. I could see the blood-red rose she loved, petals bruised and fading, much like our love. My heart clenched, a visceral twist of longing and despair. Then, there was Victor, his presence like an electric storm, intense, magnetic, and often terrifying. He stood across the chapel, his dark eyes glinting with a mix of yearning and fury, his very existence a paradox that twisted the air between us. The vampire he had become consumed him, his hunger for life, a life we once shared, clashing with the eternal emptiness of the night he now roamed. You need to choose, he said, voice a low growl, each word a dagger aimed precisely at my heart. Me or the daylight? How could he ask such a thing? I remembered the first time he pulled me into his world, the dizzying thrill of slipping through moonlight as if it was silk. But the stars had not revealed the truth then, the dark allure of immortality, the toll it exacted. Now, that same moon hung heavy above us, a witness to our torment, and I felt the walls closing in, the shadows pressing against my soul. Elena! Victor's voice shattered the silence, raw and desperate, a plea tinged with an edge of violence. The shadows recoiled, as if anticipating the fallout of this confrontation. They whispered secrets of betrayal and longing, swirling around us, weaving a fabric of despair. I couldn't decide. Each heartbeat echoed louder than the last, pulling me further into the chaos of my emotions. The night had become a stage, and we were the unwilling actors in a tragic play, the audience unseen, forever watching. I pressed my palms against the cool stone, trying to ground myself, but the reality of our fates was unyielding. I was alive, and he was dead, yet still so painfully alive in his own way. Victor's face contorted with a mix of rage and longing. You think I wanted this? He gestured wildly, anger spilling like blood upon the cold stone floor. You think I chose this life, this hunger? I'm a ghost of who I was, a shadow of the man who loved you. Every word pierced me like a shard of glass. I thought of our shared laughter, the warmth of his embrace, the sweet scent of earth after the rain. How could love exist so beautifully yet so tragically? Victor, my voice trembled, the weight of it dragging down my heart. What if I do choose? What will it cost me? He stepped closer, the air crackling with a tension that felt electric, almost alive. It will cost you everything. You will become part of my world, a world where love is a curse and hope is a distant star, forever out of reach. I remembered the stories, those haunting tales spun in candlelight, of vampires who were not just monsters but lovers, poets, tortured souls caught in a web of eternal night. The romanticization of their plight made my heart ache, weaving beauty into their darkness, yet here, in this moment, I saw the truth. Love was a ghost, a flickering flame that could illuminate or consume. Elena, the name slipped from Victor's lips like a prayer, a longing that echoed through the chapel. His gaze held mine, a storm of emotions, desire, desperation, fear. He was both the predator and the prey, ensnared in a web of his own making, and I, caught in the crossfire, was forced to make a choice. But then, the chapel door burst open, and the world outside flooded in, a rush of icy wind, the shriek of the night, the scent of rain-soaked earth. It was a jarring reminder of everything I stood to lose. I turned, half expecting to see a spectre, some unholy creature of the night. Instead, it was a figure cloaked in shadows, a silhouette edged in moonlight, someone from my past, someone who held the key to our fate. Stop, the figure commanded, voice echoing through the stone walls. You don't know what you're doing. Time paused, the sound of the world outside faded into a dull roar, the clock's ticking became a heartbeat of its own, and I felt the weight of decision pressing down, suffocating. The figure stepped into the light, revealing a familiar face twisted with urgency and fear, a reminder of a love that had slipped through my fingers like sand. Elena? I barely breathed the name, the mere thought of it igniting a fire within me. In that moment, the impending confrontation between love and loss, life and death, wrapped around us like a shroud. The air thickened with tension, and as I looked between Victor and the figure, the past and the future, I felt the world teetering on the edge of something grand, something terrible. The shadows whispered their secrets, and I wondered, should I step into the eternal night with Victor, or cling to the fading warmth of the light? My heart raced, each pulse a reminder of the choices laid bare before me, the dance of darkness and light spiraling, an endless loop of desire and despair. The candle flames flickered violently, the shadows writhed, and I realized that whatever choice I made would reverberate through time, a haunting reminder of love intertwined with the very essence of life itself. I stood on the precipice, the clock ticking down, knowing the answer would not come easily. And as the storm of emotion swirled around us, I knew this was only the beginning. The night was far from over, the real confrontation lay ahead, lurking like the shadows that embraced us, waiting for one final choice that would seal our fates forever. The moon hung low, a silver coin tossed into the void. I stood there, heart pounding, the chill of the night wrapping around me like a lover's embrace, tight, suffocating, and a little too familiar. Shadows danced in every alley, fingers reaching out, pulling me closer to the edge of something dark and unnameable. Above, the sky was a canvas of despair, swirling with unseen whispers, promises of nights without dawn. I remember the way Clara's eyes glinted in the dim light, fierce and wild, like a lioness cornered, ready to strike. Her breath came in sharp bursts, matching the trepidation thrumming in my veins. "They're coming," she hissed, the words a snake slithering between us. For what felt like an eternity, we stood there, suspended in a moment thick with dread, our fates intertwined like a fraying thread on the brink of snap. And then there was Marcus, his silhouette emerging from the dense fog, a ghostly figure draped in layers of sorrow. He was the kind of person who wore his heart on his sleeve, yet the weight of his own despair had made him fragile, crumbling like dust beneath the pressure of existence. "I can't let them take you," he whispered, his voice a choked melody that clawed at the walls of my chest. Every word carried the weight of secrets, of love-soaked nights spent under stars that felt like the universe's endless tears. "Marcus, you can't fight them," I urged, desperation leaking into my voice. "They're not just monsters, they're the embodiment of our darkest fears." And in that moment, I felt it, the sharp sting of reality, the undeniable truth that we were nothing more than marionettes caught in a grotesque dance scripted by centuries of horror. What had we become? What had the world made of us? The vampires, those cursed, ancient beings, were more than just folklore now, in this modern age. They were reflections of our culture's deepest anxieties. They whispered of immortality, of a life unchained from the horrors of time, yet they fed off fear and despair, insatiable in their hunger. They were the shadows in every corner, the unseen things lurking beneath our beds, our fears incarnate. It was no longer just about a bloodless bite, it was a hunger for power, a thirst for dominance in a society that had forgotten how to feel. Clara stepped closer, the heat radiating from her body a stark contrast to the icy grip of night. "We have to fight back," she said, her voice a battle cry echoing in the stillness. "We can't let them drown us in darkness." But those words felt like paper-thin armor against an army of nightmares. I wanted to believe her, to feel the strength that pulsed through her veins, but the shadows whispered, taunting, reminding me of the futility of resistance. I remember the stories we told as children, the tales wrapped in warmth and laughter, where vampires were mere creatures of the night, easily vanquished by a wooden stake or a sliver of sunlight. But now, those stories morphed into a tapestry of dread, each thread woven with our collective trauma. Clara and Marcus were not just fighting for their lives, they were battling the very essence of humanity, a struggle between the darkness that craved to consume us and the flickering light that refused to be snuffed out. With each passing second, the air thickened, heavy with anticipation and dread. I could almost taste the fear hanging in the air, a bitter tang that coiled around my tongue. Memories of laughter turned sour, dreams of love twisted into nightmares. I remembered my father's stories, the grim details of how vampires had once roamed freely, and I felt the weight of history pressing down upon me. "Do you remember the tales of old?" I whispered, caught in the web of my own nostalgia. "The ones where the hero always triumphs." My voice trembled, uncertainty lacing each syllable. But Clara shook her head, a fierce determination igniting her features. "We are the heroes now. We write our own endings. But what if those endings were drenched in blood? What if the fight became too great, the cost too high? I looked at Marcus, his eyes pools of haunting emotion. He was a reflection of every fear I'd ever held, every moment of heartbreak that had chipped away at my soul. He was flawed, imperfect, but in that imperfection, he radiated a raw, undeniable humanity that was impossible to resist. We moved through the city, now a labyrinth of shadows, every corner a potential ambush. A clock ticked somewhere in the distance, each chime a reminder that time was fleeting, a harbinger of the inevitable. The vampires were near, lurking just beyond the veil, waiting for the moment to seep into our lives, to consume every flicker of hope. Then, as we turned a corner, the air shifted. The silence shattered like glass, shards scattering in every direction. They emerged from the shadows, figures cloaked in darkness, eyes glowing like embers in a dying fire. Clara's hand gripped mine, a lifeline tugging me back from the edge of despair. No surrender, she breathed, the defiance in her voice igniting a flicker of courage deep within me. I remember the rush of adrenaline, the primal instinct to fight or flee. But it wasn't just about survival anymore, it was about reclaiming the light, about pushing back against the darkness that had seeped into our lives. In that moment, we were no longer just characters in a tale, we were the architects of our fate, standing at the precipice of something vast and terrifying. And as the first vampire lunged forward, time seemed to stretch, the world narrowing down to a single heartbeat, a single breath, the heartbeat of history, the breath of humanity. This was our moment, raw and electric, the clash of fear and hope, the swirling chaos of existence. The struggle was not just for our lives, it was for the very essence of what it meant to be human, flawed, imperfect, and oh so beautifully alive. As the shadows closed in, our world exploded in a cacophony of sound and fury. The fight had begun, not just against the vampires, but against everything that sought to consume us. And I realized, in that heart-stopping moment, the battle was far from over, it had only just begun. The thunder roared, rattling the very bones of the earth. I stood alone, drenched in darkness, cradling my trembling heart. The air crackled with the promise of the storm, yet it was the shadows that gripped me tighter, squeezing the breath from my lungs. Somewhere deep in the forest, the whispers began, faint, yet dreadfully clear. They spoke of old Victor, the vampire who roamed these woods, a spectre of legends and nightmares, weaving through the lives of those who dared to forget. I shivered, recalling my childhood tales, those nights spent huddled around flickering candlelight, my grandmother's voice weaving horror and enchantment together. "He walks among us," she said, eyes gleaming like black pearls. "He'll find you if you forget the taste of fear." I thought of Lena, a firebrand with laughter as infectious as a plague, who dared to challenge the myth with her irreverent spirit. But she didn't know, none of us did, how alluring the dark could be until it was too late. I remember the way her smile lit up the dreary town, how she was the spark in our mundane lives. But on that fateful night, as the clouds thickened, transforming the sky into a roiling cauldron, I saw her face twist with something that resembled fascination but felt like terror. She grabbed my arm, her grip vice-like, her eyes glinting with a wild curiosity, an intoxicating elixir. "What if he's real?" she breathed, and in that moment, I could feel the pulse of something ancient, something alive in the air around us, thrumming with the heartbeat of our fears. Then there was Mark, the skeptic, the cog in our wheel of belief. With his tattered glasses perched precariously on his nose, he scoffed at the tales, his laughter a brittle shield against the dark. "Vampires," he would say, rolling his eyes, "it's all nonsense." But when the whispers grew louder, when the wind carried with it the scent of earth and decay, I saw the flicker of uncertainty cross his face. Fear and fascination, two sides of the same coin, clashing within him, as he too felt the pull of the shadows. "Stay close," Lena urged, dragging us deeper into the woods, where the trees twisted like skeletal fingers against the stormy sky. The air was thick with damp earth and a creeping dread that clung to our skin. I felt it, the primal instinct to flee, yet something tethered me to her, to the alluring danger that lay ahead. The thrill was palpable, a heady mixture of excitement and dread surged through me, calling to the hidden parts of my soul. "Isn't it beautiful?" Lena whispered, her voice barely reaching above the rising wind. The night wrapped itself around us like a shroud, a velvet darkness that felt alive, breathing. But beneath that beauty lay an abyss, a chasm that threatened to swallow us whole. I could see it in Mark's eyes, the widening pupils, the tremors of disbelief turning into something far more primal. I remember, I murmured, as memories flooded back, my grandmother's stories, the old wives' tales, the dreadful nights spent too afraid to sleep. I remember how they said vampires could smell fear. The words hung in the air between us, a ghostly echo. "Stop it," Mark said, a tremor in his voice. "You're scaring me." But he didn't want to admit it. Each step forward was a step deeper into the darkness, each rustle of leaves a reminder of the monsters that lurked just beyond our sight. Suddenly, the silence was shattered, a rustling, a whisper. Lena froze, her breath hitching in her throat. I turned to her, and there it was, the flicker of something primal, as if she were caught between the thrill of the chase and the terror of being hunted. "He's here," she breathed, and I felt the world tilt on its axis. A figure emerged from the shadows, his presence overwhelming, a living nightmare wrapped in the squalor of centuries. Victor. The embodiment of fear, his eyes glowed, twin orbs that pierced through the veil of night. The tales had not prepared me for this, his beauty was terrifying, a siren's call in the midst of a storm. I wanted to scream, to run, but the fascination held me captive. I could see it mirrored in Lena, her heart racing, a moth to the flame. "You shouldn't be here," Victor rasped, his voice a dark melody that sent shivers down my spine. "Why?" Lena dared to challenge, the defiance of youth surging in her veins. I could feel the weight of her courage, but beneath it lay a pulsing fear, a raw desperation to understand the monster before us. "Because," he hissed, stepping closer, shadows dancing around him like lost souls. "You're too human." It was a moment suspended in time, an electric tension that coiled around us, squeezing until I could barely breathe. I could feel the pulse of history in the air, the echoes of those who came before us, the victims of fear, the seduced by fascination. Lena's eyes shone with a reckless abandon, the thrill overtaking her fear. "What do you want?" she asked, her voice steady, yet filled with an undercurrent of longing. "I want to show you," Victor whispered, an invitation wrapped in dread. "What it truly means to be alive." The storm raged above us, the heavens weeping with ferocity, but beneath it all, an unsettling calm settled deep within my bones. Time warped then, each heartbeat stretching into eternity as I stood rooted to the spot, caught between my friends and the darkness that promised both horror and revelation. This was the moment, the collision of fear and fascination, the chasm I had long been warned about. And as I looked at Lena, the fire in her eyes igniting the shadows, I knew we were on the edge, teetering between light and darkness, where every heartbeat echoed the truth that we were all haunted by the myths we create. The storm swirled, and Victor stepped closer, an enigma wrapped in seduction. My heart raced, caught in a web of desire and dread, where the only certainty was the suffocating pull of the unknown. My breath hitched, teetering on the precipice of something unimaginable, something that would bind us in the chilling embrace of the night. And then, the world faded to black, leaving only the weight of our choices, each of us standing at the edge of the abyss, waiting for the darkness to unveil its secrets. The moon hung low, a sickly slice of silver, casting a pallid glow over an abandoned alley. Shadows danced on brick walls, whispering secrets of the night forgotten. I stood there, breathless, the taste of iron sharp on my tongue, eyes wide in terror. A scream sliced through the silence, a jagged cry of anguish, echoed by the night. It was a reminder that life here was fragile, that even the bravest souls could be reduced to mere whispers. I remember the moment I met him, Dorian. He emerged from the darkness, a spectre with eyes like burning coal, piercing through my very essence. His smile was wicked, a crescent moon of mischief, and I felt a magnetic pull, an intoxicating draw that promised danger. I was a moth, helpless and eager to fly into the flames. I remember watching him slip through the shadows, his movements fluid, elegant, like the night itself was a cloak draped around him. And then there was Clara, my best friend, the light that flickered against the dark. She stood before me, trembling, a fragile figure in a world saturated with shadows. "We shouldn't be here," she whispered, voice shaking like the leaves in a tempest. But I could see the wildness in her eyes, the yearning for something more, a rebellion against the mundane, against an existence that felt like a shackle. In her heart, she carried the weight of all our dreams, all our fears. Clara was also drawn to Dorian like a moth to fire. She wore her heart on her sleeve, a bright banner in the darkness, but her innocence felt like a blade, cutting deep into the fabric of our world. "He's dangerous, Sam," she'd warned me countless times, her voice trembling with that familiar fear. But what was danger when passion burned bright? What was rebellion if not the thrill of defiance? I remember the night we made our choice. The clock struck 11, every tick resonating with urgency, like a heartbeat counting down to oblivion. Dorian stood there, alluring and chaotic, offering us a path that twisted like the serpents of mythology, a chance to break free from the suffocating chains of our mundane lives. "You want to feel alive?" he challenged, voice low and hypnotic. "Join me." With every word, the air crackled, charged with electricity, and I felt the weight of Clara's gaze on me, pleading and fierce. In that moment, a storm brewed within me, a fear battling against desire, caution against longing. The city loomed around us, a labyrinth of secrets and shadows, and I could almost hear the thrum of possibility vibrating through the cobblestones beneath my feet. I remember the first taste of darkness, the thrill of rebellion as we followed Dorian deeper into the underbelly of the city, a place where dreams twisted into nightmares and every corner held the promise of transgression. The alleyways were alive, speaking in hushed tones, their breath heavy with secrets and sins. Each step we took was a step toward the abyss, a dance with shadows that felt both exhilarating and terrifying. But with rebellion came consequences. I could see it in Clara's eyes, the flicker of fear battling the blaze of excitement. She was caught between loyalty and temptation, her heart a battlefield. I wanted to protect her, to shield her from the darkness that enveloped us, but I was equally ensnared by Dorian's allure. Every moment spent with him felt like stepping closer to a precipice, the edge of something monumental and terrifying. In the depths of the night, we stumbled upon a gathering, fellow rebels cloaked in shadows, their laughter a strange symphony of chaos and freedom. Dorian led us into their midst, our hearts racing as we embraced the madness. But beneath the mirth, I sensed a darkness lurking, an undercurrent of dread that clung to the air like fog. Clara's laughter faltered, her eyes darting, seeking the familiar safety of daylight. I reached for her, but the darkness swallowed us whole. The thrill was intoxicating, yet the fear pulsed within me, a heartbeat echoing the warnings I had silenced. "I'm not afraid," she whispered, but I could see the tremor in her hands, the unease coursing through her veins. The line between rebellion and destruction blurred, an ink stain spreading across the pages of our lives. Time lost meaning as we danced on the razor's edge, caught in an intricate web of desire and despair. I could feel Dorian's presence like a storm brewing, an electricity that thrummed beneath our skin. But with each moment, the shadows grew deeper, the laughter more manic, and Clara began to slip away, her spirit dimming under the weight of our choices. I could see the ghosts of her dreams fading, replaced by something darker. "Sam, I can't do this," she whispered one night, her voice breaking, tears glistening like stars in the abyss. "What if we lose ourselves?" The question hung heavy in the air, a chasm yawning between us. I felt it, the fear that clawed at my insides, the realization that rebellion held no promise of salvation. But Dorian was there, a siren in the darkness, and I was lost, tethered to his chaos. I remember the moment it all unraveled, one frenzied night when the line between us shattered like glass. The confrontation echoed through the alley, our voices rising against the backdrop of the city's heartbeat. Clara's screams intermingled with Dorian's laughter, a cacophony of pain and pleasure, passion and despair. "You're losing yourself, both of you," she cried, desperation lacing her words like poison. And in that moment, I felt the weight of the universe crashing down, the burden of choices made, the realization that rebellion often leads to ruin. The shadows around us shifted, coiling like serpents, and dread seeped into my bones. It was a revelation that left me breathless, lost in the throes of a darkness I could no longer navigate. Time became a blur, a frayed tapestry unraveling at the seams, and I could feel Clara slipping away, the bond between us fraying, our connection dissolving in the chaos. I could almost hear the ticking of the clock, counting down to an uncertain fate, and my heart raced in tandem with the inevitability of it all. Dorian's laughter faded, replaced by the haunting echoes of our choices, and I realized the true cost of rebellion. The night loomed around us, heavy with the weight of our decisions, a chilling reminder that the shadows we embraced could consume us whole. As Clara's voice faded, I clung to the remnants of our friendship, desperate to hold on to the light as darkness threatened to swallow us alive. And with that realization, the world spun into chaos, the city around us a blur of shadows and screams, a nightmare fully realized, a rebellion turned tragic, forever etched in the annals of our hearts. The moon hung low in the midnight sky, a pallid eye observing the world with a cold gaze. Streets lay empty beneath its light, shadows danced like phantoms, and an unsettling silence permeated the air. I stood there, heart pounding, breath hitching as I felt it, the tremor of something unseen, lurking just beyond the edge of my consciousness. Somewhere in the distance, a scream shattered the stillness, a raw, desperate cry that sent shivers racing down my spine. That sound wasn't just a plea for help, it echoed through the marrow of my being, a reminder of all the stories whispered in dark corners, stories of shadows that cast their nets over the living, their fingers eager to pull us into the void. I remember Lucy, her laughter like a chime, bright and innocent, reverberating in the damp alleys of this forsaken town. I remember the way her eyes sparkled with mischief as we chased fireflies in the dark, believing we were untouchable. But that was before the night swallowed her whole. Before the vampire, with his seductive charm and amber eyes, slipped through the cracks of our lives like a dream turned nightmare. I had always known there was something about that man, something that made the hairs on my neck stand at attention. He was a collector of souls, a thief in the shadows, and I was drawn to him like a moth to a flame, oblivious to the blaze that awaited me. Across the street, in a flickering lamplight, stood Edward, a man of contradictions. His heart bore the weight of secrets, and his hands were stained with the lives he could never save. We were bound by grief and horror, twin souls navigating a world that felt increasingly alien. I watched him as he paced, his brow furrowed with thought, each step a quiet echo of his turmoil. He had seen too much, had tasted the bitterness of loss. He had lost Lucy too, and the haunting memory of her laughter tortured him, too. We were both prisoners of our histories, shackled to a past that refused to let us go. I remember, Edward said, his voice a rasp in the dark, when we thought the worst was behind us. What a cruel joke life plays, I thought, a jest that twists the knife in our hearts. The vampire feasts on dreams, he continued, but it's our souls he truly craves. What are we but morsels to him, remnants of laughter and joy, easily devoured in his insatiable hunger? I shivered at his words, the chilling truth of them clawing at my throat. I felt the weight of his sorrow, the suffocating realization that we were nothing more than echoes in a vast, indifferent cosmos, pawns in a game played by ancient forces. The vampire had come to our town, a shadow shrouded in allure, and with him, a promise of immortality laced with despair. The irony was not lost on me, the very thing that promised eternal life could just as easily damn our souls. We were swept along in a maelstrom of fear and longing, our fragile hopes entwined with the very thing that haunted us. The moon continued its eerie vigil, a silent witness to our suffering. I could almost hear it whispering our fates, you will never escape. Tonight will be different, Edward insisted, a flicker of defiance igniting in his eyes. We confront him. We sever the ties that bind us. His words hung heavy between us, a desperate promise that felt simultaneously thrilling and terrifying. We need to find him, Lucy. My voice trembled, a whisper born of dread. What if we become like him? What if we consume our own souls in our quest for vengeance? And there it was, the maddening realization, the vampire had scattered seeds of doubt within us, nurtured our fears to turn against ourselves. We were caught in a web of our own making, woven from threads of grief and anger. The streets whispered tales of his past victims, souls snatched away and left to wander the night, ghosts of what once was. Each story filled my mind, each face haunting me like a spectre, and I clutched my heart as if to protect it from the consuming darkness. I remember the night we found him, lurking behind the crumbling ruins of the old cathedral, an unholy sanctuary shrouded in shadows. He stood there, ageless and beautiful, with a sinister smile that sent chills racing down my spine. You thought you could escape me, he taunted, eyes glinting like daggers. I've tasted your fears, your heartaches. You are already mine. The confrontation was electric, a clash of souls intertwined in a dance of despair. Edward lunged forward, eyes wild, his fury igniting the air around us. "I will not let you take her," he screamed, the rawness of his anguish striking me to the core. But I felt it too, the seductive pull of the vampire's presence, a dangerous allure that whispered promises of power and immortality. A war raged within me, a desperate struggle between love and survival. I wanted to scream, to run, but the vampire's voice wrapped around me like a shroud. "Join me, and together we can feast on their dreams, on their memories. You will never feel pain again." For a heartbeat, I hesitated, tempted by the allure of eternal life, by the chance to keep Lucy alive in some twisted form of existence. But then I remembered her laughter, the joy of chasing fireflies, and the warmth of her hand in mine. I couldn't let that be devoured. As the night deepened, shadows converged around us, closing in, tightening their grip. Edward and I stood together, hearts pounding in sync, the pulsing rhythm of our collective fear driving us to confront our demons. The vampire lunged, but we were ready, our souls, fierce and unyielding, cried out against the darkness. The battle was not just for our lives, it was for every memory, every laugh, every moment that made us human. And in that chaos, as the moon watched with a predatory gaze, I felt the world shifting, the tenuous threads of our fates entwining in a way that neither of us could comprehend. We were on the precipice of something vast and terrifying, a confrontation that would echo through time. I could almost hear the clock ticking, a reminder that every moment counts, every heartbeat an act of defiance against the shadows. As the darkness pressed in, the vampire's laughter echoed, a haunting melody promising that the end was only the beginning. I could not escape the feeling that this was merely a chapter in a larger tale, one that would continue to unfold long after we disappeared into the night. The city, the moon, the whispers, they all conspired to remind us that in the realm of myth and madness, souls were never truly consumed, they simply transformed, forever entwined in a dance of life and death, love and despair. The night was far from over. The air was thick with a stench so foul it clawed at the throat, a grim reminder of life's fragility. Moonlight spilled through cracked windows, illuminating what remained of the old church, a sanctuary turned mausoleum. Shadows danced like desperate souls, flickering across the walls, whispering secrets of the damned. In the corner, a woman knelt, hands trembling, her breath hitching as she held a blood-stained crucifix close to her chest. Her name was Ilara, and she felt the cold tendrils of dread creeping up her spine. "I can't lose him," she murmured, her voice a thin thread weaving through the oppressive silence. Memories flooded her mind, laughter around a fire, the warmth of his hand in hers, the way he looked at her as if she were the only light in a darkened world. But now, that light was dimming, fading beneath the weight of an unnatural darkness. At the altar, Marcellus lay motionless, a once vibrant body now a canvas of pale skin and crimson stains. "Marcellus," she whispered, the name tasting bitter against her tongue. She reached out, fingers brushing against his face, soft and cold as marble. "You have to wake up." The air crackled with tension, a palpable fear that twisted in her gut. She could feel it, the thin line that separated life from death. It was a boundary she hadn't wanted to cross, but desperation drove her to the edge, to the brink of something unfathomable. "I remember the stories," she sighed, each word heavy with anguish. "The blood, the darkness, the promises of immortality. But is it worth this?" Footsteps echoed behind her, heavy and deliberate. She turned to find Rafe, his expression a storm of rage and sorrow, eyes ablaze with a restless fire. "What have you done, Ilara?" His voice was low, laced with an intensity that sent shivers down her spine. "You can't bring him back from that abyss." "I have to try," she shot back, desperation fueling her reply. "He's not gone yet. There's still time." Rafe stepped closer, the shadows clinging to him like a shroud. "You think love can conquer death? You think the past can be rewritten?" His gaze darted to Marcellus, a flicker of guilt clouding his features. "He was my brother, Ilara. I loved him too." The weight of betrayal hung in the air, a spectre lurking just beyond the flickering candlelight. Ilara's heart twisted painfully in her chest. "You loved him? Then help me." "We can—" "No, it's not that easy," Rafe interrupted, his voice sharper than the dagger at his side. "You want to walk into darkness, to dance with the damned? You don't know what you're asking for." Ilara's breath caught. "But I'm already dancing, Rafe. Can't you see? Every moment without him is a step deeper into that darkness." A tremor of vulnerability seeped into her voice, quaking like leaves in a storm. "What are we without those we love?" Rafe's silence was deafening, the weight of unspoken words hanging between them. The moonlight shifted, casting ominous shadows that stretched and flickered, reminding them both of the fine line they were walking. "This isn't a fairy tale," he finally whispered, a crack of despair seeping through his determination. "You can't rewrite the ending." "Then let me try," Ilara implored, eyes shining with unshed tears. "If there's even the slightest chance, I'd face hell itself to bring him back." The church groaned as if it were alive, the walls echoing their anguish. Outside, the night was a vast abyss, stars twinkling like the eyes of the long-forgotten, silently judging. Ilara felt the weight of eternity pressing down upon her. Could she bear the thought of a life without Marcellus? Could she endure the silence that would follow? Rafe stepped closer, his voice trembling with a ferocity born of love and fear. "You think resurrection is a gift? It's a curse wrapped in the guise of hope. You may bring him back, but he won't be the same. You'll awaken a monster." A shudder ran through her, an instinctual dread creeping in, but she couldn't turn back now. He wouldn't want to be a monster, she protested, though doubt gnawed at her resolve. "He loved life. He loved me." "Did he?" Rafe's voice cracked like thunder, the accusation hanging heavy. "Did he choose you? Or was it just easy? A fleeting moment in a darkened world? You don't know what he's sacrificed, what he's been through. You don't know how this ends, Ilara." The word struck her, deep and unyielding, a knife twisting in her heart. She wanted to scream, to lash out, but the truth echoed in her mind. The memory of Marcellus, wild and free, nutting the stars with laughter, flickered like a candle in a storm. Was she clinging to a ghost? To a life that had already slipped through her fingers? "I remember," she began, her voice trembling. "I remember the first time he kissed me, the way the world faded away, the electricity that sparked between us." Her heart raced, the ache of longing and loss clawing its way to the surface. But now the darkness loomed larger, and the choice she faced felt insurmountable. Marcellus's body lay still, a tragedy shrouded in shadows. The boundary between life and death was more than a line, it was a chasm, a void that swirled with the promise of what was lost and the terror of what could be awakened. "Help me," she whispered, voice cracking under the weight of her plea. "Please." Rafe stepped back, shadows swallowing him whole. "I can't condone this madness. I won't join you in the depths." His eyes were haunted, as if he too felt the pull of that darkness. The church's silence echoed louder, timing itself to the frantic beating of her heart. She was teetering on the edge of a precipice, the abyss yawning wide before her. She could leap into the void, embrace the terror, or step back, allowing the darkness to claim her entirely. With a breath that felt like shattered glass, she made her choice, the weight of it heavy and exquisite. The night surged around her, and she reached out toward the abyss, toward the whispers that called her name. "I will not let him go." And with that, the boundary between life and death began to blur, the air crackling with the promise of the unnatural, a terrifying leap into the unknown. The moon hung low, a sliver of cold light cutting through the shadows like a blade, casting grotesque shapes that danced upon the cobblestones of the abandoned village. A scream shattered the silence, sharp, visceral, an echo of terror that clawed at the very fabric of the night. I remember that sound, piercing, as it twisted into agony before fading into a dull whisper. It was the sound of fear, the sound of a heart breaking, of sanity crumbling under the weight of the unspeakable. I stood there, paralyzed. The bitter wind bit through my coat, but it was the chill running down my spine that held me captive. Across the courtyard, her name hung in the air like smoke, Elena. Her eyes, wide as saucers, glimmered with a mix of desperation and defiance. She was all of 18, but she wore the weight of a lifetime in those haunted orbs. Elena had always been the brave one, clutching tales of slayers and creatures beneath our blankets, whispering of ancient rituals while the wind howled outside. But this was no tale, this was reality. "Stay back," she screamed, her voice cracking like ice beneath the pressure of despair. She was standing between the shadows and a figure cloaked in malice, a vampire, its face a twisted mockery of humanity, fangs glinting in the moonlight like daggers waiting to pierce flesh. The grotesque creature stretched its lips into a grin that felt like poison, hungry, insatiable. "Rituals cannot save you," it hissed, a voice like gravel dragging against bone. The air crackled with tension, the kind that smothered you, each breath thickening with dread. I remember feeling the world tilt, as if gravity itself had decided to abandon us in this forsaken place. It was just the three of us, the monster, the girl, and me, a pitiful triangle of fate played out under the relentless gaze of the moon. I had never believed in the rituals, the salt circles, the garlic, the incantations. They seemed like childish games, relics of a time when shadows were feared for their dark whispers. But as I faced the embodiment of nightmares, a flicker of doubt ignited my heart. Would a charm crafted from dried herbs really work against this nightmare? My own cowardice clawed at me, a voice reminding me of the countless hours spent dismissing folklore as the ramblings of superstitious minds. "Please, don't!" I shouted, steeling myself against the rising tide of panic. The vampire's eyes narrowed, amusement dancing across its features. "Why not offer her up, human?" it taunted, the words a noose tightening around my throat. Elena's breath hitched, and I saw the flicker of fear buried beneath her defiance. The heartache in her gaze was unmistakable. She knew she was trapped, and my presence was doing little to save her. I remember the stories, the whispers of salt and silver, of the ways to protect oneself. But here, faced with the abyss, all I could think about was the sweet scent of her hair, how it swayed like wheat in the wind, the laughter that once filled our evenings. And suddenly, the rituals felt like the only lifeline. I fumbled in my pockets, my fingers brushing against a tiny vial of salt I always kept close, a remnant of days spent standing at the edge of the unknown. "Back away from her!" I shouted, feeling an ember of courage flicker within me. The vampire's laughter echoed, sharp and cruel, as it stepped closer, reveling in the fear it inflicted. But I was resolute, my heart pounded a rhythm of defiance. I remembered the stories we used to share beneath the covers, how the bravest would stand their ground. And in that moment, I was both terrified and alive, teetering on the precipice of despair and hope. "Ancient spirits," I began, the words spilling from my lips with a fervor I had never known. "Let the salt protect what is pure. Let the darkness be cast away by the light of truth." My voice trembled, but it was all I had, every word a plea to the universe. The vampire paused, its grin faltering, confusion flickering in its darkened eyes. For a heartbeat, I dared to believe. Elena, sensing the shift, stepped forward, emboldened. "You think you can claim me," she spat, defiance simmering beneath the surface. "You think I'll let you take me without a fight?" With that, she snatched a handful of dirt from the ground and flung it toward the monster, a quicksilver motion that sent a cascade of earth blooming in the air. The vampire screamed, recoiling as if struck, shadows writhing and contorting around it. I remember the moment vividly, the terror, the bravery, the desperation that clung to us like fog. We were standing on the edge of oblivion, and yet, we fought. The rituals, the tales, they came alive around us, shimmering in the air like a promise. As the vampire staggered back, I felt the salt in my pocket pulse with energy, and in that instant, I realized we were not alone. The echoes of our ancestors whispered through the night, urging us to stand firm. "Together!" I shouted, the word a battle cry that reverberated through the shadows. Elena nodded, her fear transformed into an unyielding resolve. We stepped forward, hand in hand, hearts pounding a rhythm of rebellion against the darkness that sought to consume us. The vampire howled, rage mingling with confusion, but we held fast. In that fraught moment, we became conduits of our ancestors' strength, channeling every ounce of hope into the air, creating a sanctuary of light amid the encroaching shadows. It was more than just rituals now, it was belief, it was spirit, it was the very essence of what it meant to fight for life against the darkness. As the vampire shrieked, a haunting melody of despair, we pressed on, the world collapsing around us yet bursting with possibility. The moon bore witness as the clock ticked, time suspended in that harrowing breath. Shadows flickered, and the night, once a canvas of terror, began to transform, a battleground filled with the fervor of hope and defiance, where the lines of myth and reality blurred into an exhilarating dance of survival. In that moment, the story was far from over, it was just beginning, a cycle spun from the threads of our souls, forever intertwining us with those who had fought before, with the spirits that lingered, watching, waiting. The battle against the darkness was eternal, a ritual that would never truly end, and we were but its continuing echo. The air hung thick, a visceral pulse in the night. The moonlight dripped through the gnarled branches, illuminating a scene so raw and primal it seemed to suspend time. A man knelt in the dirt, fingers clawing at the earth, blood-streaked hands trembling with the weight of a confession that threatened to crush him entirely. Simon, with his wild, haunted eyes, felt the surge of something ancient within him, a force that demanded to be recognized. This was no ordinary night, this was the eve of reckoning, where blood and spirit entwined like lovers lost in a fatal embrace. "Why?" he whispered, voice cracking like dried leaves beneath a boot. The echoes of his question reverberated against the stone walls of the abandoned church, the very stones that had witnessed the rise and fall of faith. They offered no answers, only the chilling truth that he was far from alone in this darkness. Outside, the wind howled like a beast in pain, a warning that felt both distant and intimately close. Clara stood at the mouth of the alley, heart racing against her ribcage like a caged bird desperate for freedom. She was drawn to him, yet repelled by the shadow of his past, a shadow that clung to him like a shroud. "What have you done?" she demanded, eyes flashing with a mix of anger and fear. The question lingered, thick as the fog curling around her feet, each word a dagger poised to strike. Simon looked up, and in his gaze was a tempest. "I did it for us." The words tasted bitter on his tongue, a confession that felt like poison. He could feel the pulsing rhythm of his own heart, a drumbeat echoing the centuries-old dance of sacrifice and redemption. Blood, a sacred substance, coursed through their veins, binding them, yet it threatened to tear them apart. "I remember," Clara said, the breath hitching in her throat. "I remember when we believed in something greater. They had once laughed beneath the stars, woven dreams from the very fabric of the cosmos. Now, the weight of reality bore down on them, a merciless horror that made their past seem like a cruel joke." Her chest tightened, the memories clawing their way to the surface, visions of joy now twisted into something grotesque. The truth was a knife, sharp and unforgiving, and as Simon's secret spilled forth, he could feel the ground beneath him shift. "The blood, it calls to me. It whispers in the dark." He staggered to his feet, the revelation tumbling from his lips like a sacrament. Each word dripped with the intensity of his desperation, and Clara's heart raced, a dizzying blend of dread and yearning. "It's more than just life, Clara, it's our connection to everything, the very essence of our souls." And as he spoke, she could see it, the flickering memory of rituals long abandoned, the pulse of a world that once understood the sacredness of blood. It was a terrifying beauty, a truth that danced on the edge of madness. She stepped closer, drawn in by the gravitational pull of his anguish, yet holding tight to the remnants of her own sanity. "Simon, you're losing yourself." The word slipped out, a plea wrapped in fear. She could feel the tremors in her own hands, the instinct to reach out and pull him back from the precipice. "This isn't who you are." But the shadows were deep, and he seemed to drift further, swallowed by the abyss of his own making. He shook his head, each movement a battle against an unseen force. "I am what I've been made, Clara. Blood is not a curse, it is a gift. It binds us to our ancestors, to the earth, to the very cosmos." His voice rose, the fervor igniting something inside her, a flicker of hope, a terrifying understanding that they were entwined in a legacy far beyond their comprehension. The wind howled again, a mournful song that carried whispers of dreams unfulfilled. Clara felt the weight of the past press against her chest, a familiar ache that threatened to consume her. "We can't go back to that world. It's gone, Simon. It's all gone." Her voice cracked, the tension taut between them like a string ready to snap. Maybe, he replied, every word soaked in desperation, but what if we can create something new? What if blood is the bridge we need to cross? His eyes bore into hers, a tempest of hope and despair, a flicker of the man she once loved mingling with the ghost of who he had become. And then, silence. The world around them stilled, the weight of the moment pressing down like a shroud, binding them in a fragile dance of fear and longing. In that instant, they were not just two souls lost in the chaos, they were the embodiment of a truth that transcended time, the struggle of humanity woven into their very essence. Clara felt a shiver race down her spine as she contemplated the implications of his words. "What do you mean, Simon?" The question slipped from her lips, trembling on the edge of uncertainty. "What are you proposing?" "Sacrifice," he breathed, the word trembling in the air between them. "Our blood, our essence, are offering to the darkness. We can harness its power and birth something that defies the void." The intensity of his gaze pierced through her defenses, igniting a flicker of something she didn't want to acknowledge. Possibility. Yet, beneath the urgency, Clara felt the creeping tendrils of fear. And what if we fail? The shadows around them seemed to stir, alive with a malevolence that made her stomach churn. What if it consumes us instead? Simon stepped toward her, the fervor radiating from him like heat from a flame. Then we become the very legends we've read about. We become the whispered tales of blood and spirit. It's a risk, yes, but one worth taking. Her heart raced, a wild rhythm echoing in her chest. The weight of his proposition hung heavy, a dark promise that felt both exhilarating and terrifying. She longed to turn away, to escape into the safety of familiarity, but the pull of the unknown was magnetic. "I remember," she whispered, haunted by the echo of their past, torn between the weight of fear and the allure of the profound. But the night was relentless, and the shadows beckoned, waiting for their choice to be made. The air shimmered with anticipation, a cosmic thread weaving through the fabric of their fates. In that moment, reality blurred, bending under the weight of their shared history and the blood that coursed through their veins, a sacred substance, binding, breaking, and remaking them in ways they had yet to comprehend. And as the moon hung overhead, an eternal witness to their turmoil, the world around them faded, the echoes of their hearts entwined in a dance that defied time itself. The air hung thick with an iron tang, punctuated by the sharp rasp of breath clawing its way out of a throat caught somewhere between a scream and a sob. A flicker of movement in the shadows, a silhouette, a blur, sent my heart racing, pounding in rhythm with a terror that felt ancestral. I could feel it in my bones, the echo of every whispered tale of the dark. The moonlight poured through the cracked window like a voyeur, illuminating the room in ghostly silver, casting long fingers that danced on the walls, stretching to pull me deeper into the horror unfolding. "Help me!" The voice was a wretched thing, a plea drenched in despair, but I recognized it. It was Clara, the woman who wore her scars like a crown, each mark a story of battles fought and lost, a warrior of an unseen war. I stood frozen, caught in the web of her pain, knowing that the night was just beginning its cruel orchestration. Outside, the restless wind howled like a banshee, carrying the scent of damp earth and decay, wrapping around me like the embrace of a forgotten lover. I turned my gaze to the window, drawn to the darkness that stretched beyond. It felt alive, unfurling with the promise of nightmares, a stark reminder of the male and female vampires that haunted the legends like shadows refusing to fade. They were the dreamers and the devourers, each one an embodiment of desire and dread, and there it was, the fracture, the divide. Clara was a vampire, yes, but she wore her curse like a shroud that clung to her skin. She was the seductress, the siren whose voice could lure the strongest of men into the abyss, yet here she was, a fragile thing, trembling against the encroaching darkness. I remembered the stories, the tales of male vampires, powerful and predatory, their hunger insatiable, their presence looming like a storm cloud ready to consume the unsuspecting. They were the ones who drove fear into the hearts of villagers, the ones who craved power, who reveled in their dominion over life and death. "Clara," I whispered, the name a silent prayer, "what have they done to you?" Her eyes, typically ablaze with a fire that rivaled the sun, flickered with uncertainty. She was the embodiment of the eternal struggle, the battle of seduction versus fear, of desire versus horror. I saw the desperation etched into her features, the way the moonlight caught the tear tracks on her cheeks, glistening like silver threads woven into a tapestry of despair. "They think I am weak," she hissed, the tremor in her voice betraying her resolve. "But I am not. I will not be a pawn in their game." Her hands clenched into fists, nails biting into skin, a reminder of the internal war she waged against the very nature of her existence. Female vampires, often depicted as the victims, the tragic figures who bathed in the blood of their lovers, were rising against the stereotype of succumbing to their fates. But the specter of male vampires loomed large, casting a shadow over her defiance. I remembered Thomas, the brooding presence who had once been the conqueror of hearts and minds, a master of manipulation, his charm a bladed weapon. He had seduced Clara into his world, promising her eternity, but only after extracting her very essence, leaving her hollowed out, a shell echoing with memories of what she once was. The images flashed before my mind, the blood, the laughter, the moments that felt like eternity but were nothing more than fleeting seconds, like dreams unraveling at dawn. I could hear his voice echoing through my thoughts, rich and velvety, filled with promises that tasted like poison. "You will always be mine," he had whispered, a decree that felt less like devotion and more like a curse. I shivered at the memory, it felt like a brand on my soul. "Clara!" I gasped as the darkness shifted again, as if the shadows themselves were conspiring against us. She could feel it too, the chilling realization that the tides were turning. There was a reckoning approaching, a storm brewed not just in the sky but in the very fabric of myth and gender, male versus female, predator versus prey. "We have to leave." I reached for her, but her gaze held me captive, a maelstrom of fear and unyielding strength. "No. Not yet." It was a statement, a command that sent ripples through the night. She was a tempest contained, and I was merely a breath, stuttering, gasping in the wake of her resolve. The darkness thrummed around us, and I felt the weight of history pressing down, the stories of countless women who had been silenced, bound by the expectations of others. Clara was a flicker of rebellion, a candle in the suffocating dark, a chance to rewrite the narrative, to reshape the legends that had so long confined her. There was laughter from the shadows, chilling and cruel, and I knew who it was. Thomas, swaggering like the night itself, all predatory grace. "You cannot escape your nature, Clara," he sneered, the words dripping with malice. "You will always be a reflection of my darkness, a mere shadow of what I am." "Stop!" I cried out, but the words felt feeble, like clouds that evaporated under the searing gaze of the sun. The tension coiled tighter, electric, a taut string ready to snap. Clara's eyes blazed with a fury that ignited the air between us. She was both the hunted and the hunter, a beautiful contradiction wrapped in the chains of a nightmarish legacy. "Tonight, I reclaim my story," she whispered, the timbre of her voice a haunting melody that sliced through the fear. I felt the air shift, a promise that curled around us, igniting hope against the consuming dark. The confrontation drew nearer, a specter looming on the horizon of our fate. As the shadows deepened, I realized the battle was not just for survival but for identity, for the right to exist beyond the constraints of mythology. Clara and I stood on the precipice, ready to confront the phantoms of the past, each heartbeat echoing the ancient struggle between male and female, predator and prey. And in that moment, as the night held its breath, I understood, this was not just Clara's fight. It was ours, the struggle of every voice silenced, every story untold. Time stood still, a clock winding down, the echoes of forgotten dreams swirling like leaves caught in a storm, ready to burst forth, to reclaim what had been lost beneath the weight of centuries. The darkness whispered promises of power, of freedom, but it also taunted us with the shadows of doubt. Every choice was a dance on the edge of a knife, and as the confrontation loomed, I felt the weight of the world upon my shoulders, preparing for the inevitable clash of light against dark, of myth against reality. And still, the night waited, shrouded in mystery, pregnant with possibility. It's midnight in the city, a hush hangs heavy, thick as fog, wrapping around the ancient brick buildings like a lover's embrace. Within this silence, a pulse thrums, an echo of lives lived, breaths taken, dreams shattered. Shadows dance just beyond the reach of dim streetlights, whispering secrets of the past, of folklore that seeps into the cracks of modernity like ink bleeding into water. It's here, in this fragile moment, that I remember. I remember Clara, her wild hair a tempest, eyes burning with the fire of discovery. She stood at the precipice of the old bridge, the moonlight glinting off the waters below, the river a serpent coiling, ready to strike. She was a scientist, steeped in the language of biology, of cells and systems, yet that night she was something else, an enigma wrapped in a riddle, the very essence of curiosity. "Do you feel it?" she asked, her voice a breathless whisper that cut through the stillness. "The stories in the water? The lives it has seen." I did feel it, a shiver skimming down my spine, as if the river held memories of all its travelers, of lovers who met and parted, of fears that drowned, and of wisdom that floated just beneath the surface. Then there was Sam, the skeptic, the one who wore logic like armor. He shuffled through life, a man tethered to the ground while Clara soared. "Folklore? Myths? They're just stories," he scoffed, leaning against the bridge's railing, arms crossed, as if to shield himself from Clara's wild spirit. But in his eyes, I caught the flicker of doubt, the ghost of a question that gnawed at him. Could there be truth in the tales? Could the old wives' whispers hold the key to something larger, something that science couldn't quite quantify? As Clara peered into the depths, her voice a fragile thread weaving through the darkness, she spoke of the will-o'-the-wisps, those elusive lights that beckon travelers off the path, leading them into the throes of the unknown. "They say they're souls, trapped between worlds," she said, and I shivered, feeling the weight of history in her words. What if they're not just tales? What if they're warnings? The wind picked up, howling like a banshee, and I felt the very air shift, thickening with the weight of their words. "Clara, you can't seriously believe that," Sam replied, his voice cracking slightly, betraying the tension that simmered beneath his veneer of reason. "We can't let myths cloud our judgment. Science is truth." But even as he spoke, the shadows around us deepened. I could feel them, restless spirits dancing just out of sight, laughing without sound, echoing lost joys and forgotten fears. Clara turned to him, her face illuminated by the ethereal glow of the moon. "Sometimes, Sam, the truth isn't cold and hard. Sometimes, it's soft and warm, like the stories that cradle us when darkness falls." I felt the pull of their debate, the gravity of belief versus skepticism, and my heart raced with an urgency that mirrored the tides. The river, once serene, now thrashed against the banks, as if echoing the turmoil within. Clara stepped closer to the edge, eyes ablaze with an ancient fire, a fire that whispered of witches and warlocks, of creatures lurking in shadowed corners, waiting for the veil to thin enough to slip through. What if the science we cling to is just a layer, a thin skin over the vastness of unknown? What if it's all connected? Sam's expression shifted, caught in a tempest of emotion. I could see the struggle within him, the crack in his armor, the way his breath hitched as if the weight of the universe was bearing down on him. "You're talking about chaos," he protested. "About things we can't control." But the tremor in his voice betrayed him. He was afraid of the very shadows that whispered to Clara. I remember, Clara's voice wove through the air, soft yet insistent, the tales my grandmother told me, a story of a village that vanished, swallowed whole by the earth. They believed they had angered the spirits, and the ground opened up to claim them. What's to say those spirits don't still walk among us? Her gaze pierced through the night, and I felt the chill of her words slice through the thick air. In that moment, I could almost see the villagers, their faces twisted in terror, their cries unheard by the world above. I could see Clara, her heart beating in rhythm with the past, blurring the lines between what was scientific fact and what was folklore, a thin thread woven through time. She reached out, her hand trembling slightly, and I grasped it, feeling the warmth of her resolve, the coolness of her fears. "Let's not let fear dictate our understanding," she urged, her voice a balm against the rising tide of uncertainty. "Science can illuminate the shadows, but it can't erase them." And then, something shifted, the air crackled, electric with tension, as if the very universe held its breath. A distant flicker danced on the river's surface, a glimmer of light that pulled at my core, whispering promises of secrets yet unveiled. Sam's eyes went wide, disbelief morphing into something darker, something visceral as he stepped back, the rationality he clung to fraying at the edges. "Clara, don't! It could be dangerous." But Clara was already moving, drawn by the light, her spirit a moth to the flame. Maybe danger is where we find truth, she called over her shoulder, and I felt the gravitational pull of her belief, strong and alluring. I held on tight, torn between fear and wonder, caught in the collision of science and folklore, a dance as old as time. And as Clara stepped closer to the river's edge, I knew then that whatever lay ahead would change us forever. The light flickered again, more intensely now, and the shadows around us deepened, swirling like wisps of smoke, tugging at the very fabric of our reality, beckoning us into the unknown. The moon hung heavy and low, casting a pallid glow over the cobblestone streets of a town gripped in the throes of fear. Shadows twisted and danced as if they were alive, whispering secrets of death and despair. I stumbled into the square, heart racing, breath hitching in my throat like a prayer left unspoken. The stench of decay wrapped around me, a foul blanket that seeped into my lungs. I was an intruder in my own world, a witness to a nightmare that refused to fade. Stay away! Stay away! The words echoed in my mind, but they were drowned out by the sound of a distant bell, tolling in morbid harmony with the panic that clawed at my insides. Clara, the baker's daughter, stood there, pale as a spectre, her once bright eyes now pools of sorrow. It's here. It's come for us. The plague. I saw the tremor in her hands, the way she clutched her apron as if it were a lifeline. She had lost her father to the very sickness that now draped over us like a shroud. I wanted to console her, to tell her that not all was lost, but the words stuck in my throat like a shard of glass. The villagers, huddled in despair, were a living testament to how quickly hope could be extinguished. Men with hollow cheeks and women whose laughter had turned to whispers moved through the streets like ghosts, their faces etched in lines of grief. Children, innocent, untouched by the decay of this world, clutched their mothers tightly, eyes wide with confusion and terror. They couldn't comprehend the horror that had seeped into their lives like poison, yet they felt its grip tightening, a vice around their tender hearts. I shuffled through the crowd, lost in a sea of grim reality, when I spotted Matthias, the town's butcher. He had once been a jovial soul, his laughter echoing as he wielded his cleavers with the prowess of an artist. But now, his apron was stained with the blood of the dead, his customers, his friends. He had been forced to turn to the dark arts, speaking to the shadows in hopes of finding an escape, a cure, something to banish the spectre that loomed over us. They say the vampires are coming, he muttered, eyes darting, haunted. They're drawn to the sick, the dying. They feast on our despair. I shivered as his words wrapped around me, chilling my bones. I remembered the stories whispered by the firelight, the ancient tales of creatures that prowled the night, hungry for the taste of fear, for the thrill of life that bled from the living. The thought was absurd, yet here we were, encased in our own horror, and it felt all too real. The plague had taken hold, and the tales had become terrifyingly plausible. I tried to grasp the weight of what Matthias had said, but the shadows grew heavier, wrapping around me like vines entwined in a lover's embrace. I couldn't escape the feeling that death was lurking, breathless. I turned to Clara, desperate for clarity. Is there no hope? My voice cracked under the weight of despair, the question hanging in the air like a dark omen. Hope, she echoed, her laughter hollow, a sinister echo of what once was. Hope is a luxury we can't afford. We're already ghosts in our own lives. The way she said it sent shivers racing down my spine, and in that moment, I realized we were all teetering on the edge, ready to plunge into the dark abyss of despair. The clock tower chimed again, its somber toll echoing through the night, marking the passing of hours that felt like days. I was acutely aware of time, each tick resonating with urgency. I could feel it in my bones, the creeping sense that something was coming. I turned to scan the streets, the dim lantern light flickering ominously, casting long shadows that seemed to stretch out, reaching for us, hungry and insatiable. Then, a scream sliced through the air, a raw, primal sound that shattered the moment. I spun around, heart pounding, pulse racing as a figure staggered into view. A man, his face twisted in terror, blood oozing from his neck. They're here, he gasped, collapsing at our feet. The vampires. They'll take us all. Clara recoiled, the color draining from her face. Matthias cursed under his breath, eyes wide with fear and exhilaration, a man flirting with madness. I stood frozen, caught between the tangible world of despair and the surreal horror of the impossible. The air thrummed with tension, electric and alive. "Run!" I shouted, the words tearing from my throat like a desperate prayer. But where could we run? The plague was everywhere, in every corner, every shadow. And now something darker had awakened, something that thrived on our suffering. I could feel Clara's grip tightening around my arm, her breath quickening, and I knew the moment we were changed forever, no longer just survivors, but casualties of a horror that defied understanding. In that bleak square, surrounded by the scent of wilting flowers and the looming spectre of death, I felt the darkness closing in. Matthias's laugh, wild and unhinged, echoed through the air. "We are nothing but pawns in this game," he shouted, "and the night is our only ally." For a fleeting moment, I felt the absurdity of it all, the madness, the dancing shadows, the laughter in the face of death. But as the cries of the dying filled the streets, the reality crashed in again, heavy and suffocating. I was lost, drifting in a haze of grief and fear, a single heartbeat in a world that felt like it was unraveling. I remembered the stories, the myths, the vampires that lurked at the edges of our fears. Were they born from the plague, or had they always been waiting in the wings, preying on our darkest moments? I couldn't tell anymore. All I knew was the cold, the fear, and the haunting echo of death, closing in like a vice. Clara's grip tightened, and as I looked into her eyes, I saw a reflection of my own terror, a mirror of the hopelessness that now defined us. Time folded around us, the ticking clock blending with our frayed nerves. Night fell deeper, and I knew we were caught in a cycle, a loop of despair and dread, the end only an illusion. And the vampires? They were not merely creatures of the night. They were the embodiment of our fears, our losses, our unrelenting grief, forever lurking, ready to devour what hope remained. With a shuddering breath, I turned back toward the shadows, heart racing, knowing the confrontation was only just beginning. Somewhere, the darkness stirred, welcoming us into its cold embrace. A thunderclap rolled through the midnight sky, shattering the silence that clung to the ancient alley like a shroud. I stood there, heart racing, as the shadows twisted and danced around me. My breath came in sharp bursts, each inhale laced with the scent of damp cobblestones and something darker, something primal that whispered of blood. This was the world of the vampire, but also the world of artists, dreamers, and the haunted souls who dared to capture that which should remain unseen. I remember the first piece of art that gripped my heart. It was a painting, canvas stretched tight, colors swirling like a tempest. The vampire stood before me, and not just a monster, but an embodiment of desire and despair. He was both beautiful and grotesque, his lips stained crimson, eyes holding the secrets of 1,000 lifetimes. I remember how I shivered, caught between fear and fascination, as if the very essence of his darkness seeped through the paint and into my veins. Anna stood beside me, her voice a delicate tremor. "Look at him," she said, her fingers brushing the surface of the frame, as if she could touch his essence. "He's so alive." But her eyes betrayed a deeper turmoil, a longing that clawed at her insides. She had her own darkness, a battle with demons that mirrored the monster's plight. Both were cursed, trapped in a cycle of yearning and despair. The irony wasn't lost on me, she saw herself in that creature, and I, too, felt a pang of recognition. Outside, the wind howled, a ghostly echo that seemed to mock our fascination. The city breathed around us, alive with stories of lovers lost to the night, of artists who poured their very souls onto canvas, desperate to capture the ineffable. I could almost hear the whispers of long-dead painters, their spirits lingering in the air, urging us to confront our fears. I remember the vivid colors of a Rococo masterpiece, the decadent curls of hair and lace, each brush stroke a testament to unchecked desire, the elegance masking a rot beneath. And then there was Edward, my mentor, the man whose obsession with the vampire myth had entangled us all. He stood at the far end of the gallery, eyes glazed over, lost in the depths of a haunting print where the moonlit figure of a vampire caressed the throat of a maiden. "Art is a mirror," he often said, his voice thick with fervor. "It reflects our darkest desires." Yet, as I watched him now, I wondered if he had become too entwined, too consumed by his own reflection. "Edward," I called, my voice cut through the tension. "What do you see?" His gaze flickered to me, a flash of something, fear? Regret? He opened his mouth to speak, but the words were lost in the swell of emotions that surged within the room. I could almost hear Anna's heartbeat syncing with the rhythm of our shared dread, an unspoken acknowledgement that we were not merely observing, we were part of this cycle, caught in the web of art and horror. Every time I paint, Edward finally murmured, I feel the vampire's breath on my neck. He whispers secrets only the damned can know. The melancholy in his voice cloaked us, wrapping around like the cloak of night. I could see it then, the ghostly figure of the vampire lurking in the shadows of our minds, feeding on our fears, our desires. Time slipped away, an unyielding spectre. I could feel the ticking of the clock, each second punctuated by the pulse of anxiety in my veins. I remembered nights spent in the dusty corners of ancient libraries, poring over tomes filled with tales of seduction and death, each story a reflection of ourselves, our own demons waiting to be unleashed. There was something grotesque about our fascination, a twisted pull that drew us ever closer to the abyss. I recalled a moment of vivid clarity, standing before a woodcut from the Middle Ages. The figures were grotesque, bodies entwined in a tangled mess of limbs and shadows. The artist had captured the raw, primal fear, the horror of the unknown. In that instant, it wasn't just a picture, it was a revelation. I felt as though I was staring into the void that lay within every human heart, where darkness and light battled for dominance. But it wasn't just about horror. No, the vampire was also seduction, an erotic lore that twisted through history. Anna had told me once, with a faint smile, they bathed once a year. So yeah, romance was earthy. Her laughter was the light in our darkened world, but even that felt tinged with desperation. The absurdity of it all, a blend of laughter and terror, the seductive pull of the macabre. As we hovered between art and the pulse of the city, I felt the weight of centuries pressing down, the artists who had lived and died, their spirits echoing through time. Each stroke of the brush, each chisel to stone, a desperate plea to capture something fleeting, something that shattered the boundaries of life and death. In their works, the vampire was more than a creature, he was a symbol, a manifestation of the deepest human fears and desires, timeless in his allure. Maybe we're all just vampires, I whispered, more to myself than to anyone else. Searching for something to fill the void. Anna's eyes met mine, and for a moment, there was an understanding, a recognition of shared pain. We were all searching, yes, for meaning, for connection, for the spark of life in a world that had grown ever darker. Then, just as quickly, the moment shattered like glass. Edward's voice cut through the silence, sharp and jagged. There's a price. Art demands a sacrifice. The words hung heavy in the air, a portent filled with dread. I could feel the chill seep into my bones, the weight of his statement pressing down, urging us to confront our own truths. And suddenly, we were caught in a storm of emotion, a chaotic whirlwind of longing, fear, and realization. The vampire's shadow loomed larger, twisting around us like a serpent ready to strike. It was a confrontation with ourselves, our dreams, our darkest fears, an unending cycle of creation and destruction, a dance with the macabre that felt both exhilarating and terrifying. The gallery seemed to pulse, the walls closing in, the artwork coming alive with specters of the past. Moments blurred into one another as the boundaries of our reality faded. I could feel the vampire, not just in the paintings, but in the very essence of our beings, a reminder that we are all haunted, all yearning, and forever intertwined with shadows that refuse to let go. As the clock struck midnight, the air grew thick with anticipation. I took a breath, grounding myself in the moment. The tales of vampires, of their beauty and horror, were not just stories etched in paint. They were reflections of us, and as I stood there, I understood. The art was alive, pulsing with our fears, our desires, a mirror to our souls, forever entwined in the dance of darkness and light. And in that realization, the night stretched on, a haunting lullaby whispering of creation, destruction, and the relentless passage of time, where the vampire reigned supreme, forever captivating and forever elusive. The echoes of our emotions lingered, pulling us deeper into the unending cycle, a story that had no conclusion, only the promise of more to come. The clock strikes midnight, its chime echoing through the empty streets like a heartbeat in a silent body. Shadows stretch long and lean, whispering secrets you're not meant to hear. I stand there, heart pounding, as the chill of the night winds around me, the air thick with anticipation. There's something lurking beyond the edges of the light, a figure, cloaked, watching. My breath catches, a tangle of fear and curiosity. Do you see them? Sarah's voice, usually so steady, trembles like a leaf caught in a storm. Her eyes dart to the alleyway's dark mouth, where the air hangs heavy with dread. They're closer than we think. There's a haunting allure to the unknown, a dangerous pull like a moth to a flame. I remember when we first stumbled into this world, captivated by tales drenched in Gothic elegance. The idea of vampires, eternal, beautiful, tragic, drew us in like lost souls searching for a dark romance. But now? Now it feels like a graveyard in the middle of a bustling city, the vibrant pulse of life overshadowed by the whispers of death. I remember nights spent dreaming of them, I confess, my voice low, barely above a whisper. But now, the words hang in the air, brittle and forlorn. Now, I wonder if the fear was the better story. Sarah's gaze locks onto mine, and in that moment, everything rushes back, the flickering candles, the blood-red wine, the scent of decay mingled with lust. We were young, foolish, desperate for something more than the mundane existence we inhabited. But what we craved was buried beneath the fabric of our society, hidden in the stories we told ourselves. Those tales were cozy fireside chats turned sinister, revealing our darkest fears wrapped in velvet cloaks. Look at us, she says, a bitter smile curling her lips. Two girls, lost in a world of their own making. And for what? To find monsters. I can't help but laugh. It's a hollow sound, echoing off the brick walls. Monsters, I repeat, the word tasting of ash. That's what we've become. We've become the very thing we feared. We're not alone anymore. The world outside is a cacophony of sirens and shadows, laughter mingling with screams. It's a realm where vampires no longer linger in the dark corners of night but roam freely, feeding on our anxieties and insecurities. The media has twisted the legend, wrapping it in layers of glamour and horror, turning the grotesque into something almost appealing. The figures that once haunted our nightmares now strut down red carpets, draped in designer fabrics, with perfectly sculpted smiles that mask the darkness beneath. I saw a documentary, I say, grasping for something to tether me to reality. They said vampires are a reflection of our fears, our societal fears. But what if it's more than that? What if they're us? A shudder runs through her, and I see the truth in her eyes, like a mirror reflecting the chaos we've lived. We've all become vampires, feeding off the pain of the world, consuming each other's joys until there's nothing left but an empty husk. I can't ignore it anymore, Sarah whispers, her voice breaking like a fragile thread. The news, the chaos, it's all a reminder. They're a reminder. She gestures toward the alley, her hand trembling. What if we become them? What if we can't find our way back? My heart races, a wild drum in a silent hall. I remember the headlines, fear-mongering stories of bloodsuckers in suits, politicians draining our will to hope. I remember sitting in darkened theaters, the flickering images synchronized with the thumping of my pulse. The allure of the vampire is seductive, yet there's a pain in the beauty, a truth hidden beneath the surface. We crave their power, their immortality, yet we fear their hunger, the insatiable thirst that drives them. But we're all thirsty, aren't we? Thirsty for validation, for power, for something more than the reality that confines us. It's intoxicating, this dance with danger. The media celebrates our darkest desires, wrapping them in soft cashmere and silk, making the grotesque so appealing that we can't look away. They bathed once a year, I murmur, a bitter laugh escaping. Romance was earthy. Sarah's eyes search mine, a flicker of understanding sparking in the depths. We romanticize them because we fear ourselves. The truth is, there's a vampire in all of us. Suddenly, a rustle interrupts the thick tension. From the shadows, a figure emerges, tall, slender, with eyes that glimmer like polished obsidian. The world fades, a breath caught in our throats, as time stretches into infinity. Every heartbeat echoes louder, a staccato rhythm of fear and excitement. It's a confrontation we've been avoiding, a reckoning we can no longer escape. Why fear the darkness? The figure asks, voice smooth like silk, yet sharp-edged like glass. Embrace it. You've already become what you fear. I feel a shiver course through me, a wave of cold reality crashing against the shore of my mind. This is our truth, the fear, the longing, the hunger. We are the architects of our own nightmares, and the media has merely held up a mirror, reflecting the chaos we've created. As the figure steps closer, shadows cling to them, wrapping around their form like a lover's embrace. I know in the depths of my being, this is the moment that will change everything, the confrontation that will echo through our souls. My heart pounds furiously, a wild creature desperate to escape, yet I remain rooted. We're not alone, I whisper, and Sarah nods, her hand squeezing mine. We are bound by this shared fear, this exquisite terror. It's a reminder that sometimes the monsters we create are the ones we must face, the ones that hold the power to consume us from within. With every breath, the air grows thicker, charged with unspoken fears and desires. The clock tolls again, its haunting rhythm resonating in our chests. The figure leans forward, and I can see it clearly now, the hunger, the darkness, the reflection of society laid bare in their gaze. And as we stand on the precipice of revelation, I can't help but wonder, what will we become when the dawn breaks? The moon hung low, a ghostly lantern, casting shadows that danced with a life of their own. I could taste the damp chill of the night biting at my skin, a reminder that the world was alive even in its stillness. The air was heavy, electric, as if charged with secrets whispered through the centuries. I stood at the edge of a crumbling cemetery, the gravestones looming like ancient sentinels. They whispered tales of the dead, weaving threads of grief into the fabric of the night. And there, against the backdrop of rustling leaves, two figures emerged, their faces taut with fear, their hearts racing against the backdrop of history. Rabies, with his dark, haunted eyes, was the first to break the silence. "They're coming for us, Lena," he breathed, the tremor in his voice betraying his bravado. I could see it in his clenched fists, the way he held his breath as if the very act of exhaling would summon the darkness. Lena stood beside him, her hands trembling. She had always been the brave one, the spark that ignited the fire in our group. But tonight, her courage felt like a fragile glass ornament, ready to shatter. "We have to stick together," she said, though her voice quavered like autumn leaves caught in an unrelenting wind. I could see the shadows playing tricks on her mind, ghosts of legends long buried. "Legends," I whispered, my voice barely piercing the veil of fear. "Do you remember the stories we heard as children? The tales of vampires that crossed oceans and centuries." A chill swept through me, icy tendrils wrapping around my spine as images flashed before me, blood-drained corpses, midnight rituals, the haunting whispers of creatures that thrived on the fringes of reality. Ravi shook his head, a desperate laugh escaping his lips. "You and your myths, Celia. You think these stories could ever touch us?" They were just that, stories. But beneath the facade of bravado, I could see the flicker of doubt. Did he not remember how we had spent hours laughing about how the vampire lore had traveled through cultures, each version more twisted than the last? The Romanian Strigoi, wicked spirits trapped between life and death, hungry for vengeance and blood. The Japanese Jirogimo, a spider that lured men to their doom, weaving webs of silk and sorrow. The South American Chupacabra, the bloodsucker lurking in the shadows, a mix of folklore and fear. Each tale dug deeper into our souls, a cultural tapestry rich with horror and longing. I took a step closer, feeling the weight of history pressing down on us. But what if they're real? What if these myths are a reflection of our darkest fears? The very essence of humanity wrapped up in the terrifying unknown. My voice quaked with the intensity of my thoughts, each word a reminder of the legacy we bore. Lena's eyes widened, the glimmer of understanding igniting a spark within her. "What if they've come to life?" she whispered, the words barely escaping her lips as if afraid of waking a sleeping beast. Now, as the wind howled through the trees, I could feel it, an echo of something ancient, something relentless, clawing at the edges of our reality. We were trapped in this moment, suspended in the web of our own making. The stories intertwined with our lives, forging bonds of fear and fascination. And yet, here we were, standing on the precipice, about to confront what lay hidden beneath the surface of our own imaginations. Then, from the darkness, a figure emerged. Tall and cloaked in shadows, it moved with a grace that sent shivers down my spine. Ravi took a step back, his breath hitching in his throat. "What do we do?" he murmured, terror radiating from him like heat from a fire. "Stay close," Lena said, her voice shaking but resolute. "We face it together." But I could see her resolve wavering, the fear pooling in her chest like trapped air. I felt it too, the weight of our own creation looming before us, a monstrous reflection of our collective nightmares. The figure stepped closer, the moonlight illuminating its face, a ghastly mask of beauty and horror. "Do you seek the truth?" it whispered, each word dripping with an otherworldly allure. "Or do you hide in the shadows, afraid of your own darkness?" Each syllable struck me like a bolt of lightning, igniting a firestorm of emotions within. I remembered the stories, the warnings wrapped in riddles, cloaked in metaphor. I remembered the cries of the victims, the blood on the cobblestones, the heartbeats echoing in the silence of the night. "Are you a myth?" I found my voice, shaky but defiant. "Or are you something more?" The creature smiled, a chilling grin that pierced through the dim light. "I am the fear you carry. I am the night that never ends." As it moved closer, the world around us blurred, the boundaries of reality and myth fracturing like glass. I could hear the whispers of ancestors long gone, their stories woven into the fabric of our lives. The air thickened, the weight of history settling on our shoulders, binding us to a fate we could not escape. And in that moment, I realized, we were not just spectators of these tales. We were the storytellers, the keepers of the fire, the ones who breathed life into the darkness. "Together," I whispered, the word reverberating through the air, binding us in an unbreakable pact. "Together, we face it." The shadows surged forward, but we stood our ground, united by fear and fury. The myths, alive and breathing, were no longer tales told in the dark. They were our reality, captivating and terrifying. As the confrontation loomed, I felt the weight of the centuries pressing down upon us, the stories of every vampire, every monster, every fear we had ever encountered swirling around, alive with purpose. And we were at the center, standing on the cusp of revelation. The figure laughed, a sound that echoed through the graveyard, mingling with the rustle of leaves, with the heartbeat of the earth beneath our feet. I felt my heart race, every beat an affirmation of our existence. It was a moment that transcended time, where past, present, and future collided, and the air crackled with the electric promise of what was yet to come. We had only begun to scratch the surface. The night was far from over. The moon hung low, a silver dagger poised above the twisted rooftops of the ancient town. Shadows danced like phantoms, flickering in the corners of every narrow alley, where whispers of lost souls still lingered. I stood there, heart pounding, breath shallow, as the distant echo of a scream cut through the thick, damp air. It was a sound that clawed at the very fabric of night, a call for help, a desperate plea that would shatter the silence, leaving an imprint on my mind that I could never erase. I remember the scent of damp earth, mingling with the rancid perfume of decay wafting from the crypts. Each step I took felt laden with the weight of centuries, the ghosts of the past clawing their way into the present. I was not alone. Behind me, the tall and brooding figure of Victor loomed. His presence was a storm cloud, dark and electric, a chilling contradiction to the warmth of life. I could feel his eyes, like burning embers, fixated on the shadows as if they were about to surge forth and consume us whole. "Are you ready?" he murmured, his voice low, a gravelly whisper that sent shivers dancing along my spine. "Ready?" I echoed, incredulous. "Ready for what?" "To face the darkness you've embraced. To dance with death." I laughed, though it was hollow, echoing around us like a ghost's warning. Victor's expression was unreadable, a mask of anguish and resolve. He was a vampire, yes, but not the monstrous creature of nightmares. He was the anti-hero of his own story, a tortured soul burdened by centuries of regret, seeking redemption in the blood that stained his hands. I remember how he had saved me once, pulled me from the brink of despair, but salvation always comes at a cost. The truth was that we were both broken, me, a mere mortal with dreams that seemed to flicker like dying flames, him, an immortal with a heart as heavy as the world itself. Tonight, The town had awakened, its inhabitants stirring from their slumber, drawn by the echoing terror. I could feel their fear thrumming through the air, a palpable entity like the thump of a drum. They didn't know what walked among them, didn't know of the darkness that enveloped their hero, nor did they realize the beauty of the monster they feared. "It's coming," he said, a hint of urgency creeping into his tone. "The reckoning." I remember the way his jaw clenched, the subtle tremor in his hands. Victor had become a guardian of the night, a keeper of shadows, yet he was haunted by the lives he was unable to save. Each victim a ghost that clung to his soul, a reminder of every moment he had faltered. And then there was Elena. A flicker of light amidst the darkness, she was a human caught in a world where the line between right and wrong blurred into obscurity. She loved Victor, fiercely, desperately, with a passion that could blind the night. She saw the good in him, a flicker of hope buried beneath the layers of torment. But in loving him, she had signed her own death warrant. "Victor!" Her voice pierced the night, raw and desperate. I turned just in time to see her stumble into view, breathless, her face awash with panic, the glow of the moon illuminating the fear in her eyes. "They're coming!" Every muscle in my body tensed as dread pooled in my stomach. The reckoning, as Victor called it, was not just a confrontation, it was a reckoning of the heart, a war of souls clashing together like thunder. Elena stood between us and oblivion, her spirit as fierce as the storm brewing in the distance. Yet as she moved closer to Victor, I could see the cracks in her resolve, the way her hands trembled, the way her voice quaked under the weight of imminent danger. "I won't let you do this alone," she whispered, but the words felt like a prayer, a promise laced with fear. For a moment, everything froze. It was the eye of the storm, the calm before the chaos. I felt the air thicken, alive with tension, as if time had stopped to witness the moment. This was their crossroads, their truth laid bare amidst the shadows. Victor turned to her, his gaze shifting from the darkness to the light that shone in her eyes. "You don't understand, Elena. This isn't just about us. You don't know what I've done." "Neither do you," she fired back, the fire in her voice igniting something deep within him. "You can't keep running from who you are. You're more than just a monster. You're my monster." I remember the way the words hung in the air, a fragile thread weaving hope into despair. But hope is a double-edged sword, and with every heartbeat, I could feel the encroaching darkness close in, ready to swallow us whole. The first blow fell like thunder, a howl piercing the night, and the shadows surged forward, a tide of hunger and vengeance. Victor's eyes blazed, and as he stepped forward, I felt the ground beneath me tremble, echoing the ancient battle that had raged long before our time. "Stay back," he roared, and I knew then that he would fight, not just against the darkness closing in on us, but against the darkness within him. Elena wouldn't let go. She stepped closer, her hands gripping his arms, grounding him in that terrifying moment. Together, she breathed, a fierce determination igniting within her. "We can face it together." And in that heartbeat, between the chaos and the calm, between the shadows and the light, I felt it, the surge of their combined resolve. The air crackled with energy, but also with fragility, a reminder that love can be both a weapon and a shield against the encroaching night. But the darkness does not forgive easily. It prowls, hungry and relentless, waiting for a moment of weakness to strike. And as I stood there, suspended in time, I realized the greatest battle had only just begun, the battle between love and despair, light and shadow, life and death. With every heartbeat, the echoes of the past whispered through the night, and the confrontation awaited us, looming like a spectre. The reckoning was here, and there would be no turning back. The moon hung like a blooded coin in the midnight sky, casting an unsettling glow over the cobblestone streets of a village forgotten by time. Shadows danced with a sinister grace, stretching and contorting as if eager to swallow the secrets lurking in the depths of the night. I stood at the edge, my heart racing, not from the chill that gripped my bones but from the dread that seeped into my veins. Her scream still echoed in my ears, a haunting refrain that drew me closer to the abyss of the unknown. I remember the first time I saw her, Elena, her laughter a silken thread in the darkness. It wrapped around me, pulling me into a world where nothing made sense and everything felt achingly beautiful. But that was before the silence swelled with terror. "Stay away from the shadows." I had cried, but my voice was swallowed by the night. She was entranced, her eyes reflecting the moonlight, as if she could see something I could not, something seductive, something deadly. The legends whispered of vampires, creatures of the night who danced between life and death, who drank the essence of time itself. Immortal, they said, yet bound by a thirst that could never be quenched. I had scoffed. Magic was for children. Until I looked into Elena's eyes and saw eternity staring back. Now, I was left with only the echo of her laughter, tainted by the knowledge that she had become one of them, a spectre in the moonlight, a wraith wrapped in silk, lost to the embrace of immortality. In the distance, a clock tower tolled, the sound heavy and mournful, marking the hour of reckoning. Time felt like a cruel joke, a game played by those who thrived in the dark. "Please, Elena," I had begged. "You don't understand what you're inviting in." But what did I know? I was just a fool standing in the moonlight, clutching a rusted dagger that felt more like a relic of forgotten dreams than a weapon. A figure emerged from the shadows, Victor. His presence was magnetic, a storm wrapped in charisma. His smile was disarming, but I knew better. He was the hunter, and she was the prey. I could see the glimmer of his fangs as he approached, each step calculated, a predator weaving a spell around my beloved. "Elena, you must choose," I shouted. My chest felt tight, each breath a burden. "This isn't a fairy tale. It's a nightmare. You're trading your soul for a moment of ecstasy." Her eyes flickered with uncertainty, a tempest of desire and fear. "But, James," she whispered, voice trembling like a fragile leaf, "what if this is the only way to live forever? To be free?" Victor's laughter was a dark melody, infectious and cruel. "Freedom? My dear, eternal life is a prison with gilded bars. You want to dance with shadows? Very well. But you will never truly live again." I felt anger surge, hot and wild. "You're nothing but a monster. You think you know her? You don't understand the weight of this choice." My heart raced like a wild stallion, the desperation clawing at my throat. "Ah, but that's where you're wrong," Victor said, a predator reveling in the thrill of the hunt. "I understand life far better than you do. While you cling to your fragile mortality, I have tasted the cosmos, felt its heartbeat. I have danced through ages long forgotten. And I offer her the same." Elena's gaze faltered, uncertainty crackling like electricity between us. I reached for her, longing to pull her back, to shatter the enchantment that cloaked her. "You were always my light, Elena. Don't extinguish that flame for a fleeting moment of immortality." But she was caught in a web of temptation, the allure of eternal youth wrapping around her like a lover's embrace. I saw the shadows weave their way into her thoughts, whispering promises of power and beauty. The night held its breath, waiting for her decision. Suddenly, a howl split the silence, raw, primal. It echoed through the village, reverberating against the ancient walls, and I recognized that sound. It was the call of a wolf, but not just any wolf. It was a harbinger, a reminder of the wildness that lurked within every soul. "Victor, you don't own her," I spat, my voice a low growl. "You can't cage her heart." The darkness thickened, consuming every shred of light as Elena's hands trembled, poised on the brink of an irreversible choice. My chest tightened as a tear slipped down her cheek, a fragile crystal in the chaos. "I wish for more," she said quietly, almost lost in the tempest. "I want to feel the world's beauty without the chains of time." And with those words, the weight of the moment crashed upon us like a tide, pulling me under. I wanted to scream, to claw at the fabric of her reality, but here in this nightmare, I was powerless. Victor stepped closer, shadows curling around him like a cloak. "Join me, Elena. Together, we can transcend the mundane. We can touch the stars." I felt a flicker of hope surge through me. But at what cost? I implored. What is eternity without love? Without the warmth of the sun on your skin? The clock continued to toll, the rhythmic beat echoing my own heart, a countdown to destruction. Time flowed like sand slipping through desperate fingers. As the night deepened, the world around us morphed into a haunting mosaic of despair and longing. I could feel the weight of history pressing upon us, the ghosts of those who had come before, lost souls, trapped in their eternal dance, forever longing for the sunlight they could never touch. Elena's gaze flickered back to me, and for a moment, I saw the girl I had fallen in love with, the vibrant spirit trapped in a storm of indecision. "Save me," she whispered. In that instant, everything hung in balance. The cosmos pulsed with anticipation, and I knew that whatever choice she made would echo through time, her heartbeat synchronized with the ticking clock, a rhythm of life and death, love and despair. And in that suffocating moment, as the shadows stretched and whispered, I could only hope that love would pierce the veil of eternity, that it would light the way through the dark. The night was a tapestry of shadows and whispers, where even the moon hesitated to cast its light. A low growl cut through the stillness, a warning wrapped in fur and teeth. I stumbled back, heart pounding like a drum in a funeral procession, breath hitching in my throat as the dark silhouette of a wolf emerged from the gloom. An omen, perhaps, or a guardian. I couldn't tell anymore, a line blurred by dread and anticipation. "Stay close," I whispered, my voice a fragile thread in the thick air. This was no ordinary night, and the air crackled with an ancient tension. A familiar at my side, Luna, the wolf. Her eyes shimmered like obsidian pools, deep and fathomless, holding secrets older than time itself. I had read tales of vampires and their familiars, those twisted bonds of loyalty and power, but standing here, on the brink of the abyss, I felt the weight of it all. Luna had been with me through the darkest passages of my life, a beacon in my personal night. She sensed my fear, felt my heartbeat, and in her wildness, I found a semblance of solace. But tonight, as the shadows danced with sinister glee, I knew she was more than a pet. She was an extension of my soul, a fragment of my fractured heart. I was tethered to her as tightly as she was to me, and both of us were caught in the web of a deadly game. Across the clearing stood Victor, the vampire lord, his presence a stark contrast against the night's embrace. His pale skin glowed like a spectre, and his eyes were burning coals, filled with hunger and something darker, something piercing. We had danced around each other like moths to flame before, but tonight the air was heavier, laden with the scent of betrayal and unsaid words. "You think she can protect you?" he taunted, a smirk playing on his lips, cruel and beautiful, and I felt my blood curdle at the sight. "Luna is more than just a dog," I shot back, my voice steely despite the tremor in my heart. I wished I could summon the bravery that rolled off her in waves. She stood between us, teeth bared, a fierce guardian against a world steeped in shadows. "She knows you." "And yet here you are," Victor purred, each syllable dripping with condescension. "A broken little girl playing at power." I remember the first time I met Luna, a scruffy pup caked in dirt and fear, her howl echoing through the alleys of the abandoned city. I had taken her in, my heart swelling with unspoken promises. In a world teetering on the brink of despair, she had been my saving grace. But each night, my dreams were haunted by Victor's laughter, echoing like a death knell. He was a shadow in my psyche, a ghost I couldn't shake. "Maybe I'm broken," I countered, my voice cracking. "But I'm still here. And she's still with me." Luna stepped forward, a low growl rumbling in her throat, a sound that pulsed with the rhythm of the night, a prelude to chaos as it rose like a storm. Victor's eyes flickered, surprise mingling with amusement. "Do you think you can command her?" "She is a creature of instinct, a beast born of the wild." "You think that bond holds the same weight as mine?" "I am her true master." "No," I breathed, the word barely escaping my lips. "You're wrong." With that, the world shifted. It was a moment suspended in time, an electric tension crackling through the air. My breaths grew shallow as Victor advanced, a predator stalking its prey. I felt Luna tense, her muscles coiling, ready to leap. A primal fear surged through my veins, a fear of losing her, a fear of the bond we had forged in the darkest corners of our souls. "Stop," I cried, desperation clawing at my throat. "You don't know what she's capable of." "I know exactly what she is capable of," he hissed, his voice like ice. "A mere beast, a shadow of what true power looks like." The word stung, but deep down, I knew the truth. In this world of darkness, Luna was my light, my rebellion against the suffocating night. And yet, as Victor loomed closer, a spectre dancing on the edge of my sanity, I felt the storm within me rise, a tempest of emotion swirling wildly, a cocktail of fear, rage, and a desperate need to protect the one thing that anchored me. The silence grew deafening, the kind that presses in on your chest until it feels like your heart might burst. I closed my eyes, feeling the warmth of Luna's fur brush against my leg. "I remember," I whispered, recalling the laughter we shared beneath the stars, the solace in her presence as she curled beside me in the darkness. "I remember our bond." "Your memories mean nothing," Victor spat, but his voice wavered slightly, as if the weight of my declaration had chipped away at his facade. "Maybe not to you," I shot back, defiance lighting a spark within me. "But to me, they're everything." In that breathless moment, I saw the truth writ large. It was never just about power or control, it was love threaded through the chaos. The connection between Luna and me was a lifeline, raw and unyielding. It burned, fierce and bright, as sharp as the fangs of a vampire poised to strike. The wolf growled, a sound that resonated through the ground beneath us, and I felt the rush of adrenaline surge. It was a primal call, a beckoning, a fusion of our spirits. And I understood, in some unfathomable way, that we were intertwined. "Do you dare challenge me?" Victor's voice was a low growl, a serpent coiling in the dark. "Together," I breathed, clenching my fists, "we will." The air hummed with electric tension, as Luna's eyes locked onto Victor, fierce and unwavering. My heartbeat echoed, a steady drum demanding action. The night held its breath, waiting for the inevitable clash as shadows danced with the wicked glee of impending chaos. We were on the precipice, a world unraveling around us, and I felt it, my heart, my soul, my everything, bound to the wolf at my side. And in that moment, I realized it wasn't just a fight for survival, it was a testament to our bond, a reflection of the depths of love and loyalty that transcended the darkness. And as we braced ourselves to face the void, I knew that this story was far from over. The looming shadows whispered promises of what lay ahead, and I felt the pull of fate, the cosmic dance of power and loyalty, leading us deeper into the night. The moon hung low, a faded silver coin in a sky smeared with darkness. Shadows stretched across the cobblestone streets, curling around the ancient buildings like whispers of long-forgotten secrets. A chill settled into the marrow of the night, wrapping tightly around the heart, as if the very air was laced with the knowledge of things best left unspoken. I stood at the edge of the courtyard, breath held, heart racing, the tension coiling within me like a serpent ready to strike. In the distance, the silhouette of a figure moved, gliding with a grace that was both beautiful and terrifying. Eliana, the witch with eyes like obsidian pools, was lost in a trance, her hands weaving through the air as if she were pulling threads of fate from the very fabric of the universe. "Stop!" I wanted to scream, but the words died in my throat, strangled by a fear that clawed at my insides. Eliana had always danced dangerously close to the edge of the abyss, and tonight, it was as if she was inviting us all to peer over. The stakes were higher than they had ever been. She was summoning something dark. Beside me, Felix shifted uneasily, his face pale as the moonlight glinted off the silver pendant that hung around his neck, a talisman against the very thing that Eliana was beckoning. He was a reluctant ally, carrying the weight of shadows behind his eyes, memories of a family shattered by the very darkness we now faced. He had lost too much to let it happen again, but here we stood, caught in this web. I remember the first time I saw her, I whispered, my voice trembling, dancing under the cherry blossoms, laughter spilling like water. There was no darkness then, just sunlight, and the promise of spring. But that was long gone, buried beneath layers of choices, beneath the weight of grief. Eliana's chant rose, filled with an urgency that made the air vibrate. The scent of earth and something more, a metallic tang, wrapped around us, pulling us deeper into her world. I could see the flicker of candlelight reflecting in Felix's eyes, his breath coming in quick gasps, a metronome of anxiety. Memories of laughter tangled with the present, drowned by the gathering storm of her magic. "Do you trust her?" I asked, the words tumbling out as panic clawed at my insides. "What if she won't hurt us?" Felix said, the conviction in his voice warring with the tremor of uncertainty. "She's not like them." The thump hung in the air, heavy and suffocating, the vampires who roamed the night, bloodthirsty and relentless, their laughter echoing like a hymn of chaos. But Eliana was different, wasn't she? That thought slipped through my fingers like sand, leaving me with only doubt. The city pulsed with life, yet here we were, an island of dread on the brink of something monstrous. The shadows deepened, unfurling like the wings of a great beast. Eliana spun toward us, her voice catching the wind. "Join me. Feel the power." The thrill in her eyes was intoxicating, a heady blend of ambition and desperation. Would she become a savior or a monster, a heroine or a harbinger of doom? "I remember our dreams," I murmured, feeling the words unravel, how we had whispered secrets beneath the stars, weaving futures out of hope. But dreams can twist. They can become nightmares. Felix's hand tightened around his pendant, knuckles white against the darkness. "We can stop this," he said, though the conviction felt hollow, an echo of a certainty lost in the dark. "We have to stop her." But could we? The weight of our choices pressed down like an anvil, the clock ticking relentlessly. The night stretched like a yawning chasm, hungry for the sacrifices of those who dared to dance in its embrace. The air crackled with energy as Eliana's incantation reached a fever pitch, her voice rising like a storm. Shadows writhed around her, twisting into forms that defied reason, a dance of dark wonder and fear. I could see the pain etched on Felix's face, his own memories clawing at him, images of his sister, taken by the very darkness we now faced. "Don't look away," I pleaded, but the words fell flat. The shadows loomed larger, pulling us in, the weight of inevitability pressing against our chests. The world felt too small, the night too vast. And then, a crack, like thunder split the air, and the ground trembled beneath us. Eliana's laughter rang out, wild and free, but there was something else, the hint of madness that sent chills cascading down my spine. The very fabric of reality shimmered, bending and warping, as if breaking apart under the strain of her will. "Eliana!" Felix shouted, his voice raw with desperation. "You have to stop this." But she was lost in the allure of her own power. The shadows danced eagerly, alive with the promise of what they could become. My heart ached, a raw wound as I witnessed the transformation of the girl I once knew. "I remember," I began, but the words faltered, choking on the memories that flooded my mind. "I remember when we were whole, before the darkness seeped into our bones." The shadows surged forward, a tide of darkness, and for a moment, everything froze, the world suspended in a heartbeat of dread. Would this be the moment we crossed the threshold? Would we emerge into light or become entangled in the dark? Felix reached for me, his eyes wide with terror and determination. "We can't let her do this." And somewhere, deep within, a voice emerged, a small spark of hope. I gripped his hand, feeling the warmth of his resolve, a lifeline in this sea of shadows. As Eliana spun, the shadows swirled and beckoned, but the air was thick with the weight of our choices. Today would not be the day that darkness prevailed, not if we could help it. The confrontation loomed, a precipice of emotion, a cataclysm waiting to erupt. I could feel the heartbeat of the earth beneath us, a rhythm of fear, a pulse of fate. And as Eliana turned to face us, a mixture of power and anguish reflected in her gaze, the world held its breath, the darkness quivered, waiting to see who would emerge victorious. I drew in a breath, grounding myself in the moment. This was not merely a fight, it was a reckoning, a confrontation of the past and future tangled in the present. The night awaited our next move, and I could feel its hunger, its insatiable thirst for resolution. No conclusions, no absolutes, just a spiraling tension, waiting to unravel. The wind howled like a hungry beast, thrumming through the dilapidated streets of the abandoned town, a place where shadows lingered longer than the light. I stood there, heart racing, each beat a drum echoing in the silence. The air was thick, cloying, suffused with the scent of decay, old wood, damp earth, and something metallic that made my skin crawl. I could hear them, whispers on the edge of my hearing, tales of old creeping through the night, gnawing at my sanity. It was a night that felt like a promise, a grim assurance that the stories we tell, those chilling folklore tales, weren't just remnants of the past. They were alive, breathing, waiting for us to unlock their dark embrace. I remember Ilara's eyes. They were pools of stormy seas, and in them, I found terror and desire battling for soul. She stepped out from the shadows, a wraith against the moonlight, skin glowing with the spectral beauty of the damned. "Did you bring the book?" she whispered, her voice a silken thread unraveling between us. I nodded, feeling the weight of the leather-bound tome against my chest, a lifeline to worlds both haunted and exquisite. But it wasn't the book she desired, it was the power it contained, the secrets of our ancestors, the folklore woven into every page like blood into a story. Behind her, a figure loomed, a man, tall and dark, his presence as foreboding as a cold grave. Marcus! His breath was a whisper of wind, carrying the chill of forgotten nights. He had drawn us together, an architect of chaos, the puppet master weaving us into this tapestry of darkness. I could feel the conflict between Ilara and Marcus rippling like water disturbed by a stone, their history a complicated weave of betrayal and yearning. They had danced this dance before, a macabre waltz of love and destruction, and here I was, mere audience to their tragic performance. "I remember the tales my grandmother told me," I said, my voice trembling, the warmth of memory fighting against the cold grip of fear. She spoke of creatures of the night, vampires, ghouls, those who haunt our dreams. I swallowed hard, aware of the weight of folklore pressing down like a shroud. They weren't just stories, were they? They were warnings. My heart raced, thoughts spiraling, as the fabric of reality felt thin, like the gossamer threads of a spider's web glistening under the pale moon. Ilara stepped closer, her breath ghosting over my skin. "Do you think they're real? These ancient horrors?" Her words hung in the air, thick with possibility. Her vulnerability pierced me, a dagger of raw emotion that made me want to shield her from the truth, from what we were about to unleash. But I knew better, the truth would claw its way out, as it always does. Marcus smirked, a shadow stretching across his face. "Isn't that what makes them so intoxicating? The fear? The allure?" He leaned into the darkness, eyes glinting like stars in an unforgiving sky. "They seduce us with their stories, weave their magic, and we become entranced. But beware, for every tale has a price." As the wind howled again, a symphony of ghosts, I felt the pull of the book, urging me to open its pages, to breathe life into the legends. I hesitated, fear gripping my heart like a vice. The stories were steeped in blood, a tapestry of sorrow and longing. Would I be strong enough to face what lay within? Would we be strong enough? The folklore had shaped us, it had taught us about love and loss, about the monsters that lurk not just in the shadows, but within our very souls. "Open it," Ilara urged, her voice a low murmur, a spellbinding incantation that sent shivers down my spine. "Let it speak to us." Her gaze bore into mine, searching for something she needed, something I feared I couldn't give. Marcus watched, each breath a tempest of anticipation and dread. But be warned, once you awaken the stories, there's no going back. The night is hungry, and it remembers. His laughter, dark and resonant, was a chilling reminder of the stakes we were playing with. It echoed through the emptiness, drawing forth the shadows that curled around us like serpents waiting to strike. I could feel the weight of the world pressing down on my shoulders, the enormity of our choices echoing in the silence. Each heartbeat was a countdown, each moment stretching into eternity. I remembered my grandmother's stories, her warnings about the thin veil separating reality from nightmare. With trembling hands, I opened the book. The pages fluttered, as if alive, and a sense of power surged through me, a connection to every soul that had ever whispered a story into the night. The air crackled, electric with the energy of the past colliding with the present. Shadows writhed, and I could feel the weight of history pressing against us, entwining around our fates. Folklore seeped into our bones, pulling us into its embrace, a dance of fear and fascination, a seductive waltz with the monstrous. Ilara gasped, her eyes wide as the words sprang to life, images swirling like ghosts in the midnight air. "They're coming," she breathed, panic threading through her voice. "We've disturbed something. Do you feel that?" I whispered, the sensation washing over me, a wave of dread that clawed at my insides. "It's awakening." Marcus smirked, though fear flickered in his eyes. "This is what we wanted, isn't it? To feel alive." But I wasn't so sure. My heart thundered in my chest, a warning bell tolling in the night, drowning out the seductive call of the folklore that had drawn us here. We were on the precipice of something monstrous, and I couldn't shake the feeling that we were merely pawns in a game much older than ourselves, a game where the price of knowledge was steep, where the cost of every story told was blood. As the darkness began to swirl around us, each whisperer beckoning, I knew we were no longer simply observers of folklore. We were entwined in its embrace, ensnared by the very legends that had haunted our dreams. And as the chill of the night enveloped us, I could only wonder how deep the roots of the stories went, how tightly they grasped our hearts, our souls, our very beings. Would we escape their grip, or would we, too, become part of the tale? The air was thick with the scent of decay, a suffocating reminder that life was fleeting, until it wasn't. Shadows flickered along the damp stone walls of the ancient cellar, clinging to the corners like whispered secrets, refusing to be banished by the feeble light of a single flickering candle. I could hear her, the soft, desperate whimpers of Ilara echoing through the darkness, her pain a siren call that clawed at my heart. She was my sister, yet I had become her captor. My hands trembled as I gripped the rusted iron bars, a chill racing down my spine like a vengeful ghost. I had brought this upon us, an eternity of suffering forged in blood and betrayal. Please, she cried, her voice a fragile thread that threatened to snap. You can't do this. You have to stop it. And there it was, the weight of my choices crashing down like a funeral bell, tolling for both of us. I remember the night I surrendered to the darkness. My thirst for power had blinded me, I was a moth drawn to a flickering flame, and now I was trapped in the inferno. The vampire's curse was not just my burden, it was a chain that bound us both. I had traded my humanity for a moment of ecstasy, and in return, I had condemned Ilara to a fate worse than death. Stop! I shouted, the echo of my own voice rattling through the shadows. The sound morphed into a grotesque mockery of my resolve. I will find a way to fix this. But deep down, I felt it, the insidious doubt creeping in like smoke, curling around my thoughts. Redemption wasn't a straight path, it twisted and turned like the labyrinthine streets of our forsaken city, filled with secrets and sorrow. I could still hear the townsfolk whispering tales of the cursed, their eyes wide with fear. They had exiled me, shunned me, and yet, I couldn't blame them. I was a monster now, lurking in the fog of my own making. Why did you let him do this? Ilara's question sliced through the darkness, sharp and unforgiving. You could have fought him. You could have saved me. Her betrayal felt like poison in my veins. I remembered the night she had been taken, the shadows had taken her first, and then they had claimed me. I had stood back, paralyzed by the weight of my own cowardice. I was weak, I whispered, my voice barely a breath, a confession trembling in the damp air. I thought I could control it. But control was an illusion, a cruel jest played by the universe. The curse was not just blood, it was a cycle of punishment. With every drop that spilled, I became more disconnected from who I once was. I had sacrificed my soul on the altar of ambition, and now I was left with nothing but shadows and echoes. Ilara's sobs turned to silence, an eerie calm settling around us like a thick fog. I could almost see the world closing in, the weight of my choices pressing down, suffocating. Time ceased to exist in that moment, my heartbeat the only reminder that I was still alive. I thought of the sun, the warmth, the light. It felt like a distant memory, a cruel joke that had been played on me. I had chosen the night, and now the night had chosen to swallow me whole. Suddenly, I was back in that wretched chamber, the air heavy with a history I couldn't escape. The vampire stood before me, cloaked in shadows, a twisted smile playing on his lips. You wanted power, didn't you? He taunted, his voice a sinuous whisper that coiled around my thoughts. You wanted to be revered, to be more than a mere mortal. I had wanted it all. Ambition had thrummed through my veins like a drug, intoxicating and heady. But now, it tasted like ash. I'm not like you, I spat, my voice raw with defiance. I will not become your puppet. His laughter echoed, a chilling sound that reverberated through the stones. You already are, he said. You just don't know it yet. Every heartbeat pounded like a war drum, a reminder of what I had lost. I glanced at Ilara, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. I needed to save her, I needed to break this curse. But how? A flicker of hope ignited within me, fragile as a single candle flame. I remembered the stories I had read, the tales of redemption hidden within the blood-soaked pages of history. The legend spoke of a way to break the curse, a price that had to be paid, a sacrifice that would shatter the chains binding us. A pain etched deep within my soul tugged at my resolve, whispering promises of release, of freedom. "I'll do it," I murmured, the words slipping from my lips like a confession. "I'll find a way to redeem us." Ilara's eyes widened, a glimmer of something, fear or hope, I couldn't tell. "What will it cost?" she asked, her voice trembling. "Everything," I replied, knowing the truth cut deeper than any blade. The shadows thickened, swirling around us like a tempest, and I could feel the vampire's presence lingering, waiting for my next move. This was no simple battle, it was a war of wills, a clash of darkness and light. I would have to confront not only him but also the darkest corners of my own soul to rise from the ashes of my choices. "Time is slipping away," the vampire hissed, his voice a simmering cauldron of malice. "Choose wisely, for the night is patient, but it is also hungry." As the candle flickered and the shadows danced, I realized that the path ahead was fraught with peril. Every step would be haunted by the ghosts of my past, every choice a reminder of the curse that had bound me. But I felt the embers of determination igniting within me, a spark that refused to be extinguished. I remembered the warmth of the sun, the laughter of a time long lost. It was enough to drive me forward, enough to push through the suffocating darkness. With each breath, I vowed to change our fate, to shatter the curse that had entwined us in its relentless grip. And as I stepped deeper into the shadows, I could almost feel my heartbeat sinking with the rhythm of the night, a dark symphony poised on the edge of redemption, a haunting melody that would not let me go. I would fight. I would rage against the darkness. I would transform this nightmare into a tapestry of hope, weaving the strands of our fates together, thread by fragile thread, until the dawn broke anew. Time slipped away, but I was no longer afraid. The night was my canvas, and I would paint it in the colors of my redemption. The air was thick with the metallic scent of blood as Mara knelt on the ground, her fingers trembling against the cold earth. She had never wanted to be here, among the whispers of those who dared to tread where shadows lingered. The night was alive with a cacophony of distant howls, the moon's pale light spilling like spilled ink over the bodies of her ancestors, each one a ghostly reminder of the blood oaths that bound them to the land. She could almost hear their cries, a chorus of despair echoing within her. "Mara, we need to leave." Yarek's voice cut through the night, raw and frantic, pulling her from the depths of her own thoughts. His eyes were wide, fear dancing like wildfire across his face. He always looked at her like she was his protector, the untouchable fortress of strength, yet here she felt as fragile as the gossamer threads of a spider's web. "They'll sense us. We can't linger." But she was tethered to this place, roots clawing deep into her very being. "I can't. Not yet." Her voice quivered, a whispered prayer to the spirits that roamed the night. Yarek stepped closer, the heat of his body a comfort against the chill. "You don't understand the danger, no, you don't understand," she snapped, adrenaline surging through her veins. "This is my family. My blood." They bled for this land, for these traditions. The weight of her words settled heavy in the air, the past wrapping around her like a shroud. With every heartbeat, she felt the pulse of history. Every sacrifice had been made in the name of their blood, a taboo that bound them in ways she couldn't quite articulate. As she knelt, the earth seemed to pulse beneath her, a reminder of what it meant to carry this legacy. The moon hung low, an ominous sentinel watching their every move. She could hear the rustle of leaves, the distant murmur of voices that belonged to neither the living nor the dead. They were the whispers of the ancestors, and she was caught in their web, a moth drawn to the flame of their tragic tales. "Please," Yarek pleaded, his voice a fragile thread. "You're not your ancestors. You don't have to carry their burdens." But the truth was, she couldn't escape them. Each drop of blood from those who came before her was a memory carved into her skin, a lineage filled with pain and power. She felt the rhythm of their lives course through her, a dark melody that played in the background of her thoughts. Blood was life, but it was also a curse. It was sacred and profane, a contradiction that twisted her insides. I remember the stories, she whispered, eyes glazing over with the shadows of memory. They bled for this land, for their beliefs, for the dreams they hoped to fulfill. They believed in the power of blood. Her voice dropped to a hush, heavy with sorrow. But what if that power is a lie? Yarek's silence spoke volumes. He looked at her as if seeing her for the first time, not just the warrior she had always presented but the girl who still craved approval, who still yearned for a world where the blood didn't bind her but freed her. The howl of a wolf pierced the night, causing both of them to flinch. "It's getting closer," he said, backing up. "We have to go." Yet, a part of her wanted to remain rooted. "What's out there?" she asked, glancing toward the dark tree line that loomed menacingly, shadows stretching like fingers reaching for her. "What if they come for us? What if they seek retribution? Then we'll be the next chapter in their bloody book," he replied, voice trembling. "Is that what you want?" It was a question that struck deep, a haunting echo of everything she feared. She thought of the rituals, the ceremonies that had become nothing more than a relic of a forgotten time. Blood was both a warning and a welcome, a paradox that lived within her. She gritted her teeth, unwilling to succumb to the terror that bubbled just beneath the surface. "I can't run from this, Yarek. I can't let their sacrifices be in vain." His gaze burned into her, a mixture of frustration and admiration. "You're stronger than this curse, Mara. You can choose your own path. You can make your own bloodline." But the weight of her heritage pressed down like a leaden blanket. "You speak of choice," she murmured, "but what if it's too late for me?" A low growl rose from somewhere within the trees, like the rumble of thunder before a storm. The shadows shifted, and in that moment, a figure emerged, cloaked in darkness. Mara's breath hitched as the silhouette became clear, the face, a twisted reflection of her own, an echo from the past, an ancestor, lost in time, yet forever haunting. "It's time," the figure said, voice like gravel, "to reclaim the blood that binds you." In that moment, the air crackled with intensity, the world around them fading away, leaving only the pulsating awareness of what lay ahead. Fear gripped Mara's heart, but within that fear, there was a flicker of hope, a chance to rewrite the narrative that had suffocated her for far too long. "Will you stand with me, Yarek?" she asked, her voice stronger now, anchoring herself to the present, against the weight of the past. "Will you help me confront this?" Yarek's eyes softened, a promise glimmering within their depths. They would face this together, but the danger lingered like a specter, whispering of blood and betrayal, of taboos etched into the very fabric of their being. The figure beckoned, and Mara felt the pull of the past, the promise of the future, a confrontation with blood that would either shatter her or set her free. She took a step forward, heart racing, the line between danger and salvation blurring into the shadows. Together, they took the plunge into the unknown, into the depth of what it meant to carry blood on their hands, with the danger of tradition trailing inches behind them, a ghost that refused to let go. The clock struck midnight, a sound that echoed like a dirge through the fog-laden streets of the old city. I stood frozen, heart racing, as shadows slithered around me, echoing the whispers of long-dead souls. The air crackled with dread, a palpable tension suffocating in its intensity. I was trapped in a moment that felt suspended in time, caught between the world of the living and the haunting embrace of the undead. I remembered the stories, tales spun by flickering candlelight, words dripping with a tantalizing fear. They said that the dead could rise, that the line between life and death blurred in the darkness. Yet here I was, torn between belief and skepticism, consumed by a visceral need to understand the truth. And if that truth lay in the cold embrace of a vampire, then so be it. Elena was the first to break the silence, her voice a haunting melody wrapped in desperation, pulling me deeper into this nightmare. "They're coming for us," she whispered, eyes wide, glistening with unshed tears. I could hear her heart thrumming, a frantic rhythm that matched my own. "We have to hide, we have to," but her words trailed off into a gasp, the sound of hope snuffed out like a candle in the wind. I turned to follow her gaze, and there he stood. A figure cloaked in shadows, his presence both intoxicating and terrifying. His eyes glowed with an otherworldly light, piercing through the darkness, and in that moment, I felt the chill of eternity creeping down my spine. His name was Victor, and he was as captivating as he was cursed. A creature of the night, drawn to the very essence of humanity that thrummed in our veins. I could see it in his eyes, the hunger, the yearning, but beneath that was something deeper, a flicker of pain and regret that gnawed at his soul. "You don't understand," he said, voice smooth as velvet but laced with an undercurrent of torment. "This life, it's a curse." I wanted to scream, to run, but I was rooted in place, captivated by the raw intensity of his presence. "What do you mean?" I found myself asking, my voice trembling. "You chose this." "Did I?" he replied, lips curling into a bitter smile. "Or was it chosen for me? The afterlife isn't the escape you think. It's a prison of shadows, where the echoes of the past haunt every breath." Elena shivered beside me, her fear palpable. "How do we escape? How do we get out of this nightmare?" Victor's gaze softened, as if he saw not just us, but the ghosts of his own past, each one tethered to him by invisible chains. "To escape the undead, you must first confront your own demons. The afterlife holds no serenity, only endless longing." As he spoke, the air grew heavier, thick with a sense of impending doom. I closed my eyes for a moment, picturing the cemetery just beyond the cobblestone streets, where tombstones loomed like sentinels, watching over the secrets buried beneath. I could almost hear the whispers of the departed, their voices entwined with the night. "I remember," I murmured, words slipping out before I could stop them. "I remember the tales my grandmother told, a world where vampires roamed freely, seducing souls with dark promises. She said they were the keepers of our fears, the shadows that danced at the edge of our vision." Victor stepped closer, the dim light casting an ethereal glow around him, blurring the line between reality and nightmare. "Every legend has a kernel of truth, you know. The undead are not just monsters, they are reflections of our greatest fears and desires. They are us." His words sent a shiver through me, each syllable wrapped in a haunting familiarity. I felt Elena's hand grip mine, her warmth anchoring me in this surreal moment. "But why do they thrive on fear? Why are they drawn to us?" "They are echoes of those who have been wronged, those who have tasted betrayal, love unfulfilled," Victor said, his voice barely above a whisper. "They embody the darkness within us all, the parts we bury deep beneath our flesh. To confront them is to confront ourselves." A deafening silence enveloped us as the realization settled in, a truth so profound it nearly knocked the breath from my lungs. The undead were more than mere tales, they were the manifestation of our innermost desires, our darkest fears, our unrelenting regrets. A rustle in the shadows broke the moment, and I felt my heart leap. Something stirred in the darkness, a presence that promised danger and despair. "Victor!" I gasped, panic rising like bile in my throat. "We have to go. Now." But he stood still, a statue of defiance, as if refusing to run from the inevitable. "You cannot hide from them. They will find you, regardless of the path you take. The afterlife holds no sanctuary, no peace." Suddenly, the shadows morphed, twisting into grotesque forms that clawed at the edges of our vision. I felt the cold fingers of dread wrap around my throat, choking me, stealing my breath. "Elena, we have to move." But the world spun, and in that dizzying moment, everything shattered. I was being pulled into the darkness, the weight of the undead pressing down on me like a shroud, threatening to suffocate every flicker of hope. "Remember," Victor's voice echoed through the chaos, a haunting reminder that clung to my soul. "To confront the afterlife, to face the undead, is to embrace the truth of your existence. You must confront what lies within." It was a battle, a frenzied dance between life and death, light and shadow. I could feel the darkness encroaching, the undead reaching for us with skeletal fingers, hungry for our souls. But deep down, I understood, this was not just a fight for survival, it was a reckoning. The clock continued to tick, each second a heartbeat echoing in the silence. Time slipped away like sand through my fingers, dragging me deeper into the abyss of shadows, where the whisper of eternity loomed ever closer. I had a choice to make. To to flee into the night or to confront the darkness that lay not just outside, but within. And as I stood on the precipice, caught between the living and the undead, I felt the weight of destiny pressing upon me, urging me to take the first step into the unending night. The wind howled like a banshee, cold fingers of night clawing at the remnants of warmth that lingered in the air. Clara stood on the precipice of the ancient cliff, the moon a ghostly eye watching her every move. Below, the black waters roiled, reflecting the chaos of her thoughts. She could hear the whispers of the town, the echoes of laughter drowned out by the crashing waves, and a single, steady heartbeat, her own, pounding like thunder in her ears. "I remember the night it all began," she murmured, though the wind swallowed her words. She'd thought it was just another evening, with shadows stretching long as the sun dipped below the horizon. But that was before he arrived, Darius, a creature of nightmare wrapped in silk, with eyes that burned like the very fires of hell. Her heart twisted at the memory, the thrill and terror mingling in a heady cocktail, intoxicating yet lethal. Then came the soft footfalls behind her. Thomas, her older brother, his brow furrowed with worry, the kind that etched lines of concern deeper with every passing year. "Clara," he called, the sound of her name heavy with an unspoken plea. "You shouldn't be here." "But I need to be," she replied, turning to meet his gaze, a tempest of emotion swirling within her. "I need to understand why this is happening. Why are we drawn to him?" The weight of her words hung between them, thick and suffocating. Darius, the vampire who had turned their lives into a twisted fairy tale. Their family had been forever changed, caught in a web of desire and dread spun from the very geography they inhabited. "Geography has a way of shaping us," he said, his voice dropping to a whisper, as if afraid the winds would carry his thoughts away. "This land, it breathes darkness. It calls to the monsters." He gestured to the jagged cliffs, the shadows of the forest looming menacingly in the distance. "And we are its children." Clara shivered, not from the cold but from the truth that wrapped around her heart like a vice. The earth beneath her feet felt alive, pulsating with memories, centuries of bloodshed, tales of passion and betrayal. "But what if he isn't the monster?" she asked, her voice trembling. "What if we are?" The silence that followed was like a scream held back. Thomas clenched his fists, fighting the emotions that threatened to spill over. "We have to," but the words were lost as the ground shook, a tremor that sent stones tumbling into the abyss below. The earth was restless, mirroring their turmoil, reminding them of the ancient pact between humanity and the darkness that lurked in every shadow. "I remember the stories," Clara said, her voice barely audible, yet echoing through her mind like the tolling of a church bell. "The tales of our ancestors who walked these lands, how they made choices that would ripple through generations. They danced with the devil, and we are left to pay the price." Thomas's eyes narrowed, caught between the desire to protect her and the fear that he might lose her to the very monster they were discussing. "You're playing a dangerous game, Clara. Love and darkness aren't meant to intertwine. This isn't just about you anymore." She stepped closer to him, the chasm between their beliefs widening. "What if I'm willing to risk it? What if love, this love, is worth the danger? What if it's the only thing that can save us?" Her heart raced, pounding like a war drum, each beat reverberating through her bones. The wind howled again, a banshee's wail that chilled her to the core. "Then you'd better be careful, sister. Love can be a blade that cuts both ways." His voice quivered, laced with fear and a protectiveness that bordered on desperation. In that moment, Clara saw not just a brother, but a man burdened by the weight of the world, a guardian wrestling with the shadows of their lineage. "But what if the shadows are what we need?" she whispered, daring to step closer to the edge, the abyss staring back, dark and inviting. And then, Darius appeared. One moment, he was a whisper in the night, the next, he was all-consuming. His silhouette emerged from the shadows, a living nightmare cloaked in elegance. "You seek answers, Clara." His voice was smooth, each word sliding into her consciousness like a soft caress and a sharp blade. "Stay back." Thomas snapped, stepping protectively in front of his sister, a human shield against the allure of the creature before them. "You have no claim here." Darius smiled, a predator's smile that sent shivers down Clara's spine. "But I do. You see, this land, This geography has chosen you both. It feeds on your pain, your desires. I am merely a reflection of what you are too afraid to confront. A chill danced along Clara's spine, resonating with the truth that lay buried within her. What do you want from us? She asked, voice trembling but resolute. Only to show you the path, he replied, a promise and a threat intertwined. But heed this warning, the darkness feeds on fear, and your lineage is steeped in it. To understand your lineage is to understand yourselves, but the price may be more than you can bear. Thomas's grip on Clara's shoulder tightened. We will never walk your path, he hissed, but his voice wavered, the flickering flame of his resolve dimming in the face of the abyss. Ah, but you already have, Darius purred, taking a step closer, the shadows bending around him like eager hands. You just don't know it yet. In that moment, Clara felt the earth shift beneath her, a swelling tide of fate pulling her closer to the edge, the line between love and fear blurring like the horizon before a storm. I remember, she whispered, the way the night calls to me, the way the shadows wrap around my heart. And as the waves crashed against the rocks below, the heartbeat of the earth echoed louder, drowning out the fears, the heartaches, the uncertainties. There was no turning back now. Only the promise of a reckoning, a confrontation with the darkness that awaited them beneath the surface. The air thickened with anticipation, each breath a fragile thread connecting them to the past and the future, a vortex drawing them into the depths of their own souls where the true monsters lay in wait. The geography of their very beings was shifting, reshaping them into something unknown, and somewhere, in the shadows, the night was just beginning to stir. The clock struck midnight, a raven's call slicing through the stillness like a knife through silk. Shadows danced in the corners, flickering under the pale light of the moon, which hung like a voyeur, watching the world teeter on the edge of reality and nightmare. In the center of it all stood Lila, breath hitching in her throat, heart racing like a wild animal trapped in a cage. She clutched the pendant around her neck, a silver crescent moon that felt cold against her skin, a reminder of the haunting family legacy she could not escape. I remember the stories woven into the fabric of our town, tales of creatures lurking just beyond our vision, legends that slipped between the cracks of sanity and fear. They said the old willow at the edge of the graveyard was a portal, a gateway to a world where the dead whispered secrets to the living. It was here, under that ancient tree, that Lila had met him, Silas, the enigmatic figure with eyes darker than the abyss, a presence that sent chills up her spine and warmth into her blood. Their connection ignited a dangerous flame, one that flickered with passion and threatened to consume them both. Lila, Silas's voice, smooth yet gravelly, broke through her thoughts. He stepped closer, the shadows clinging to him like a lover. You have to understand. This isn't just about us anymore. His eyes searched hers, desperation swirling within their depths, like a storm brewing on the horizon. But it was too late for understanding. The town was in turmoil. Reports of strange disappearances haunted the streets, people vanishing into the night without a trace, leaving behind only whispers and dread. Lila felt the weight of fear settle in her bones. She thought of her brother, Danny, always the brave one, always the one to dive headfirst into danger. He was out there somewhere, chasing legends, looking for the truth. The truth about Silas. About her. About them. I know what you are, she said, her voice barely above a whisper, trembling with the weight of realization. The air crackled with unspoken words, electric and charged. And I don't care. The heartbeat of the moment thudded like a drum in her chest, drowning out the world around them. But Silas stepped back, shadows swallowing him whole. You don't understand. I'm not just a vampire. I'm a remnant of a time long gone. A piece of history that should have stayed buried. And you, Lila, you're tied to it. The words unfurled like a dark tapestry, revealing secrets of bloodlines and ancient pacts, of love that transcended mortality and the curse of existence. I remember the whispers of the past, how love was once a sin, how to desire was to invite darkness. The moonlight spilled over Silas's face, illuminating the sharp angles of his jaw, the curve of his lips that promised salvation and damnation all at once. He was beautiful, in that haunting way that made your heart ache and your gut twist. A reminder of the fragility of the human condition, a mirror reflecting both longing and fear. Do you think I chose this? He spat, his voice rising, the raw emotion spilling over like blood from an open wound. Do you think I wanted to live forever, to watch everyone I've ever loved turn to dust while I remain? I'm not a monster, Lila. I'm a ghost, a shadow of what I used to be. The air grew thick with tension, thick enough to choke on the unsaid. Lila could feel Danny's face in her mind, his laughter echoing in her ears. Where was he? What was happening? And Silas, could she love a being crafted from darkness? The universe spun around her, stars colliding, the cosmos a chaotic dance that mirrored her own inner turmoil. Then help me find him, she cried, the desperation clawing at her throat. Help me bring him back. Lila, you're asking me to face the very thing that haunts me. To confront the darkness that's taken so many before, Silas replied, his voice a dark lullaby that pulled her deeper, deeper. You're not ready. But Lila was always ready. She could feel the weight of generations pressing against her, the history of those who had loved and lost, endured and succumbed. The choices were never simple, but they were hers. The night came alive with the rustle of leaves and the soft footfalls of something lurking just out of sight. There was something out there, a presence, a promise. It was in moments like these that time felt fluid, bending and twisting like the limbs of the old willow, thoughts caught in a web of possibility. I remember the feeling of being swept away, of losing oneself in the haze of uncertainty. The clock on the old church steeple chimed again, and with each chime, Lila felt the world around her pulse with urgency. Fine, she said, her voice trembling but fierce. If you won't help me, then I'll find him myself. The determination coursed through her veins, burning hotter than any fear. She would face the darkness. She would confront the truth of her heritage and her heart, no matter the cost. Lila, wait! Silas reached for her, but she was already moving, the shadows enveloping her like a cloak. She stepped into the night, and the world around her faded until it was just the sound of her own heartbeat, echoing in the silence, a reminder that she was alive, that the struggle was only beginning. Each step took her deeper into the abyss, into the heart of the darkness where she would find the truth about what it meant to love a vampire, what it meant to be caught between worlds. And somewhere, in the background, the clock continued to tick, the sound reverberating through the night, each tick a countdown to an unknown confrontation, an impending clash of light and darkness that loomed on the horizon like a storm ready to break. In that tension-filled silence, the question hung in the air, heavy and foreboding, what awaited at the end of this path? Each heartbeat, every whispered promise, dragged Lila further into the shadows, into the very essence of what it meant to be bound to a legend, a mythology that refused to die.